En este contexto están también los derechos humanitarios, cuya violación sistemática se observa en los conflictos armados en curso, privando a las poblaciones en las zonas en conflicto de las necesarias ayudas humanitarias, tanto en alimentos como en las atenciones sanitarias. Guinea Ecuatorial manifiesta su gran preocupación por las crisis que están atravesando Haití y ve necesario llevar a cabo un análisis en profundidad sobre la crónica situación de crisis que viene asolando este país hermano y poder encontrar una solución sostenible. Para ello, seguimos proponiendo la celebración de una conferencia internacional de las Naciones Unidas para Haití. Concluyo mi intervención reiterando nuestras felicitaciones a nuestro hermano excelentísimo señor Filemón Yang y desearle éxitos rotundos durante su 79 presidencia de la Asamblea General y asegurarle el total apoyo de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial. Muchas gracias.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President in charge of National Defense and State Security of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Uduch Sengabao Senor, Vice President and Minister of Justice of Palau. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Secretary General Antonio Guterres, President Philemon Yang, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Ali, and warm greetings from Palau. Mr. President, allow me to begin by congratulating you on your election as President of the 79th General Assembly session. We also extend our deep gratitude to former President Dennis Francis for his leadership over the past year. And to Secretary General Guterres, we commend you for your tireless efforts in advocating for a more secure, prosperous, and sustainable world. It is this shared vision that unites us today. This year, Palau proudly celebrates 30 years of independence. On October 1, 1994, Palau became a sovereign nation, and shortly thereafter, the 185th member of the United Nations. To honor the journey that has brought us here, we have chosen the theme, Ar'ad Otil Agaramalel Belau. The people are the anchor of Palau's conservation and identity. This phrase encapsulates what has sustained us through decades of both challenges and progress. Our people are the foundation of our efforts to protect our environment, culture, and way of life. This was further underscored during our voluntary national review, VNR, presentation that was done this year, which centered around the theme, harnessing our cultural heritage to build back better for a sustainable future. It highlighted the pivotal role of our culture and people in shaping a future that not only fosters development and enhances quality of life, but also safeguards our natural resources, homes, and the environment that has sustained us for generations. Mr. President, Palau begins its pursuit of equality with the critical role that women play in our society. it is crucial to leverage our recent advancements and collective experiences. This was highlighted at the first ever meeting of women in elected leadership held in Palau on September 20th, 2023. Over the past 4 years, we have undertaken initiatives that empower women in their traditional roles, such as the keepers of the Masai, Tarapach, enabling them to scale their entrepreneurial ventures and raise their profiles. These efforts are giving our women a pathway into entrepreneurship and business, amplifying their voices in new arenas. Food security is central to Palau's long-term resilience. We have set a national goal to reduce food imports from 80% to 60% by 2030. By promoting local food production, we not only preserve our traditions, but also combat non-communicable diseases linked to over-reliance on imported processed foods. As a small island developing state, SIDS, Palau, like many others, confronts unique challenges that threaten our economic development, environment, and survival. While SIDS contribute less than 1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, we bear the brunt of the climate crisis. Palau has experienced the unmistakable signs of climate change firsthand. More intense storms, landslides, and prolonged droughts are becoming the new normal. The ripple effect of climate disasters globally have caused the cost of imported foods to skyrocket, further jeopardizing our food security and economic stability. The global response to climate change is a matter of life and death. Through the Paris Agreement and other international frameworks, we have underscored the vulnerabilities of island nations like ours. One of the most urgent challenges for SIDS is sea level rise. Many of our islands sit just a few meters above sea level, leaving us vulnerable to coastal erosion, flooding, and storm surges. This is not only a present threat, but an existential crisis for future generations. In Palau, we are taking steps to relocate critical infrastructure, including our national hospital and schools, to protect our people from rising waters and climate-related disasters. Adaptation is vital for our survival. Our National Adaptation Plan, NAP, prioritizes both immediate and long-term actions to build resilience. We focus on protecting our Masai, vital ecosystems, and sustainable development, guided by our traditional conservation practice, Bul, which has sustained us for generations. Mitigation is equally important. Palau is committed to reducing carbon emissions and transitioning to renewable energy. Solar, wind, and ocean energy provide opportunities to reduce reliance on imported fossil fuels and secure a cleaner, more sustainable future. Our nationally determined contributions, NDCs, reflect this commitment. We remain mindful of the environmental impacts of renewable energy waste, such as solar panels and batteries, which require responsible management. As co-chair of the Ocean Panel, alongside Norway, Palau plays a vital role in shaping global ocean governance. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, now composed of 19 nations with the addition of the UAE, remains committed to advancing the sustainable use of oceans through science-driven policies. We expect the 2025 UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, to be a pivotal moment for accelerating ocean action, and we encourage more nations to join us in this mission. As the first to ratify the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction BBNJ agreement, Palau remains steadfast in conserving and sustainably using marine biodiversity in areas beyond the national jurisdiction. This treaty symbolizes unity in safeguarding our oceans, and we urge international solidarity to ratify the BBNJ treaty swiftly so it can enter into force. Palau has also declared a national moratorium on deep sea mining, reaffirming our unwavering commitment to preserving marine ecosystems. We call on the global community to exercise vigilance in protecting marine resources until we have a thorough understanding of the impacts of deep sea mining. Our commitment to a sustainable blue economy is reflected in the Unlocking Blue Pacific Prosperity, UBPP initiative, launched at COP28. The UBPP unites Pacific Island nations in addressing the dual challenges of climate change and ocean health. Supported by the Bezos Earth Fund and other partners, we aim to achieve 100% effective ocean management and protect 30% of the Blue Pacific continent, covering over 1 billion hectares. Mr. President, Palau is set to assume the chair of the Alliance of Small Islands Developing States, AOSIS, from 2025 to 2026. We are committed to leading the group of 39 member states in advancing the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, ABAS, ensuring that our voices remain central in global discussions. Our priorities will include expanding access to climate finance, strengthening resilience, and promoting a sustainable future for all island nations. Mr. President, Palau highlights the importance of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, MVI, in assessing the challenges faced by SIDS. Traditional metrics like GDP do not capture the economic and environmental shocks that disproportionately affect our nations. The MVI offers a comprehensive assessment to help us advocate for the support we need from financial institutions and global partners. Mr. President, we must address the urgent need for Security Council reform. The world has changed dramatically since the United Nations was founded, and the Security Council must evolve to meet today's realities. Equitable representation, including permanent and non-permanent members, is essential. We support Japan's bid for a permanent seat and believe that SIDS should also be represented on the Council to provide a voice for those on the front lines of global challenges. Finally, we continue to strengthen our national security through partnerships with allies, including the United States, Australia, Japan, and Taiwan. As Vice President and Minister of Justice, I emphasize the need for robust law enforcement and maritime cooperation frameworks. With Interpol membership and enhanced cyber defense capabilities, we are better equipped to protect our borders and our people. Palau reaffirms its strong and enduring relationship with Taiwan and calls for its meaningful participation in international organizations. Taiwan's exclusion undermines the principles of inclusivity and cooperation that the United Nations represents. UN General Assembly Resolution 2758 does not preclude Taiwan's involvement in efforts related to the Sustainable Development Goals, and we urge this Assembly to support Taiwan's rightful inclusion. Today, I stand before you with a call to action. We must unite to confront the existential threat of climate change, protect our oceans, and ensure that no nation, no matter how small, is left behind. We must prioritize science, conservation, and the well-being of our people. As President Whips said earlier this year, the road ahead requires unity, resilience, and collective action. Palau cannot mitigate the climate crisis alone. We need global cooperation to reduce emissions and safeguard our planet for future generations. Komsulang, I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President and Minister of Justice of Palau. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sabah Al-Khaled Al-Sabah, Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي رئيس الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، معالي الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب الفخامة والسمو والمعالي رؤساء الوفود، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية يسرني أن أنقل لكم تحيات حضرة صاحب السمو أمير دولة الكويت الشيخ مشعل الأحمد الجابر الصباح حفظه الله ورعاه، وتمنيات سموه بنجاح أعمال الدورة 79 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة واجتماعاتها. السيد الرئيس، أتقدم بالتهنئة لشخصكم الموقر وبلدكم الصديق لانتخابكم رئيساً للدورة 79 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، ونحن على ثقة بأن ما تملكونه من خبرة واسعة في العمل الدولي سوف يمكنكم من إدارة أعمالها بكل حنكة واقتدار، حيث أن رؤيتكم القاضية بأن الوحدة في التنوع من أجل تعزيز السلام والتنمية المستدامة والكرامة الإنسانية للجميع في كل مكان لها أهمية بالغة وضرورة ملحة في عالمنا اليوم. كما أود كذلك أن أشيد بالجهود التي بذلها سلفكم السيد دينيس فرانسيس خلال رئاسته للدورة السابقة، وأثمن عاليا القيادة الحكيمة والمساعي البناءة لمعالي الأمين العام لهذه المنظمة العريقة، والتي تجلت في ظل المتغيرات الدولية المتسارعة، مستندا في جهوده على إنفاذ الرسالة السامية للأمم المتحدة، متمسكا بنصوص ميثاقها المرتكز على حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين عبر رفع وتيرة الاستعدادات للخطوب الطارئة وفق آليات مبتكرة عمادها حقوق الإنسان وكرامته ومحورها تعزيز العدالة والقانون الدولي. سيد الرئيس، إن الحفاظ على فاعلية هذه المنظمة وإنتاجيتها مسؤولية تقع على عاتق الدول الأعضاء والمجتمع الدولي في مواجهة كافة أشكال التحديات. ففي الأيام القليلة الماضية عقدت قمة المستقبل التي حاكت واقع حال عالمنا اليوم، وسلطت الضوء على تحديات جسيمة بحاجة إلى وقفة تأمل وإرادة جادة لإصلاح مؤسسات رئيسية، من أهمها مجلس الأمن والمؤسسات المالية العالمية. وأن التاريخ مليء بمحطات انطلاق مختلفة، ولا نريد أن تكون قمة المستقبل هذه محطة عالمية لا تستثمر بالشكل الأمثل. فقد ثابر معالي الأمين العام مشكورا كي نقف ونتأمل في مسيرة عملنا المشترك في المجال المتعدد الأطراف، كما حرص على أن يجمع قادة الدول الأعضاء لنؤكد أن المخاطر تحدق بنا جميعا، ولا يوجد من هو بمنأى عن تبعات هذه المخاطر، فلا طريق أمامنا إلا من خلال التعاون والتعاضد نحو الأهداف المشتركة. سيد الرئيس، إن الحديث عن تجديد التضامن الدولي لا يصلح إلا بتوافر إرادة سياسية دولية جادة للإصلاح، خاصة في مجلس الأمن، وتحديث آليات العمل الدولي بما يقود إلى المواكبة المطلوبة لمواجهة ودرء أي خطر يهدد أمن عالمنا واستقراره. وللأسف نرى أن هذه الإرادة ما زالت مفقودة، حيث لمسنا عن قرب أن وجود تلك الإرادة السياسية يتطلب مناخا تسوده الثقة والمشاركة الفاعلة، وما ذلك إلا من منطلق إيماننا بأن مجلس الأمن هو المسؤول الأول عن حفظ الأمن والسلم الدوليين، ويجب أن يبنى العمل فيه على الديمقراطية في اتخاذ القرار والتمثيل العادل للدول الأعضاء، فضلا عن أهمية أن يكون ذي تجاوب أكبر مع عالم اختلف كليا عما كان عليه في العام 1945، وصولا إلى مجلس الأمن شامل شفاف كفء فعال ديمقراطي خاضع للمساءلة. سيد الرئيس، إن وتيرة الابتكارات التكنولوجية والاستخدام الخاطئ للذكاء الاصطناعي ووسائل التواصل الاجتماعي في نشر خطاب الكراهية والتحريض والتجنيد الإرهابي وبث المعلومات الخاطئة والمضللة باتت تزعزع وتمس الأمن السيبراني، الأمر الذي يجب أن نعيره الاهتمام اللازم. فلقد راح ضحية هذا الاستخدام السلبي شباب في مقتبل أعمارهم، وكل ذلك يؤكد أن مكافحة هذه الآفات يتطلب تعاونا دوليا، وفي سبيل تحقيق تطلعات شعوبنا وآمالها وتأمين مستقبل مشرق لها، فإنه من غير الموضوعي أن نتطلع إلى هذا المستقبل دون أن تكون هناك محاسبة ومساءلة لكل من تعدى على نصوص ميثاق الأمم المتحدة ومبادئ القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني. فلن تتحقق العدالة والمساواة في ظل معايير مزدوجة، ولن يكون هناك مستقبل مشرق إلا عند يقين الجميع وتمسكهم بقيم ومبادئ ميثاق الأمم المتحدة والقانون الدولي. سيد الرئيس، نحتفي هذا العام بالذكرى 43 لتأسيس مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، والذي أثبت خلال مسيرته المباركة عبر العقود الأربعة الماضية أنه ركيزة أساسية للاستقرار والازدهار في منطقتنا. وفي هذا السياق يطيب لي أن أعرب عن تقديرنا العميق لدولة قطر الشقيقة لما تقوم به خلال رئاستها الحالية لمجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية من جهود مخلصة تسهم في تعزيز مسيرة دول المجلس على الصعيدين الثنائي والمتعدد الأطراف. واليوم ودولة الكويت على أعتاب تولي رئاسة المجلس الأعلى لمجلس التعاون في ديسمبر المقبل، فإننا نجدد التأكيد على عزمنا الراسخ لمواصلة هذه المسيرة المباركة وتعزيز الشراكة الاستراتيجية مع المنظمات الإقليمية والدولية وتحقيق الأهداف السامية التي نتطلع إليها جميعا. فقد كان مجلس التعاون وما يزال وسيظل بإذن الله تعالى صوت الحكمة والاعتدال ومنارة للحوار البناء في محيط يعج بالتحديات والتحولات المتسارعة. وتطلع دولة الكويت إلى الفعاليات الإقليمية والدولية التي سوف تستضيفها دول المجلس مجددين التهنئة في هذا السياق للأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية بمناسبة فوزها باستضافة معرض إكسبو 2030 وبطولة كأس العالم لكرة القدم 2034، مؤكدين تسخير كافة إمكانيات دولة الكويت للمساهمة مع الأشقاء في المملكة لإنجاحهما. السيد الرئيس، إيمانا من دولة الكويت بمبدأ حسن الجوار، فقد حرصت منذ قرابة عقدين من الزمن على مساعدة جمهورية العراق الشقيق للنهوض بنفسه من خلال العمل الوثيق المتواصل الهادف لإعادته إلى وضعه ومكانته الإقليمية والدولية بما يحقق آمال شعبه الشقيق وتطلعاته، حيث تدعو دولة الكويت جمهورية العراق الشقيق إلى ضرورة اتخاذ إجراءات ملموسة حاسمة عاجلة لمعالجة كافة الملفات العالقة بين البلدين، وفي مقدمتها ترسيم الحدود البحرية لما بعد النقطة 162 وفقا للقوانين والمواثيق الدولية، والانتهاء من ملف الأسرى والمفقودين والممتلكات الكويتية بما في ذلك الإرشيف الوطني في نطاق المتابعة الأممية ومجلس الأمن تحديدا. كما نحث الأشقاء في جمهورية العراق على الالتزام بالاتفاقيات الثنائية ذات الصلة بالجانب الأمني والفني للممر الملاحي في خور عبد الله، وهي الاتفاقيات التي من شأنها تعزيز مفهوم الحفاظ على البيئة وتنظيم الملاحة ومحاربة الإرهاب والتجارة غير المشروعة للسلاح والمخدرات والبشر، مؤكدين أهمية الحوار واستمراره تأسيسا لعلاقات واعدة ومستقبل مشرق مبني على التفاهم والاحترام المتبادل بين البلدين الشقيقين. سيد الرئيس، بممارسات لا يقبلها دين ولا يقرها قانون ولا تتفق مع الفطرة الإنسانية السوية، يشهد العالم كله تصاعدا خطير للعمليات العسكرية التي تقوم بها سلطات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي ضد الأشقاء الفلسطينيين في قطاع غزة وباقي الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة بما فيها القدس والضفة الغربية، وما يتعرضون إليه من عقاب جماعي واستهداف المدنيين العزل بغارات جوية متواصلة أدت إلى قتل عشرات الآلاف من الضحايا الأبرياء أطفالا ونساء ورجالا فاق عددهم 41,000 شهيد، وإمعان القوة القائمة بالاحتلال في استهداف مقار المنظمات الدولية والبنى التحتية ومرافق سبل الحياة واستمرارها للتهجير القسري لسكان القطاع، وإن السلام في منطقتنا لن يتحقق ولن ننعم به إلا بإقامة دولة فلسطينية مستقلة عاصمتها القدس الشرقية على حدود 4 يونيو 1967 وفقا لقرارات الشرعية الدولية ومبادرة السلام العربية. وفي هذا الصدد ترحب دولة الكويت بالاعتراف بدولة فلسطين من قبل العديد من الدول خلال الأشهر الماضية، وتدعو الدول الأخرى إلى اتخاذ خطوات مماثلة. وستظل دولة الكويت مساندة للحق الفلسطيني داعمة لشعبه، وقد تشرفت بتقديم مرافعة خطية وشفهية أمام محكمة العدل الدولية بشأن العواقب القانونية الناشئة عن انتهاك القوة القائمة بالاحتلال للأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة. كما تشرفت دولة الكويت رفقة المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية الشقيقة وجمهورية سلوفينيا الصديقة و120 دولة أخرى أعضاء في الأمم المتحدة بالتوقيع على وثيقة الالتزامات المشتركة لدعم وكالة الأونروا، حيث إن ما طال هذه الوكالة ما هو إلا تأكيد الجانب الآخر لغياب أي رغبة جادة في الوصول إلى السلام الحقيقي، وإنما يشهده السودان الشقيق من أحداث مؤسفة جراء الاشتباكات المسلحة له مدعاة للقلق البالغ، داعين إلى ضرورة الوقف الفوري للقتال واللجوء إلى منطق الحوار والعودة إلى المسار السياسي السلمي بما يحفظ أمن السودان واستقراره ووحدة أراضيه، معربين عن الدعم لكافة المبادرات الإقليمية والدولية الجارية بما يقود إلى حل سياسي يكفل إنهاء الأزمة وتوفير الحماية المطلوبة للمدنيين تسهيلا لوصول المساعدات الإنسانية، مؤكدين أهمية احترام سيادة السودان وسلامة أراضيه. وحول الأوضاع في اليمن الشقيق، فإن دولة الكويت تجدد دعمها للجهود التي تقوم بها الأمم المتحدة عبر المبعوث الخاص للأمين العام من أجل استئناف العملية السياسية والوصول إلى تسوية شاملة وفق المرجعيات الثلاث المتفق عليها صونا لأمن واستقرار اليمن ووحدة أراضيه. كما نشيد بالجهود التي تبذلها كل من المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة وسلطنة عمان الشقيقة لإحياء العملية السياسية بهدف تحقيق حل شامل مستدام في اليمن، معربين عن قلقنا إزاء تطورات الأحداث في منطقة البحر الأحمر، مؤكدين احترام حق الملاحة البحرية وفقا لأحكام القانون الدولي واتفاقية الأمم المتحدة لقانون البحار لعام 1982. وفيما يتصل بالأوضاع في سوريا، تؤكد دولة الكويت ضرورة تكثيف الجهود للتوصل إلى حل سياسي وبملكية سورية خالصة، وبما يتوافق مع قرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، لا سيما القرار 2254، ويحقق تطلعات شعبها الشقيق إلى الأمن والاستقرار، وكذلك الحفاظ على سيادة سوريا ووحدة أراضيها. وفيما يتعلق بالشأن اللبناني، فإن دولة الكويت تدين وبأشد العبارات الغارات الجوية والعمليات العسكرية التي شنتها قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلية ضد الجمهورية اللبنانية الشقيقة، والتي أودت بأرواح المئات من المدنيين الذين لا ذنب لهم من هذا التصعيد الخطير للعدوان الإسرائيلي الذي تتسع رقعته يوما بعد يوم في انتهاك صارخ لكافة الأعراف والقوانين الدولية، بما فيها القانون الدولي والقانون الدولي الإنساني، وهو الأمر الذي دائما ما كنا نحذر منه ومن عواقبه على دول الجوار والمنطقة. كما نعرب عن إدانتنا للانتهاكات التي يقوم بها الاحتلال الإسرائيلي للسيادة اللبنانية ومحاولة جره للصراع القائم بالمنطقة وتجاهله للإرادة والمناشدات الدولية وقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، داعين في الوقت ذاته إلى أهمية التنفيذ الكامل لقرار مجلس الأمن 1701، وأننا نتابع بقلق بالغ التطورات الأخيرة في دولة ليبيا الشقيقة، داعين إلى تغليب الحكمة وصوت العقل واللجوء إلى الحوار السياسي لحل الخلافات وفقا لقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وبما يحفظ أمنها واستقرارها وسيادتها ويحقق تطلعات شعبها بالتنمية والازدهار. وعلى الصعيد الإقليمي وترسيخا لقواعد حسن الجوار الواردة في ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، فإننا نجدد الدعوة للجمهورية الإسلامية الإيرانية لاتخاذ تدابير جادة لبناء الثقة للبدء في حوار مبني على احترام الدول وعدم التدخل في شؤونها الداخلية. السيد الرئيس، لقد عمدت دولة الكويت من خلال رؤية الكويت 2035 المستندة في عدد من آلياتها على مواكبة ومتابعة كافة المؤشرات الاقتصادية والمالية الدولية وما يرتبط بها من تطورات ومؤثرات بهدف إيجاد أواصر الربط والجذب والتنبؤ بالفرص المتاحة لتحويل دولة الكويت إلى مركز مالي تجاري ثقافي متفاعل مع محيطه الإقليمي والدولي، وبصورة تكون معها السياسة الخارجية حاضرة في هذه العملية التنموية الموسعة وفق دبلوماسية مستندة على الرقمنة لنقل العمل الدبلوماسي من الأطر التقليدية إلى صناعة تتفاعل على نحو متواصل مع المعطيات والواقع الدولي وفق عمليات ترتكز على عنصر المبادرة النابع من إرث إيقاظي وإنساني جبل عليه الآباء والأجداد. وفي الختام، لا يسعني إلا أن أجدد تمسك دولة الكويت بالنظام الدولي المتعدد الأطراف ومبادئ ميثاق الأمم المتحدة وأهدافها، وبما يكفل تطوير الحوكمة الدولية وتعزيزها لضمان تحقيق رسالتها السامية في حفظ السلم والأمن الدوليين وخدمة البشرية جمعاء، معربا في هذا الصدد عن تطلع دولة الكويت للتعاون مع الدول الشقيقة والصديقة في سبيل تحقيق طموحات كافة الشعوب وآمالها في العيش بعالم مزدهر يسوده الأمن والأمان. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
En nombre de la Asamblea, agradezco al príncipe heredero del Estado de Kuwait. A continuación, la Asamblea escuchará un discurso del excelentísimo señor Luis Montenegro, primer ministro de la República Portuguesa. Pido a protocolo que acompañe a su excelencia, a quien invito a dirigirse a la Asamblea.
Senhora Presidente, Senhor Secretário-Geral, Senhores Chefes de Estado e de Governo, Excelências, Senhoras e Senhores. Começo por saudar o Presidente da 79ª Assembleia Geral, Philemon Yang, pela sua eleição, expressando-lhe os votos de maior sucesso. Expresso especial apreço pelo incansável trabalho do Secretário-Geral António Guterres. Sabe que conta com o pleno apoio de Portugal. Sendo a primeira vez que me dirijo a esta magna Assembleia, não posso deixar de reconhecer o peso da responsabilidade que recai sobre todos nós, representantes dos povos das Nações Unidas. Faço num momento particularmente exigente, marcado pela confluência de múltiplos desafios e crises de natureza global e por crescentes tensões geopolíticas. Mas faço também com esperança e confiança. Esperança porque este é o ano em que se comemoram 50 anos da liberdade no meu país. O povo português, em liberdade, clamou por democracia, paz e desenvolvimento. E assim dobrou o arco da história. Numa altura em que em muitas partes do mundo autocracias põem em causa a democracia, temos confiança na força da liberdade. Numa altura em que enfrentamos ameaça grande à paz, temos confiança na força do multilateralismo e da responsabilidade coletiva. Numa altura em que se agudizam os desafios em matéria de desenvolvimento, temos confiança no crescimento económico como motor do progresso justo e sustentável. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, Portugal é um defensor intransigente do multilateralismo como método de cooperação e organização do sistema internacional. Por isso, apoiamos o Pacto do Futuro, adotado no quadro da Cimeira do Futuro, que ilustra bem a visão e o espírito reformador do Secretário-Geral António Guterres. Este pacto reflete renovada fonte de esperança nos três pilares centrais da ação das Nações Unidas: o desenvolvimento sustentável, os direitos humanos, a paz e a segurança mundiais. É com esta confiança no multilateralismo que Portugal, com a continuidade e coerência que caracteriza a nossa política externa, é candidato a um lugar de membro não permanente no Conselho de Segurança para o biênio 2027-2028. Guia-nos a vontade de trabalhar para prevenir os conflitos, promover um espírito de parceria e proteger as pessoas face às ameaças tradicionais como o terrorismo e às ameaças emergentes como a biossegurança. Move-nos a determinação de contribuir para uma ordem internacional mais justa, pacífica e inclusiva, fundada no direito internacional e assente na Carta das Nações Unidas. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, disse o Secretário-Geral na nossa agenda comum que o multilateralismo enfrenta um dilema fundamental: avançar ou colapsar. Não hesitamos. Queremos avançar com a reforma do sistema de governação global para garantir maior representatividade, transparência, justiça e cooperação. Esse é o caminho que nos aponta ao Pacto do Futuro. Redesenhar a arquitetura financeira internacional, promovendo um maior alinhamento com os Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Com o Burundi, lideramos a 4ª Conferência Internacional sobre o Financiamento do Desenvolvimento, para garantir que nenhum país tenha de escolher entre combater a pobreza ou salvar o planeta. Noutra frente, defendemos um processo de reforma do Conselho de Segurança das Nações Unidas que o torne mais representativo, ágil e funcional. A composição está desatualizada e a ausência de representantes de algumas regiões prejudica o seu funcionamento. Portugal apoia a posição comum africana e as pretensões do Brasil e da Índia de se tornarem membros permanentes. Os pequenos e médios países, incluindo os pequenos Estados insulares, deverão ver também crescer a sua representatividade. No que respeita aos métodos de trabalho, sustentamos a limitação e um maior escrutínio do direito de veto. O direito de veto, antes de constituir um poder, representa uma responsabilidade. E é assim que deve ser exercido, evitando que uma parte num conflito se constitua simultaneamente como julgador e julgado. Enquanto a guerra prossegue, com consequências terríveis dentro e fora da Ucrânia, o Conselho de Segurança tem estado muitas vezes em silêncio. Esperamos que agora, no Líbano, o Conselho de Segurança possa ser eficaz para evitar o aumento da escalada de violência. Mesmo quando resoluções são aprovadas, frequentemente ficam por cumprir. É imprescindível que em Gaza e no Sudão todas as partes façam o que estiver ao seu alcance para assegurar a plena implementação das resoluções adotadas por este Conselho. Excelências, o mundo está globalmente mais próspero, mas clivagens socioeconómicas acentuam-se. Erradicar a pobreza e a fome são os 2 primeiros objetivos do desenvolvimento sustentável. Mas a fome crónica aumenta, afetando 1 em cada 10 pessoas a nível global. A insegurança alimentar aguda quase triplicou desde 2016. Neste quadro, saudamos a Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza, proposta pela presidência brasileira do G20. A esperança de que falamos só pode afirmar-se se formos capazes de responder às necessidades de milhões de pessoas afetadas por conflitos. Ucrânia, Gaza, Sudão, Myanmar, o Sahel e agora o Líbano são exemplos de graves violações de direitos humanos e sofrimento de milhões de pessoas forçadas a abandonar as suas casas e as suas famílias. Também me refiro aos refugiados climáticos, a subida das temperaturas, os incêndios florestais que ainda recentemente fustigaram de forma trágica o meu país, secas e outros eventos climáticos extremos têm obrigado milhares de pessoas a deslocar-se. Ao mesmo tempo, o respeito pelos direitos das mulheres e raparigas ou as perseguições por motivos religiosos ou sexuais têm vindo a acentuar-se em vários pontos do planeta. O contexto de proteção dos direitos humanos está fortemente fragilizado e ameaçado. É nossa responsabilidade coletiva garantir esse respeito, essa proteção e a realização dos direitos humanos. As novas tecnologias, como a inteligência artificial, constituem, é verdade, uma oportunidade, mas também criam riscos. O Pacto do Futuro aponta o caminho para o equilíbrio virtuoso nesta matéria. Temos de agir no combate sem tréguas a todas as formas de discriminação e de ódio que minam a coesão das nossas sociedades. Continuaremos, neste contexto, a defender também os direitos da juventude. A reunião de alto nível da Assembleia Geral sobre Juventude, que a pedido de Portugal aqui se vai realizar dentro de um ano para assinalar o 30º aniversário do Programa Mundial de Ação para a Juventude, será uma grande oportunidade para avançarmos nesta frente. Esta é uma prioridade de Portugal, seja no plano interno, seja no plano externo. Excelências, a paz é um objetivo primordial das Nações Unidas. E também aqui temos de dar um sinal de esperança. A guerra de agressão da Federação Russa contra a Ucrânia constitui uma violação flagrante do direito internacional que condenamos de forma veemente. Os efeitos negativos desta guerra, a crise alimentar, energética e inflacionista, ecoam no mundo inteiro com maior impacto nas regiões mais frágeis. Estamos também profundamente preocupados com a situação humanitária e a perigosa escalada na região do Médio Oriente. Face aos acontecimentos no Líbano, apelamos à máxima contenção das partes para evitar o aumento da escalada. Condenamos firmemente os horríveis ataques terroristas executados pelo Hamas a 7 de outubro de 2023 e exigimos a libertação de todos os reféns. Não nos conformamos, igualmente, com o desastre humanitário e o crescimento de vítimas civis em Gaza. É imperativo cessar incondicionalmente as hostilidades, garantir a entrada de ajuda humanitária e o respeito pelo direito internacional. É igualmente imperativo retomar negociações com vista à implementação da solução dos dois Estados, a única que poderá trazer estabilidade à região. Portugal é contra a expansão de colonatos, o confisco de terras nos territórios palestinianos ocupados e as ações de colonos que constituam violações do direito internacional e obstáculos à paz. É nosso interesse comum, de todos, e responsabilidade partilhada, zelar pelo respeito do direito internacional e do direito humanitário. Temos igualmente de reforçar a aposta na prevenção e na mediação de conflitos, nomeadamente em África. Saliento a consistente presença portuguesa nas operações de paz das Nações Unidas e nas missões da União Europeia, com forças nacionais destacadas em Moçambique, na Somália, no Sudão do Sul, na República Centro-Africana e no Golfo da Guiné. Destaco igualmente o contributo da CEDEAO e da União Africana para os esforços de promoção da estabilidade na região. Portugal apoiou a resolução que permitiu o estabelecimento de contribuições regulares das Nações Unidas para o financiamento das operações de paz da União Africana mandatadas pelo Conselho de Segurança. Secundamos igualmente as propostas do Secretário-Geral que visam o estabelecimento de contribuições regulares para o Fundo de Consolidação da Paz. Excelências, Portugal é um país marítimo. 97% do nosso território é oceano. Compreendemos o papel vital do oceano na economia global e também no combate às alterações climáticas. Apoiamos com determinação a gestão e governação sustentável dos oceanos e o desenvolvimento de uma nova economia azul sustentável alinhada com a Agenda 2030. Consideramos a capacitação em assuntos relacionados com o oceano uma prioridade e desenhamos um programa de bolsas dirigido a países em desenvolvimento, com especial enfoque nos pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento. O Acordo Internacional sobre a Conservação e Uso Sustentável da Biodiversidade Marinha em áreas além da jurisdição nacional foi uma vitória do multilateralismo. Continuaremos, portanto, empenhados na sua entrada em vigor. Portugal apela também ao esforço conjunto para a conclusão de um tratado ambicioso para eliminar a poluição por plásticos até ao final do ano. As alterações climáticas são a ameaça existencial do nosso tempo. Portugal mantém-se empenhado em investir nas energias renováveis e na supressão dos combustíveis de origem fóssil. queremos incorporar 47% de energias renováveis no consumo final de energia até 2030. Temos também favorecido a introdução de mecanismos financeiros inovadores com os CIDs. Exemplo disso são os acordos assinados em Portugal e por Portugal com Cabo Verde e São Tomé e Príncipe, e que transformam a dívida que estes países têm com Portugal em investimento climático, assim apoiando a transição energética. Senhor Presidente, Excelências, o sucesso da Agenda 2030 joga-se sobretudo a favor dos grupos em situação de maior vulnerabilidade. Não podemos deixar ninguém para trás. A transição digital e as tecnologias emergentes constituem uma renovada oportunidade para facilitar um futuro mais próspero, justo, inclusivo e sustentável. A conectividade é uma pedra basilar. O caminho parece ser claro. É preciso conceber o desenvolvimento tecnológico através de uma lente centrada no ser humano e baseada no direito internacional. Excelências, e para terminar, é com muito orgulho que falo em português. Além de ser o quarto idioma mais falado no mundo como língua materna, unindo hoje mais de 260 milhões de pessoas em todos os continentes, a língua portuguesa é língua oficial e de trabalho em 33 organizações internacionais, desde logo na comunidade dos países de língua portuguesa. E é por isso legítima a ambição desta comunidade de ver a língua portuguesa reconhecida como língua oficial das Nações Unidas. Ainda ontem acertei com o Presidente Lula da Silva do Brasil o nosso empenho e disponibilidade para, em conjunto com todos os países que falam a língua portuguesa, concretizar este objetivo. A legitimidade das Nações Unidas, o seu poder de convocação e a sua autoridade normativa global, aliados à sua competência multidisciplinar, são alguns dos seus trunfos singulares, que devem ser potenciados em prol das nossas causas comuns e de uma visão partilhada de futuro. O caminho que temos pela frente, bem sabemos, é árduo e incerto, mas o objetivo está traçado. Iremos trilhá-lo com esperança e com confiança. E nesta trajetória, as Nações Unidas, os povos do mundo, a comunidade internacional podem continuar a contar com Portugal. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigada. En nombre de la Asamblea General, agradezco al excelentísimo primer ministro de la República Portuguesa. Señoras y señores, hemos escuchado la última intervención en el debate general de esta sesión. La 12ª sesión plenaria para continuar el debate general comenzará a las 15 horas. Se levanta la sesión.
The 12th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Wesley W. Simina, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Temporary President Mr. Libwe, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the people and government of Micronesia, I extend a warm Kamorale. Kamorale back home was coined as a national greeting that combines the diverse languages of all our islands. Kamorale represents the spirit of unity and solidarity that lies at the heart of my country and people. And that same spirit is equally important in the context of multilateralism here at the United Nations. In a world where global challenges require collective action, Kamorale reminds us that through our strength and solutions come from our ability to come together. Just as the 4 states of Micronesia come together under one banner, our international community must come together in order to progress peace, prosperity, and sustainable development we all wish to see as envisioned in the Pact for the Future. After traveling thousands of miles from Micronesia with my delegation, I am honored to participate in this 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the General Assembly, and I assure you of my delegation's support for your leadership. I also acknowledge our outgoing President of the 78th session for the impactful work he had carried out during his term. I must also pay tribute to our Secretary General, who recently joined us in the Pacific for the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting. We deeply appreciate your tireless efforts to strengthen our United Nations as a vital instrument for achieving our shared goals. Mr. President, since the time Micronesia became a member of the United Nations in September 1991, we have been grappling with the severe impacts of climate change. I cannot emphasize enough how it is the single greatest threat to our home. Even as I speak today, we are currently in a state of emergency due to the extended drought facing my nation. For us, every degree, every inch of sea level rise, drought, and every delay matters. We continue to call on our global community to step up with stronger and urgent action. Mr. President, I raise an important topic that relates to our island's ability to adapt to and survive the increasing impacts of climate change. Time is running out to prevent average global temperature from surpassing 1.5 degrees. We are already at 1.2, according to the latest science. The 1.5 degrees goal is the safety limit for our small islands. Beyond that lies a danger zone with deadly heat that will cost lives, impact our food and water systems, and will drown many of our low-lying islands. Carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for hundreds of years. So while it is critical for the world to cut those emissions, the benefits of those cuts will not be felt until later this century. We need to control temperatures now. We call upon the larger emitters to prioritize reduction of the non-CO2 pollutants, especially methane, fluorinated gases, and black carbon. The IPCC and more recent scientific reports explains that this is the only way. So I urge all of us to take a greater action now. I call on all parties to the Paris Agreement to include ambitious non-CO2 goals and measures in their 2025 round of NDCs. As we take action on non-CO2 pollutants, we also need all countries to come together and agree on a global plan to transition away from fossil fuels in a fair, just, and equitable manner. In this connection, I am announcing that Micronesia endorses the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. We must accelerate all our efforts to tackle the climate crisis. Mr. President, the health of our ocean is deteriorating due to the effects of climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. One of the most hard-hitting issues we are confronted with is sea level rise. I am very pleased that the General Assembly is hosting for the first time a high-level meeting on sea level rise this week. Sea level rise poses a significant threat to the livelihoods, well-being, and security of our small island nations, communities, and ecosystems. However, this climate crisis does not jeopardize our statehood or sovereignty, nor does it diminish our rights under international law. Leaders from the Pacific Islands Forums, or PIF, and the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, have affirmed that our maritime zones, as recognized by the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, will remain valid despite physical changes due to climate change. We emphasize that the statehood and sovereignty of PIF and AOSIS members will endure, along with the associated rights and responsibilities, including the protection of our citizens, regardless of the impacts of sea level rise. Mr. President, the International Seabed Authority is currently negotiating its draft exploitation regulations, and Micronesia is adopting a careful approach on seabed mining. We will consider all relevant factors regarding this matter and will join the Talanoa here being organized this year by the Pacific Islands Forum. Micronesia joins other nations in emphasizing the necessity of comprehensive knowledge, data, and scientific understanding of the marine environment and the impacts of deep-sea mining before any exploitation takes place. We urge the ISA to finalize all relevant regulations, standards, and guidelines for its mining code prior to exploitation. Additionally, it is crucial that all stakeholders, including adjacent coastal states, indigenous peoples, and local communities in the Pacific, are consulted and their perspectives considered before any exploitation occurs. Mr. President, Micronesia is pleased with the adoption of the United Nations PB&J agreement. I was the first leader to sign the PB&J agreement here in New York a year ago, and among the first to deposit our instrument of ratification. Currently, over 90 countries have signed, and we wish that all will sign. I urge others to sign, ratify, so that we can operationalize the PB&J agreement. We look forward to the preparatory commission to begin its important work soon. Mr. President, the international community is set to adopt a legally binding treaty to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment in Busan, Republic of Korea, later this year. This treaty must address plastic pollution at its source, plastic production, particularly primary plastic polymers derived from fossil fuels. Micronesia's bridge to Busan Declaration, launched earlier this year, calls for international support to regulate plastics production in the treaty. As negotiations near completion, We urge global banking for the declaration to ensure the treaty includes strong measures to curb plastic production and tackle both pollution and climate change. If we do not address the unsustainable production of primary plastic polymers, then the global goal of ending plastic pollution by 2040 and limiting the average temperature rise to less than 1.5 degrees Celsius cannot be achieved. Mr. President, Micronesia plays a vital role in the Pacific Islands Forum 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. As part of the large oceanic countries and territories, we are custodians of nearly 20% of the Earth's surface, placing immense cultural and spiritual value on our ocean and land as a shared heritage. Our leaders' commitments to the 2050 focus on preserving and protecting our oceans, ensuring a sustainable future for our children. Micronesia is dedicated to reducing and preventing the causes and impacts of climate change and sea level rise. With the support of our partners, we are committed to achieving net zero carbon emissions by 2050. We pledge to safeguard the future of our people by protecting our sovereignty, maritime zones, and resources, especially in the face of climate-induced sea level rise. Mr. President, the health of our people is crucial to Micronesia's nation's building. Non-communicable diseases, NCDs, significantly undermine our nation's well-being. NCDs hinder workforce productivity and contribute to poverty. Unfortunately, the Pacific has some of the highest rates of these diseases, with Micronesia ranking among the top countries. In 2016, NCDs accounted for 75% of all deaths in Micronesia. Recognizing this national health emergency, Micronesia has taken decisive action. Since 1995, we have participated in WHO's Healthy Islands Initiative, focusing on health protection, risk reduction, and promoting healthy lifestyles. We developed a national NCD action plan in 2006, and the Pacific NCD roadmap has guided our efforts since 2014. In 2022, we reaffirm our commitment to securing the well-being of our people through the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Our fight against NCDs is key to building a healthier, stronger future for Micronesia. However, despite decades of effort under the Healthy Islands Initiative, NCDs continue to pose a serious challenge in Micronesia. The persistence of this disease warrants the need for renewed support and stronger partnerships. There is an opportunity here to reevaluate both the Healthy Islands Initiative and the Pacific NCD roadmap, exploring ways to enhance their effectiveness. By working together, we can confront this crisis more robustly and ensure that we move forward toward a healthier and more resilient future. Mr. President, as we gather today, we are reminded of the importance of global peace and security, particularly in light of the ongoing conflicts in Ukraine between Israel and Palestine. Micronesia reaffirms its unwavering commitment to peace and dialogue. We condemn the invasions of Ukraine and the killing of innocent civilians. We also condemn the attack by Hamas on Israeli citizens on October 7th, and we believe that every nation has the right to defend its people and territory. We urge for the immediate and safe release of hostages and cessation of hostilities. And I urge all parties to work towards a peaceful resolution. It is our profound hope that both Israel and Palestine can resume meaningful negotiations with the goal of establishing two states living side by side in peace and security with clear and recognized borders. We commend the constructive efforts of the United States, Egypt, and Qatar in supporting the peace process, and we remain hopeful that through diplomacy and cooperation, lasting peace can be achieved. Micronesia remains committed that the protection of innocent civilians everywhere is of paramount importance, as peace can only be sustained when the lives and dignity of all people are protected. Mr. President, Micronesia joins Pacific Island nations in advocating for the establishment of a special representative for climate, peace, and security, emphasizing that climate change is a significant global security threat. The UN system, particularly the Security Council, must adapt to address the challenges posed by the climate crisis in a comprehensive and coordinated manner. Currently, the Council struggles to effectively tackle major peace and security issues, highlighting the need for comprehensive reform. This reform should make the Council more effective, inclusive, transparent, and accountable. It must reflect the realities of today rather than those of 1945. It is time for permanent membership of the Security Council to be expanded to include Japan, India, Germany, Brazil, and representation from the African continent. Additionally, it is crucial to amplify the voices of underrepresented regions, such as small island developing states, in a reformed council. Mr. President, in today's complex global landscape, strengthening the multilateral system for an inclusive, interdisciplinary UN is essential. Support for multi-country offices that represent the UN on the ground must be reinforced to assist vulnerable nations in fully implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Additionally, the coordination role of resident coordinators should be supported and strengthened. For small island developing states, our reliance on stable international assistance for development cannot be overstated. We need sustainable assistance for development we need sustainable financing from donor partners and international financial institutions. It is no surprise that SIDS have led the charge for a more inclusive global financial architecture. The recently adopted Multi-Vulnerability Index, or MVI, is a crucial tool, providing a comprehensive understanding of the unique challenges faced by SIDS. The next step is to implement the MVI in a way that addresses our specific needs. Mr. President, the special case of SIDS in the context of climate change and sustainable development and our particular vulnerability to natural disasters and external shocks must be supported by an increase in climate finance and investment, including new and additional climate finance. We call on developed countries to fulfill their commitments in this regard. Mr. President, gender equality is vital for national building and effective governance. By acceding to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, Micronesia is committed to achieving gender parity. We have also endorsed the Pacific Leaders' Gender Equality Declaration and established a national gender policy. Strengthening gender equality is a priority within my administration, and I have nominated more women to key roles, including my cabinet, to address the imbalance in government. In a historic achievement, 3 women were recently elected to our 14-member Congress, marking a significant milestone for representation. With these steps, Micronesia is moving towards a stronger and more inclusive future. Mr. President, today we stand at a critical crossroads where the future of our planet rests in the hands of our youth. It is not enough to speak of change. We must empower the next generation to lead it. Our young people are innovators, the visionaries, and the problem solvers who will carry the torch of climate action and global justice. But they cannot do it alone. We must invest in their education and well-being, nurture their leadership and character. We must give them the tools to build a resilient, sustainable world. As leaders, we must ensure that our youth are not the inheritors of a dying planet, but are the co-architects of its transformation. In closing, Mr. President, The challenges we face, from climate change to conflict, from the health of our oceans to the well-being of our people, demand urgent and unified action. Let us not be discouraged by the magnitude of the tasks before us, but instead be inspired by the opportunity we have to reshape our world for the better. The spirit of camaraderie teaches us that strength lies in unity, and in that spirit, I call on every nation represented here to act decisively with courage and compassion. Let us work together with resolve and prioritize the protection of our planet, our people, and our future. The time for action is now. Let this assembly be remembered not for words spoken, but for deeds done, for promises kept, and for the lasting legacy we leave for our generations to come. As we were so rightly reminded of at the opening of the Summit of the Future by the youth representative from South Sudan, the future is for the youth to forge, not for us to cling on to. Micronesia is ready to play its part, and I urge all of you to join us in this collective effort so that together we can build a world where peace, prosperity, and sustainability are not just aspirations, but realities for all of us. As enshrined in the preamble of our FSM Constitution, and I quote, "Our ancestors who made their homes on these islands displaced no other people. We who remain wish no other home than this. Having known war, we hope for peace. Having been divided, we wish unity. Having been ruled, we seek freedom. We extend to all nations what we seek from each: peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity." I thank you, and I leave you with Gamarali. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prithvi Raj Singh Rompun, President of the Republic of Mauritius. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Mr. President, I also warmly congratulate you. Mauritius is proud to see a son of Africa assume the high office of President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I assure you of the full support of Mauritius, who remain committed to the universal values and noble aspirations of the United Nations. Our appreciation also goes to His Excellency Denis Francis, who throughout the 78th session championed solidarity and unity during challenging times. Secretary General Antonio Guterres also deserves our special recognition for his inspiring and commendable initiatives in furthering the objectives of our organization. Mr. President, the theme being addressed in this August Assembly is in consonance and resonates deeply with the very essence of our organization. The UN emerged out of the ashes of war and untold sufferings. we have a moral obligation to ensure that the ultimate sacrifice of millions of women and men was not in vain. Our organization has since embodied the universal values of peace, justice, equity, respect for the rule of law, and human dignity. It is appalling that we are lately witnessing an erosion of these same values. Unfortunately, might is taking over and impunity still prevails. The dignity of the weakest is being shamelessly flouted on a scale never seen before. Behind protracted conflicts around the world lies inestimable human costs. Mr. President, the devastation and sufferings in Gaza are heart-wrenching. Thousands of innocent lives have been lost. We urge the international community to find a solution for a de-escalation in the region, for a just and lasting peace. And we are convinced that the two-state solution based on relevant UN resolutions and international law will uphold human dignity and equality for all. We welcome the advisory opinion on the legal consequences arising from the policies and practices of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. There is an urgent need for a renewed commitment to diplomacy and constructive dialogue, as in many parts of the world, conflicts, instability, and challenges to security are still unabated. Mr. President, the world has witnessed an unprecedented technological revolution in a short span of time. For humanity to benefit from its transformative power, AI governance should be anchored in international law. Current unsustainable consumption and production trends are exacerbating injustices and inequalities. We are at a watershed moment. Mauritius welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future, which is a renewed testimony to our collective resolve for the betterment of our world. We also need to ensure that the overall architecture of our global institutions reflects today's realities. Mauritius believes that inclusivity is a necessity and not a choice. Small states and large alike deserve a voice. Africa and SIDS have their rightful place in a reformed Security Council. Multilateral and international financial institutions should be more representative and also responsive to the needs of all countries. This is the only way to pave for a more equitable and resilient world where human dignity is upheld. Mr. President, Mauritius believes that human dignity is universal, unalienable, and unconditional. This conviction has always guided our actions. Our multicultural society thrives on fairness, equity, and human dignity. Through unity in diversity, we have strengthened our unique and tolerant society. We have spared no effort in advancing the economic, social, and cultural rights of our citizens. Our commitment to free and fair elections, good governance, and putting people at the center of development remains resolute. We are investing heavily in free healthcare, infrastructural development, free education for pre-primary school to tertiary level, amongst others. We are promoting decent work for all. The empowerment of women and youth remains at the heart of the government actions. These inclusive approaches and supportive policies have contributed to the strengthening of our social fabric. Mr. President, the climate emergency is one of the most pressing global threats of our time. Greenhouse emissions from human activities have irrefutably contributed to global warming, sea level rise, and coastal erosion. It is most unfortunate that SIDS, like Mauritius, which have contributed to the least in global emission, are being the most affected. A multilateral approach to confront these threats is an absolute necessity. We must achieve the highest possible ambition while ensuring equity, common and differentiated responsibilities. Our actions need to be guided by the latest scientific insights and informed by the outcomes of the global stocktake agreed upon at COP28, including its roadmap for keeping 1.5 degrees centigrade within reach. This target is a lifeline for all of us, especially SIDS. Therefore, an agreement on a fair and ambitious new collective quantified goal on climate is imperative. As temperatures rise, the very foundation of life for oceanic states are endangered. We welcome the recent advisory opinion of the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea on climate change. It stands as a juridical lighthouse compelling all states to chart a new course guided by science and the moral imperative of intergenerational equity. In the fight against climate change, our resolve should be translated into concrete and time-bound actions. One which is commensurate with the urgency and scale of the climate crisis. Mr. President, Mauritius has ratified the BBNG treaty, underscoring our commitment to protecting our ocean resources and ensuring sustainable marine governance. We are fully committed to the implementation of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, adopted earlier this year. The openness of SIDS economies makes us more vulnerable to external shocks. SIDS should be able to access global value chains for green jobs. We welcome innovative approaches and the use of the MVI for enhancing the effectiveness of access to concessional finance. Mr. President, Mauritius has been and remains fully committed to the advancement of our African continent. Africa is a land of untapped opportunities. However, our continent is faced with several challenges, preventing it from realizing its full potential. Our Agenda 2063, including the African Continental Free Trade Area, has the ability to propel Africa. Our continent also resonates with cultural richnesses and stands united in purpose. Africa, with its youth dividend, stands ready to contribute to global solutions in shaping a more equitable and sustainable world for a better tomorrow. We call upon the international community to join in Africa's transformative journey. Mr. President, Mauritius and the United Kingdom are still pursuing negotiations on the exercise of sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago, following the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice of 25th February 2019. Several rounds of talks have taken place so far, and Mauritius continues to be engaged in these talks in good faith. We urge the United Kingdom to conclude expeditiously an agreement that would allow for the completion of the decolonization of Mauritius and the implementation of a resettlement program for the former inhabitants of the Chagos Archipelago in accordance with Mauritian laws. Such an agreement would also protect and preserve vital security interests on Diego Garcia. We also appeal to France to resolve the dispute over Tromelin, which forms an integral part of the territory of Mauritius, in the spirit of friendship that characterizes the relationship between our two countries. Before concluding, I wish to emphasize that the United Nations remains the ideal platform in bringing us together to address global challenges for a peaceful and more equitable world. We need also to recognize the contribution of the UN, its agencies, and dedicated personnel. Mr. President, we are convinced that the Pact for the Future will serve as the guiding star, leading us to an improved world for tomorrow's generations. I am confident that, together, we can forge a better, brighter, and more equitable world. One where no one is left behind, where human dignity and human rights prevail, where collective good for mankind remains at the core for lasting peace and prosperity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mauritius. The Assembly will continue the consideration of Agenda Item 8, entitled General Debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Michel, President of the European Council of the European Union. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, lorsqu'on pénètre dans ce bâtiment, le regard est attiré par une lumière bleutée. C'est le vitrail de la paix. Au cœur des Nations Unies, ce vitrail de la paix est dédié à ceux qui servent les Nations Unies. Ce vitrail a été créé par Marc Chagall, un juif russe qui a vécu la majeure partie de sa vie en exil, traversant 2 guerres mondiales. pour garantir la paix et la sécurité reconquises en 1945, les promesses de liberté et solidarité ont été gravées dans la Charte des Nations Unies. Ceci est le 10e discours consécutif que j'ai l'honneur de prononcer à cette tribune. En 2015, j'avais énuméré les défis de notre génération, conflits, pauvreté, climat, migration, et bien entendu, aucun de ces défis n'a disparu. Mais nous pensions à l'époque, il y a 10 ans, disposer d'un cadre solide, robuste, l'ordre multilatéral qui nous permettrait d'y travailler ensemble. Nous sommes 10 ans plus tard et ce cadre est en train de se fissurer sous nos yeux. Usage de la force, actes unilatéraux se multiplient et nous assistons, parfois c'est vrai, avec un sentiment d'impuissance, à 3 conflits majeurs qui forment un cocktail explosif. En Ukraine, un membre permanent du Conseil de sécurité a lancé une guerre illégale et non provoquée. C'est une tentative flagrante d'imposer la loi de la force plutôt que la force de la loi. Cette guerre, par conséquent, n'est pas seulement une menace directe contre le peuple ukrainien, c'est une menace contre chacun d'entre nous. L'Union européenne soutient et soutiendra l'Ukraine aussi longtemps que nécessaire. Fidèle à la promesse de liberté et solidarité, nous réaffirmons notre engagement pour une paix globale, juste et durable, qui doit être fondée sur les principes de la Charte des Nations Unies. Liberté, solidarité, c'est en vertu de ces mêmes principes que nous condamnons les attaques terroristes abjectes portées par le Hamas et nous exigeons la libération de tous les otages, sans condition. Israël a le droit de se défendre dans le respect du droit international et du principe de proportionnalité. Nous voulons un cessez-le-feu immédiat, conformément à l'ordonnance de la Cour internationale de justice. Chaque vie civile compte et nous condamnons toutes les attaques indiscriminées qui frappent les populations civiles. L'Union européenne agit et veut agir davantage pour une paix durable dans le cadre d'une solution avec 2 États. L'escalade sans fin doit cesser et je le dis, entraîner le Liban dans cette spirale est absolument irresponsable. Ces appels, y compris envers le gouvernement d'Israël, ont été vains jusqu'ici et cela ne peut pas durer. Nous soutenons l'existence d'un État d'Israël démocratique fort, vivant en paix et en sécurité, aux côtés du peuple palestinien qui doit disposer de son propre État viable et stable. Le peuple palestinien mérite le respect et la dignité. Et je le dis au gouvernement d'Israël, viser la sécurité en négligeant la paix est un leurre, cela ne fonctionne pas parce que la paix est la meilleure garantie de sécurité. Un monde alimenté par la vengeance et les châtiments collectifs est un monde moins sûr. Le peuple palestinien a droit à son État et la négation de ce droit nourrira indéfiniment des menaces de sécurité sur les Israéliens et sur celles des Juifs partout dans le monde. La négation des droits des Palestiniens rend le monde plus dangereux et mine le système multilatéral qui ne peut pas tolérer le 2 poids 2 mesures. Chers collègues, la guerre civile au Soudan fait rage, violence, brutalité, viol, et comme toujours, ce sont les femmes qui paient le prix fort. Une gigantesque catastrophe humanitaire, 20 000 morts, des millions de personnes déplacées en situation d'urgence, et c'est toute la corne de l'Afrique qui menace de basculer dans le chaos. Or, je pose la question, que sont ces 2 généraux en guerre sans leur soutien extérieur? Les livraisons d'armes doivent cesser, nous pouvons stopper ce conflit si nous le voulons, alors c'est le moment d'agir et de mettre en œuvre les processus de réconciliation et de paix qui s'imposent. Mesdames et messieurs, la vie d'un enfant tué dans une école bombardée est précieuse, en Ukraine, à Gaza et partout dans le monde. La dignité bafouée d'une femme violée est sacrée, en temps de guerre comme en temps de paix, au Soudan, en Ukraine, partout dans le monde. Privée de nourriture, une population entière est un crime de guerre, en Ukraine, à Gaza, au Soudan ou ailleurs. Un crime est un crime, quel que soit l'auteur et quel que soit le lieu. Et notre indignation, pour être sincère, doit être universelle. L'Union européenne défend avec la même vigueur le droit international humanitaire partout et toujours. Nous condamnons les actes de déstabilisation, quels qu'en soient les auteurs. Je pense à l'Iran, qui, au travers de proxy, soutient des initiatives qui ravagent et fragilisent le Moyen-Orient. Je pense aussi au soutien militaire de l'Iran à la guerre menée par la Russie contre l'Ukraine. Et, mesdames et messieurs, un constat saute aux yeux. Iran comme Russie pratiquent les mêmes recettes. Menaces nucléaires, ambition impérialiste teintée de nostalgie et soutien à des groupes terroristes sans foi ni loi pour déstabiliser le voisinage et au-delà. Excellences, mesdames et messieurs, la création des Nations Unies et du système international fondé sur des règles fut une avancée remarquable. Revenir en arrière, c'est revenir à la guerre. Et plus que jamais, depuis 1945, le monde est bousculé par un cocktail explosif de chocs qui s'additionne et s'accélère. La Troisième Guerre mondiale est possible et il est urgent de retrouver nos esprits. Cela exige de la coopération, cela exige du courage, les règles communes doivent être respectées et pour cela, le Conseil de sécurité doit se libérer du joug paralysant que devient le droit de veto dans sa forme actuelle. Ce Conseil n'est pas représentatif, il est peu légitime, il est inopérant. Le Conseil de sécurité est de plus en plus un mort-vivant. En juin 1945, lors de l'adoption de la Charte des Nations Unies, le président Truman avait déclaré que cette charte serait élargie, améliorée au fil du temps. L'évolution des conditions, disait-il, nécessitera des ajustements. Les décennies ont passé, le monde a changé, les ajustements n'ont pas eu lieu et pourtant, il faut réformer le Conseil de sécurité, le rendre plus inclusif. L'Afrique, et selon moi l'Amérique latine notamment, doivent y disposer de sièges permanents et les organisations régionales doivent être davantage intégrées au processus de décision des Nations Unies, y compris, je le propose, en donnant une voix consultative systématique à ces organisations régionales au sein du Conseil de sécurité. Mesdames et messieurs, il n'y a pas de liberté quand les sécheresses dévastent nos cultures. Il n'y a pas de liberté quand des inondations ravagent nos maisons, quand des ouragans détruisent nos foyers. Il n'y a pas de liberté quand nos enfants n'ont pas accès aux vaccins, aux médicaments, n'ont pas accès à l'école. Réchauffement climatique et pandémie nous ouvrent les yeux sur l'exigence de solidarité. Et ce n'est pas simplement une question morale, de dignité ou de générosité. C'est aussi l'intérêt des pays développés de soutenir les transitions climatiques et le développement. Les aider, ces pays en développement, à renforcer les systèmes de santé. C'est dans cet esprit, avec le docteur Tedros, nous avons lancé l'idée d'un traité international sur les pandémies. Les négociations ont bien avancé, mais il est maintenant temps de conclure. Le Mpox est un nouveau signal d'alarme qui nous ouvre les yeux et il n'est pas acceptable que des lobbies ou des égoïsmes barrent le chemin à un partage équitable des technologies vaccinales et des médicaments. Mesdames et messieurs, il n'y a pas non plus de liberté dans un monde où chaque individu est réduit à ses données personnelles, à une cible commerciale ou à une cible à surveiller, voire à manipuler. La révolution numérique et son produit phare, l'intelligence artificielle, est bien sûr un moteur extraordinaire de progrès. C'est un nouveau carburant pour la prospérité, à condition de servir l'humanité, à condition de servir la liberté et les droits humains. Et je pense qu'il est essentiel de ne pas commettre l'erreur que l'on a déjà commise avec les ressources naturelles, en abusant tellement que nous avons mis notre planète à l'épreuve. Les données et l'intelligence artificielle sont des instruments de pouvoir, peut-être même d'asservissement économique et politique. Ils deviennent des armes de guerre. Nous devons donc encadrer ces progrès à l'échelle globale et soutenons les efforts du secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour y travailler dans le cadre de cette enceinte. La compétition technologique est saine parce qu'elle favorise le progrès. Elle doit aussi se dérouler dans un cadre commun avec des règles du jeu équitables. Et c'est pour cela que l'Union européenne est engagée dans un dialogue global au sein du G7, bien sûr, mais également avec le reste du monde, Afrique, Amérique latine, Asie. Nous dialoguons, y compris avec ceux dont nous combattons les idées et parfois même les comportements. La Chine est un acteur indispensable pour relever les grands défis mondiaux et l'Union européenne entend rééquilibrer ses relations économiques avec la Chine en réduisant les risques, en diversifiant nos chaînes d'approvisionnement, car les dépendances excessives, nous le savons, ouvrent la voie à des vulnérabilités et donc à des conflits. Nous demandons aussi à la Chine de ne pas soutenir la Russie, ni directement ni indirectement, dans sa guerre illégale contre l'Ukraine, mais plutôt d'user de son influence afin de faire respecter la Charte des Nations Unies. Mesdames et messieurs, l'architecture financière internationale doit réduire les inégalités et pas les amplifier. Quand un paysan kényan n'a pas accès à un microcrédit à des taux abordables, ce n'est pas un détail, c'est un enjeu de développement global. Parce que le développement mondial est sous-financé, l'écart entre les besoins en investissement et les ressources financières disponibles est gigantesque et le système de Bretton Woods doit profondément changer. La puissance de feu financière doit être multipliée à la hauteur des besoins des populations pour faire reculer la menace climatique et pour faire avancer la prospérité. Les pays créditeurs doivent être plus courageux pour restructurer les dettes et réallouer les droits de tirage spéciaux. La solidarité, ce n'est pas seulement des transferts de moyens financiers ou technologiques, ce sont aussi des efforts de gouvernance, améliorer l'environnement des affaires, renforcer la sécurité juridique, mobiliser les ressources propres des pays en développement, comme l'a dit avec franchise Mo Ibrahim. Si l'aide économique et l'assistance à l'Afrique sont louables, nous devons changer la façon, dit-il, dont les pays sont gérés. Et je le précise, cela vaut aussi pour les pays dits développés. Mesdames et messieurs, je souhaite conclure ce 10e discours à cette tribune par quelques convictions personnelles. La première conviction, les 2 poids 2 mesures, c'est le poison contemporain des relations internationales. Lorsque nous défendons la dignité humaine, la souveraineté territoriale, les élections honnêtes, libres et transparentes, nous devons les défendre et les protéger partout et toujours. Et chacun, probablement, avec humilité, doit se regarder dans le miroir. Nous sommes tous légataires de nos histoires, de nos cultures, de nos traditions, et probablement aussi de nos erreurs respectives. Chacun doit tirer ses leçons avec modestie pour s'efforcer de devenir meilleur. L'Europe, peut-être parfois, est maladroite, mais toujours agit sincèrement et de bonne foi pour que la liberté et les droits humains soient respectés. Deuxième conviction, nous devons résolument rejeter la confrontation bipolaire et agir avec force pour un monde multipolaire dans un cadre multilatéral, où chaque pays ou groupe de pays choisit sa voie pour prospérer et où tous coopèrent en suivant des règles décidées ensemble. Et résistons aux pressions pour choisir un camp contre l'autre dans la confrontation bipolaire qui ne peut que mener au pire. Enfin, ma troisième conviction, je crois profondément à la coopération entre les organisations régionales et le rapport substantiel pour les Nations Unies. L'Union européenne s'est investie ces 5 dernières années dans le développement de partenariats avec l'Union africaine, les pays d'Amérique latine et des Caraïbes dans le cadre du CELAC, avec l'ASEAN, avec le Conseil de coopération des pays du Golfe, avec les pays d'Asie centrale. Ces réseaux de coopération sont un tissu stabilisateur et porteur de progrès. L'Union européenne veut être plus forte, plus autonome, pour renforcer sa capacité à interagir et travailler pour la paix, la liberté et la solidarité. Et je le sais, beaucoup dans le monde attendent une voix forte et indépendante de l'Union européenne. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, 2 guerres mondiales, l'Holocauste, la négation absolue de l'humanité. Ce continent européen porte des cicatrices indélébiles et donc, nous le pensons, une responsabilité particulière dans la défense de la liberté, de la solidarité et de la dignité humaine universelle. Le projet européen est celui de la réconciliation, la coopération, et puis de plus en plus celui de l'amitié et de la fraternité. Ce projet européen, je le crois, est donc une inspiration et un espoir. L'optimisme est un devoir. Nous pouvons, une fois encore, changer le cours de l'histoire, à condition de nous ressaisir. Il n'y a pas de fatalité. Le futur n'est pas encore écrit. Plus de paix et de sécurité, c'est possible. Plus de liberté, plus de solidarité, c'est possible. La paix requiert des efforts. Nous le savons, elle n'est jamais donnée. La paix est délicate, la paix est fragile, difficile à réparer quand elle se brise, mais la paix est magnifique, lumineuse et porteuse de rêves et d'espoir, comme le vitrail bleu pour la paix de Marc Chagall. Soyons sans relâche des artisans de la paix. Vous pouvez compter sur l'Union européenne. Je vous remercie.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the European Council of the European Union. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Tiamuko Meliat Konye, Vice President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de la 79e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations unies, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais, au nom de Son Excellence Monsieur Alassane Ouattara, Président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, vous adresser mes chaleureuses félicitations pour la qualité et la profondeur des débats de cette session et pour le remarquable succès du sommet de l'avenir. Notre débat général se tient dans un contexte mondial préoccupant sur le plan sécuritaire, économique et politique, appelant nos nations à un sursaut collectif. C'est dans cette perspective que mon pays se félicite du choix pertinent du thème de la présente session, qui invite nos États à regarder dans la même direction afin de bâtir un monde plus sûr et plus solidaire. Le monde est à la croisée des chemins. Les tensions géopolitiques se multiplient et alimentent l'escalade de plusieurs conflits armés. Des confrontations violentes dans des régions sensibles mènent celles-ci au bord d'un embrasement généralisé. Cette situation d'insécurité et de recul de la paix est aggravée par le terrorisme qui sévit dans les régions comme le Sahel. Ces conflits anéantissent progressivement des années de progrès et de développement en faveur des populations. C'est le lieu pour mon pays d'appeler à la mobilisation de la communauté internationale en faveur des populations du Sahel, qui paient un lourd tribut dans la guerre contre les groupes terroristes. Fidèle à ses valeurs et à sa tradition d'hospitalité, la Côte d'Ivoire accueille dans les meilleures conditions possibles plusieurs milliers de ressortissants des pays sahéliens voisins qui fuient la violence des groupes armés. Et au-delà du Sahel, c'est aujourd'hui l'ensemble de l'Afrique de l'Ouest qui est menacée d'effondrement. Cette évolution pourrait se propager au-delà du continent africain si aucune mesure efficace n'est envisagée. Pour sa part, la Côte d'Ivoire met à la disposition de l'ensemble des pays l'Académie internationale de lutte contre le terrorisme de Jacquesville, afin de les aider à renforcer leurs capacités en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme sous toutes ses formes. Monsieur le Président, les progrès réalisés par nos pays en matière de développement et de sécurité humaine sont aujourd'hui fragilisés par les effets du changement climatique qui accentue les inégalités, la pauvreté et entraîne le déplacement forcé de millions de personnes chaque année. L'accroissement incessant du nombre de réfugiés climatiques constitue une tragédie de notre époque qui nous interpelle tous. Dans ce contexte, la Côte d'Ivoire appelle les Nations Unies et l'ensemble des partenaires à accroître et à intensifier leur assistance humanitaire d'urgence destinée à ces populations durement impactées. Mais nous devons aller plus loin sur la question climatique et mettre résolument en œuvre des mesures qui nous permettront d'inverser à court terme la courbe dangereuse de réchauffement climatique de notre planète et de ses conséquences sur nos sociétés. Pour cela, la Côte d'Ivoire réitère son appel aux pays développés à honorer leurs engagements en matière de financement climatique et de soutien à la transition énergétique. Le fonds pertes et dommages doit être abondé rapidement et être mis à la contribution pour soulager les populations en détresse climatique. Mesdames et Messieurs, en plus de faire face aux défis sécuritaires et climatiques, le monde est marqué par une révolution technologique à laquelle peu de pays sont préparés. L'intelligence artificielle est porteuse de promesses pour nos sociétés, mais elle peut également présenter de nombreuses menaces et dérives en raison de l'absence de réglementation internationale encadrant son utilisation. Par conséquent, il nous incombe de veiller à ce que cette révolution ne creuse pas davantage les inégalités et n'entraîne pas le déclassement numérique d'une partie de l'humanité, mais qu'au contraire, elle serve le progrès et le bien-être de tous. C'est pour cela que mon pays se félicite de l'adoption du pacte numérique mondial qui devrait permettre une meilleure utilisation de cette avancée technologique au service du progrès de toutes les nations. Monsieur le Président, à l'évidence, aucun pays ne peut à lui tout seul permettre au monde de surmonter les défis globaux qui sapent les fondements de la paix, de la sécurité, ainsi que les progrès sociaux accomplis au cours des dernières décennies. Face à ce constat, notre action collective doit s'inscrire résolument dans le cadre multilatéral unique des Nations Unies. Le monde a véritablement besoin d'une organisation des Nations Unies dynamique et efficace, représentative de la diversité des peuples et adossée au consensus des nations qui fonde sa légitimité. Dans ce contexte, les Nations Unies héritées du XXe siècle doivent être réformées en profondeur pour jouer pleinement leur rôle dans le monde multipolaire d'aujourd'hui. Le Conseil de sécurité en particulier doit s'ouvrir à l'Afrique dans toutes les catégories de membres afin de refléter cette réalité. C'est donc à cette condition que notre organisation mondiale pourra véritablement contribuer à la résolution durable des conflits en s'appuyant sur le respect du droit international qui demeure son fondement. Il en est de même de la lutte contre le réchauffement climatique, qui dépend de la capacité de notre organisation commune à mobiliser les États membres autour de cette priorité et à les amener à respecter leurs engagements pris dans ce sens. La réforme de la gouvernance mondiale doit également s'étendre aux institutions financières multilatérales, afin qu'elles soutiennent davantage les efforts de financement des objectifs de développement durable des pays en développant et tout en adressant la question de la dette. Ces institutions doivent être plus inclusives dans leur mode de fonctionnement et dans leur prise de décision. Ces transformations profondes sont inévitables et doivent être accélérées pour que les institutions soient véritablement au service de tous nos pays, au service de notre combat contre la pauvreté et pour le développement. Je tiens à saluer ici le secrétaire général des Nations Unies pour ses courageuses initiatives en matière de diplomatie préventive, de maintien de la consolidation de la paix, mais aussi de son engagement en faveur de la réforme de la gouvernance financière mondiale. Nous avons collectivement des instruments pour relever les défis qui perturbent le monde et pour donner à notre jeunesse et aux femmes les moyens de s'épanouir et de contribuer plus que par le passé au développement de nos pays. L'avenir de l'Afrique réside dans sa jeunesse et nous avons l'obligation de bâtir pour elle des systèmes éducatifs et de formation compétitifs et des institutions démocratiques protectrices de leur liberté. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, mon pays croit fermement aux vertus du multilatéralisme et que nous plaçons d'ailleurs au cœur de nos interactions avec les autres nations. C'est ainsi qu'ensemble, nos États pourront dépasser les grandes divisions, bâtir des consensus autour des questions difficiles et faire avancer des solutions globales aux grands défis mondiaux. C'est cette vision qui détermine nos actions dans la construction communautaire régionale, tout comme notre contribution aux côtés des autres pays dans l'édification d'un monde pacifique, solidaire et prospère au bénéfice des générations présentes et futures. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dick Shaw, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you as a proud new participant in what for many of you is now a familiar gathering. Those words not only describe my own role, but say something about the very essence of the United Nations. For each of us, our presence here is only temporary. Some are here a long time, others for only a brief period. But everyone's time here is defined by their own individual era. Today again, we embody that long tradition. Today again, we come together to work towards goals whose size and scope exceed our present reach. Today again, each of us is staying the course. And when our time is at an end, we will pass the baton to the next generation. This is not to say that our course is always clear and never needs adjusting. On the contrary, our world is changing fast. And unfortunately, in some ways, not for the better. War and conflict in so many places. Climate change, whose effects are becoming clearer by the day. and cyber threats we couldn't have imagined a few years ago. That is what I want to talk about today, anticipating an unknown future. And I should add, although the challenges of our time may be new, my message is not. It was clear to the Romans more than 2,000 years ago when Cicero wrote, "It is the duty of every statesman to anticipate the future, to discover some time in advance what may happen, whether for good or for ill, and never to have to say, 'I had not thought of that.'" Of course, predicting the future is not a simple matter. And I don't believe that's what Cicero meant. I think he was calling on us to take responsibility. Responsibility that goes beyond the scenarios we want to imagine, beyond our national borders, and above all, beyond short-term solutions. It may seem impossible, but here, more than anywhere, we know better. The history of the UN has shown time and again what can be achieved if we join forces and persevere. Without the UN, there would have been no climate agreements, no disarmament treaties, no development goals or international tribunals. We have come a long way, and we can still go much further. By finding in this unpredictable world our strength in stability, by returning to the very foundation of the United Nations, a shared sense of responsibility. To preserve that foundation, we must strengthen and improve our partnership. For example, by moving forward in the challenging reform debate. You won't be surprised to hear me say that the UN Security Council no longer reflects the realities of the 21st century. The seats must be divided better geographically to preserve the UN legitimacy, strength and vitality, with permanent African representation at the very least. This is a task for us all. And so the Kingdom of the Netherlands will fully support proposals that make such reforms possible. In other areas too, we must adapt much more quickly to the new reality. Because while war and conflict are resolved as time, the manner in which we wage them is always changing. And words we have used since the dawn of memory are no longer sufficient. Words like war and peace, everybody knows what they mean. But the world is no longer black and white. In recent years, we've been confronted with something that seems neither one nor the other. More and more countries are developing offensive cyber programs. And these pose a growing threat to our critical infrastructure, our security, our earning capacity, and our intellectual property. These are big challenges which force us to prepare for the future. We can't easily predict that future, but we can try to anticipate it. And that's exactly what we're doing. With the UN Pact for the Future, we have taken big steps in the right direction. From reforming our international financial architecture to tackling issues of cybersecurity and outer space. And surely, we can attribute this success to our shared desire to work towards a fair and secure life for everyone, for people today and the generations that follow. With that in mind, I'm proud of the Declaration on Future Generations, a key tool for achieving this goal, which was co-facilitated by Jamaica and the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This kind of broad international collaboration is what the UN is all about. And through every issue we tackle together, we increase our effectiveness. We need only look at climate change to see the importance of that. There are still countries that think this issue doesn't concern them, because they've been spared the direct effects so far, but that is an illusion. From flooding to drought, the effects of climate change are impacting people around the world. That includes part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and not least the small island developing states, countries where the rising sea level is not just a future threat, but a current reality. What's more, all the problems caused by climate change amplify each other. So climate change is not limited to those countries that are directly affected. In truth, every country is directly affected. And therein lies the key to our approach, cooperation. Of course, that means committing to the climate targets of the Paris Agreement, the SDGs, and the measure we agree at COP29. But it also means using each other's knowledge and know-how. And the Netherlands has a long history of managing water. Today, we use that experience around the world. We contribute our expertise on food security and countless other challenges as they arise. At the same time, we also face issues that will always demand our attention. Issues as old as the UN itself. Protecting human rights, defending democracy, and promoting the international legal order. There are so many countries where these values are under pressure. In Venezuela, for example, people are demanding that their voices be heard. And to them I say, we hear you. We hear you call for a democratic transition. Today, on this stage, I urge us not to forget those voices. And that's just one example. There are many more countries that feel forgotten, who wonder why the world is not paying attention to their suffering. Their day-to-day reality is also one of war, hunger, and poverty. Take Sudan, where 25 million people are facing acute hunger. We cannot close our eyes to this. We cannot turn away. We have a duty to listen and to take action. Earlier this year, the Kingdom of the Netherlands made an extra 10 million euro available, bringing its contribution to the crisis response in Sudan and surrounding countries to 80 million euros. But as we all know, that is just a drop in the ocean. I could run through a long list of other countries that need our help and support. I could try to describe their suffering, but it could never do it justice. You know, as well as I do, the places where war and conflict are raging. In Europe, for a long time, we thought that we no longer needed to worry about human rights, peace, and security. We thought that they were a given. But we were wrong, very wrong. Some of you may be thinking, not Ukraine again. But we need to address this, because the victims of the Russian war are not limited to Ukraine alone. This war affects everyone, as people in vulnerable countries know all too well. Since the global food supply has been deployed as a weapon of war, millions of people have been pushed back into hunger and poverty. They too are the victims of Russia. So to anyone still in doubt, I would say, this is not only a war between Russia and Ukraine, it's a war of aggression against everything that we in the United Nations stand for. The Charter of the United Nations, the very basis of our partnership, is clear on this subject. No state may use force against territorial integrity of any other state. And although it is up to Ukraine to set the conditions for a just and lasting peace, we cannot leave the responsibility of achieving that in practice to them alone. Ukraine deserves our help and support at every stage of the process. That means arranging and participating in a new dialogue on finding a path to peace. It means challenging those countries who support Russia's defense industry or help it circumvent sanctions. And it means calling Russia to account for its actions. There can be no impunity for its flagrant violation of the Charter. The Netherlands is fully committed to restoring justice for Ukraine. Yes, it is a process that will require time and great stamina. But that is something we have in abundance. We have the time, the patience, and the resources. For example, there are the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, two pillars of accountability, based in my own city, The Hague, the international city of peace and justice. And I don't need to tell anyone here how important it is for these institutions to be able to do their work freely and independently. And that too is our collective responsibility. While we're on the subject of collective responsibility, there is unfortunately another major conflict that demands our attention. Almost a year has passed since October 7th. Almost a year since the terrorist organization Hamas committed its atrocities and war broke out in Gaza. The suffering since then has been extreme. Far too many innocent civilians have been killed, abducted or wounded. Far too many people have been forced to flee and have lost their loved ones and their property. In the past few days, there have been a large number of civilian casualties in Lebanon, and countless others in the region could face the same fate if the violence continues. That cannot be allowed to happen. A major regional war must be prevented at all costs, and so must any new attack on Israel. That begins with supporting international diplomatic initiatives, such as the proposal by the United States and France for a temporary ceasefire, which is supported by many countries, including in the region. We call on Israel and Lebanon to support this plan, give diplomacy a chance. I know that when it comes to Israel and Gaza, people quickly refer to their entrenched positions. Entire generations have grown up full of mistrust, fear, and even hate toward the other side. But if we try to take a longer view, we will see that there are no winners in this war. And any suggestion of winning for one side amounts only to a loss in the end. Loss on both sides. That's why political leadership and courage are needed now, on both sides. To break the endless cycle of violence and help them see the other for who they are, people, in search of a safe place to live. A place to live alongside each other, instead of at odds with each other. The first steps are obvious. An immediate ceasefire. The immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. Rapid, large-scale aid for the people of Gaza, and all parties must comply with international law. I know it sounds easy, and I know that simply wanting something is not the same as making it happen. But as Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Ladies and gentlemen, our history has always shown us that it is possible. We have come a long way, and we will still have a long way to go. But the path that lies behind us can also show us the way forward, as long as we hold on to what we believe in, our shared values, our common cause, and above all, our ability to persevere. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is my fourth speech at the UN General Assembly, and this speech will be significantly different from the previous ones. The key messages of my previous speeches were about the deadlock in achieving peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. But today I want to say that peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan not only is possible, but is within reach. Why do I think so? For a few specific reasons. Quite recently, on August 30, Armenia and Azerbaijan signed the regulation on the joint activity of the Commissions on delimitation of the state border between the two countries. This is the first bilateral legal document signed between the parties. But what is more important with that document, Armenia and Azerbaijan agreed to set the 1991 Almaty Declaration as the basic principle of border delimitation between the two countries and will be guided by it. This means that Armenia and Azerbaijan de jure reconfirm the principle of recognizing each other's territorial integrity and inviolability of borders that existed during the Soviet Union, which is a fundamental factor for establishing peace. Now it is de jure reconfirmed that the two countries have no territorial claims on each other. What we have to do now is to take the next step and sign the agreement on establishment of peace and interstate relations between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. The President of Azerbaijan and I have stated many times that at least 80% of the mentioned agreement has been agreed upon. Now, to seize this historic opportunity and to avoid the risk of reaching a deadlock, Armenia proposes to take what has already been agreed in the draft agreement sign it, have a peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and then go on with negotiations on pending issues. We are ready to do this right now. Why do we propose this? Because there is no precedent of a peace agreement or any agreement that would regulate and solve everything. It is practically not possible. After signing any agreement, two countries may always need to conclude new agreements and make new arrangements for this very reason. No matter how comprehensive any agreement, many important issues need to be further addressed. And in the case of Armenia and Azerbaijan, the agreed articles of the draft peace agreement actually contain provisions on peace, on not having territorial claims on each other, and not putting forward such claims in the future. Provisions on establishment diplomatic relations and a joint commission to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement. A provision on not interfering in each other's internal affairs, not using force and threat of force, and other important provisions. Signing the peace agreement with the already agreed articles will significantly facilitate the resolution of the non-agreed issues. The already agreed parts of the draft peace agreement provide tools for that. One of them is the diplomatic relations to be established between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the second is the joint Armenia-Azerbaijan Commission to oversee the implementation of the peace agreement. I mean the existence of the de jure peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan by signing the proposed agreement, and the establishment of diplomatic relations will result in changing the overall atmosphere and the perception of our governments and peoples, which will significantly facilitate the solution of the remaining issues. Azerbaijan, however, insists that the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia is an obstacle to the peace agreement because it allegedly contains territorial claims on Azerbaijan. Without going into details, let me say that there is nothing of this kind in our Constitution. There are no territorial claims on Azerbaijan, and we can provide detailed written proofs regarding this to all our international partners concerned. Moreover, it is the Constitution of Azerbaijan that contains territorial claims on the Republic of Armenia, and we can present written argumentation on this as well to all our international partners concerned. But pay attention, we do not consider the Constitution of Azerbaijan as an obstacle to the peace agreement for the simple reason that the agreed part of the draft peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan contains wording that solves the problem, and that wording is as follows. None of the parties may invoke the provisions of its internal legislation as justification for its failure to perform the present agreement. Therefore, the signing of the agreement will address the concerns of both Armenia and Azerbaijan and will create legal guarantees for addressing them fundamentally. When we examine the agreed text of the peace agreement in terms of compliance with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, we see the following picture. Under the Constitution of Armenia, agreements that contradict the Constitution may not be ratified. And as in other cases, after signing the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, we must submit it to the Constitutional Court to verify the compliance of the agreement with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia. If our Constitutional Court decides that the peace agreement with Azerbaijan is in contradiction with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, even though our experts assure that it is not likely to happen. But anyway, if that will happen, that we will face a specific situation where constitutional changes will be needed for the sake of achieving peace. And if our Constitutional Court decides that the agreement complies with the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, then there will be no barriers for ratification in the Parliament of Armenia. And here, an extremely important circumstance comes in. Under paragraph 3 of Article 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of Armenia, ratified international agreements have precedence over the domestic legislation of the Republic of Armenia, and therefore, after the signing and ratification of the peace agreement with Azerbaijan, theoretically, even if there were laws that could be interpreted as containing territorial claims, these documents would be subordinate to the Armenia-Azerbaijan peace agreement and would automatically have no legal force. The same logic would apply to Azerbaijan, of course. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, here is peace so close to us, and all we need to do is reach out and take it. It is not easy for either Armenia or Azerbaijan, because each of us has our own truth, and the debate over those truths has led to enmity, casualties, and wars. The pain is very deep and intense, but we must now focus on peace, because peace is the only truth understandable to the people of Armenia and Azerbaijan. And this truth will open our eyes and shut down the sources of enmity, and we will all look to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the Crossroads of Peace project of the government of the Republic of Armenia is also dedicated to that future. The purpose of the project is not only to open automobile routes, railroads, and other transport communications between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but also to provide communication between Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, and the whole region, as well as to create opportunities for the passage of pipelines and cables, and eventually provide opportunities for people-to-people contacts, which is a key and critical factor for peacemaking. A key factor for peace and development is also that all this shall happen with due respect for the sovereignty, jurisdiction, territorial integrity of the countries, on the basis of the principle of equality and reciprocity. And we are ready to open our transport communications to both Azerbaijan and Turkey, as well as to our other neighbors and partners. And we are ready to do it even today, right today. By the way, the Crossroads of Peace can become a part of the middle corridor, ensuring greater speed and efficiency of the passage of goods through it. The Republic of Armenia is ready to fully ensure the safety of the passage of cargo, vehicles, and people on its territory. It is our wish, our commitment, and we can do it. By the way, all those claims that Armenia has agreed somewhere in some document that third forces shall provide the security of communications on its territory are simply distortion of reality. Armenia's commitment is clear to guarantee the safety of cargo, vehicles, and people on its territory, and we guarantee it. Honorable President, ladies and gentlemen, today I don't want to send any negative, worrying, or pessimistic message, not because they do not exist, but because the Armenian proverb says, "Let us speak the positive in order to be well," meaning that when you speak positive, good things tend to become reality. It may be that there is a similar saying in Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, Georgia, and in other countries in the world, and they all consider it their own. But let us speak the positive in order to be well is not about saying empty words. Of course, one should work hard and sometimes make hard decisions. In my speech, I laid out all the circumstances that give me a reason to speak the positive, to be well in front of this distinguished audience. And if we rely on these circumstances, good things will happen, initiating a process of reducing the circumstances that generate the negative. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد رئيس الجمعية العامة، السيد الأمين العام، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تأتي الدورة 79 لاجتماعات الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة في خضم ظروف خطيرة تمر على الشرق الأوسط والعالم، يواجه فيها النظام الدولي العالمي امتحانا صعبا يهدد وجوده ويجعله عاجزا عن تحقيق الأهداف التي تأسس من أجلها، ومنها الحفاظ على الأمن والاستقرار الدوليين وحقوق الإنسان، إذ نشهد اليوم سوابق تخرق فيها المواثيق والأعراف الدولية كافة، ويتم تحييد المؤسسات الدولية المفترض بها أن تساهم في إدارة العلاقات الدولية وتنظيمها بما يعزز السلم والاستقرار ويرتقي بالعلاقات الإنسانية بعيداً عن العنف والتعامل الوحشي. وجرى تجاهل مبادئ مهمة مثل السيادة والسلامة الإقليمية والتعاون المتعدد وقوانين الحرب والقوانين الإنسانية والقانون الدولي الإنساني ومسؤولية الحماية وحق تقرير المصير، وأصبح العالم يدفع دفعاً إلى مواجهات وصراعات شاملة، بينما يقف مجلس الأمن الدولي عاجزاً بلا دور. ومع غياب هذه المسؤولية قد يجري اللجوء إلى آليات بديلة، وتجاهل هذه المؤسسات ينذر بعودة العلاقات الدولية إلى حالة الفوضى. في ذات الوقت علينا أن لا ننسى الإشادة ببعض المواقف الشجاعة لبعض الشخصيات التي تترأس هذه المؤسسات الأممية، ومنهم الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريس، إلا أننا نرى وبوضوح وبالرغم من المجهودات الكبيرة غياب التأثير الفعال. أن إيقاف ما يحدث في فلسطين والمنطقة من انتهاكات هو مسؤولية الجميع، وبالدرجة الأساس مجلس الأمن الذي فشل في تحقيق أهم أهدافه، وهي الحفاظ على الأمن والسلم الدوليين. وفي فلسطين المحتلة اليوم نحن إزاء شعب يتعرض إلى اعتداء من قوة عسكرية محتلة تهجر الملايين بلا رادع وتقتل الآلاف، ويجري الحديث علنا عن تجويع جماعي لإبادة هذا الشعب وعن استخدام أسلحة نووية للقضاء عليه من قبل مسؤولين كبار في الكيان المحتل دون أي إجراءات رادعة. ولم يلتزم المجتمع الدولي أو أي من أعضائه بمسؤولية الحماية الواجبة عليهم وفق القانون الدولي. حرم الشعب الفلسطيني من حق العيش بكرامة في دولة كباقي الشعوب وسط عجز عالمي معيب، بل يجري تمكين المجرمين من التمادي والإيغال وتوسيع الصراع والهجوم على الآخرين من خلال دعمهم وضمان إفلاتهم المتكرر من العقاب. وكما شهدنا المزيد من الاستهتار الذي جعل القانون الدولي وقرارات مجلس الأمن مجرد حبر على ورق في سلسلة اعتداءات على دول المنطقة واحتلال الأراضي وضمها وتغيير الحدود الدولية باستخدام القوة، وبالضد من قرارات مجلس الأمن الدولي، وهي سوابق خطيرة تهدد النظام الدولي برمته وتضرب عماد المؤسسات الدولية، ما يرتب آثاراً وخيمة على الإنسانية جمعاء. وإمعاناً في التطرف يستدل الاحتلال بقرار مجلس الأمن رقم 1701 كذريعة للعدوان على لبنان، ويختار هذا القرار وبعضاً من بنوده بشكل انتقائي، في حين يتجاهل القرارات العديدة والمبادئ التي لا تقبل الجدل في القانون الدولي الصادرة عن مجلس الأمن، من ضمنها القرارات 242 246 252 265 297. ونشهد حملة وحشية للقتل العشوائي واستخدام التكنولوجيا لتنفيذ التفجيرات عن بعد دون اكتراث للمدنيين العزل، في سابقة خطيرة تؤشر مدى تورط حكومة الاحتلال وانغماسها في ارتكاب جرائم ضد الإنسانية. يقف العراق اليوم بشعبه وحكومته وبتوجيهات المرجعية الدينية العليا مع لبنان وشعبه الشقيق، وهو يواجه صفحة جديدة من العدوان الوحشي المبيت الساعي إلى إغراق المنطقة بالصراعات، وهو ما سبق أن حذرنا منه، وسنمضي بتقديم كل مساعدة ممكنة لتجاوز آثار هذه الاعتداءات. موقفنا هذا مبني على تاريخ من الترابط وثبات عراقي معروف يرفض العدوان والاحتلال، ويرفض سلب حق الشعوب في أرضها وتراثها ومقدساتها، ويدين مكرراً أي دعم دولي أو تسويغ لمنطلقات المعتدي. كما نسجل الاستهداف الممنهج المستمر للوكالات الدولية والمنظمات الإغاثية في الأراضي المحتلة والجرأة في إلحاق الأذى بأفرادها، ومنها وكالات الأمم المتحدة، بما في ذلك وكالة الأمم المتحدة لإغاثة وتشغيل لاجئي فلسطين الأونروا في غزة، التي من المفترض أن تكون محمية بموجب القانون الدولي. وأود التذكير بأن هذه التعديات لا تعطل العمل الإنساني فحسب، بل تنتهك أيضا المعايير الدولية التي تحمي المدنيين والقائمين على تقديم المساعدة في مناطق الصراع. أن هذه التحركات الأخيرة للاحتلال تبتغي تهديد استقرار بلدان المنطقة عبر إشعال حرب إقليمية واسعة النطاق، وأن العراق بصفته عضواً مؤسساً للأمم المتحدة يأمل بأن تحقق هذه المؤسسة الأهداف التي تأسست من أجلها في حفظ السلم والأمن وتجنيب العالم مخاطر الحروب والمآسي التي ذاقها على مر التاريخ. اسمحوا لنا أن نعبر عن خيبة أملنا إزاء عدم نجاح مجلس الأمن والمنظومة الدولية في الوفاء بواجباته. السيدات والسادة، نلاحظ زيادة كبيرة في جرائم الكراهية والتعصب التي تؤثر على أمننا واستقرارنا، ونحن بأمس الحاجة إلى التعاون الدولي من أجل إشاعة روح التسامح والاحترام المتبادل ومكافحة خطاب الكراهية والتمييز والعنف الذي هو في تزايد مضطرد حول العالم، حيث نرى أن أحد أوجه خطاب الكراهية البارز هو تنامي ظاهرة الإسلاموفوبيا التي تقوض الجهود العالمية لتحقيق السلام والأمن والتعايش، وتهيئ الأجواء لهجمات تستهدف قيمنا الاجتماعية والأخلاقية التي هي جزء من وجودنا الإنساني. ولذلك أدعو الأمم المتحدة إلى بذل جهود أكبر لتعزيز الحوار والتفاهم بين الثقافات والأديان المختلفة، وأؤكد على ضرورة تعزيز الوحدة والوئام في مواجهة الاستقطاب المتزايد، مع التأكيد على ضرورة وقوف قادة الدول ورؤساء المؤسسات الدولية ضد التعصب الديني والكراهية. أصحاب السيادة، أما في العراق وعلى النقيض مما تقدم فهناك تطورات طيبة، فالبلد الذي احتل داعش ثلث أراضيه وكان الكثير من المراقبين يرى بأنها كانت نهاية العراق الذي نعرفه اليوم، وبعد 10 أعوام يشهد تنفيذ خطة شاملة للإعمار والتنمية وإعادة الحياة إلى المدن، وترتفع المباني العالية والبنى التحتية ويعم الأمان. ولا زال أمامنا الكثير من التحديات الأساسية في تحقيق الإصلاحات الاقتصادية والإدارية والبيئية وتنويع الاقتصاد، ولقد خطونا خطوات كبيرة في مجال تحقيق الأمن وحققنا انتصاراً على الإرهاب، وقريباً سنتوج هذا الانتصار على هذا التنظيم الإرهابي بإعلان مشترك ومهم مع حلفائنا وأصدقائنا الذين وقفوا إلى جانب العراق وساندوه ضد عدو وحشي شكل خطراً على العالم أجمع. وتنصب جهودنا على تعزيز العملية الديمقراطية في العراق والعمل على ترسيخ العقد الاجتماعي والتلاحم الوطني وفق ما اختاره شعبنا في دستوره الدائم لعام 2005، حيث قد نظمنا انتخابات مجالس المحافظات والتي كانت معطلة منذ 10 سنوات، وبعد أن تعرقل تنظيمها في كركوك منذ عام 2005، والآن بصدد تنظيم انتخابات برلمان إقليم كردستان العراق. وجهودنا مستمرة في تعزيز علاقة الحكومة الاتحادية بحكومة الإقليم وبالحكومات المحلية في المحافظات وفق ما رسمه الدستور والقانون، وحماية وجود الأقليات والأطياف المتآخية وتأمين احتياجاتهم، حيث أن من بين أولوياتنا هو إشاعة العدل والحفاظ على التنوع في بلدنا الذي نعده من أهم ثرواتنا. سيداتي سادتي، إن أولويات هذه الحكومة 5: توفير فرص العمل وتحسين الخدمات ومحاربة الفقر ومكافحة الفساد وتنفيذ الإصلاحات الاقتصادية. تسعى الحكومة العراقية إلى إعادة تأهيل الموارد البشرية اللازمة، وأنجزت خطوات واسعة في بناء مؤسسات الدولة وفرض سلطة القانون، كما تسعى إلى تفعيل دور القطاع الخاص ومعالجة الترهل الإداري وتنويع مصادر الدخل وإصلاح القطاع المصرفي والمالي وإدارة التحول في مجال الطاقة ومعالجة أسباب الاضطرابات الاجتماعية والاقتصادية وبالتالي السياسية، حيث يشكل هذا التحول بالنسبة للعراق أمراً معقداً بسبب التحدي الهيكلي الاقتصادي المتمثل بالاعتماد على القطاع العام في استيعاب القوى العاملة واستهلاك مداخيل النفط في دفع رواتب الملايين من الموظفين. فإن التحدي المزدوج الذي يواجه العراق هو الاعتماد المفرط على مداخيل النفط وتحجيم قدرته على التنويع الاقتصادي، وجاء هذا نتيجة عقود من الحروب والحصار الاقتصادي وسياسات النظام الدكتاتوري الاقتصادية العبثية وبعض جوانب سوء التقدير والإدارة فيما بعد وهدر الموارد البشرية والمادية القابلة للتنمية. كما أن الحوكمة ومكافحة الفساد وإنجاز التحول الرقمي والحكومة الإلكترونية من أبرز أولوياتنا بوصفها أهم استراتيجيات الحد من الفساد والحكم الرشيد، ولكننا ننتظر من المجتمع الدولي دعم جهودنا في استرداد الأموال المنهوبة التي هي حق للعراق وإنهاء العقبات القانونية والتشريعية التي تضعها بعض الدول في سبيل توفير ملاذ آمن لأموال الفساد مثل السرية المصرفية ومنع الكشف عن المالكين المنتفعين للمساعدة في التهرب من المحاسبة. السيدات السادة، إن العراق يسعى إلى تحقيق الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي عن طريق إيجاد سبل للشراكات البناءة لمواجهة التحديات المشتركة من خلال التعاون بين الأطراف المشاركة وزيادة الاعتمادية التبادلية بطريقة تصب في مصلحة الجميع، ونخطط لطرح مبادرات تعكس التكامل الاقتصادي والاستقرار الإقليمي في المنطقة، وعلى رأسها مشروع طريق التنمية الذي يهدف إلى تحويل العراق إلى مرتكز إقليمي رئيسي للتجارة والمواصلات وربط الشرق الأوسط بأوروبا عبر العراق باستخدام شبكة من السكك الحديدية والطرق السريعة والمدن الصناعية وربط ميناء الفاو الكبير في جنوب العراق بأوروبا عن طريق دول في المنطقة. يمثل هذا المشروع أهم خطوات تعزيز التعاون والتكامل الإقليمي ويتماشى مع أهداف العراق الأوسع في إعادة بناء الاقتصاد وتحسين الخدمات. السيدات والسادة، يواجه العراق تحديات بيئية جسيمة نتيجة للتغيير المناخي والتصحر، وهي تحديات لا يمكن التصدي لها بدون تعزيز التعاون الدولي، إذ يؤدي التصحر وانكشاف الغطاء النباتي إلى نزوح الملايين بحثاً عن الاستقرار، الأمر الذي يفاقم الأزمات الاجتماعية والسياسية. إننا ندعو إلى التكاتف الدولي لمواجهة التحديات البيئية والعمل على زيادة الوعي بأهمية الإدارة المستدامة للموارد المائية التي تعتبر قضية محورية بالنسبة للعراق، كما أن هذا التحدي يتطلب الالتزام بمبدأ المسؤولية المشتركة والعادلة بين الدول، إذ يواجه تحديات وجودية تتعلق بنقص حاد في الموارد المائية بما يهدد الزراعة وينعكس سلباً على الاقتصاد ويهدد حياة الملايين من العراقيين. ومن هنا فإن الحكومة تولي أولوية قصوى لهذه الملفات وتعمل بالتعاون مع دول الجوار للوصول إلى حلول مستدامة وسياسات للتعامل مع هذه المؤثرات. أخيراً، أود أن أعرب عن امتنان العميق للأمم المتحدة على الدعم الذي قدمته للعراق خلال العقدين الماضيين، ونحن نتطلع إلى مرحلة جديدة من التعاون مع الأمم المتحدة في العراق ستبدأ بنهاية عام 2025، ونأمل أن يكون ذلك إيذاناً ببداية حقبة جديدة مليئة بالاستقرار والازدهار لشعبنا وصفحة جديدة من صفحات الشراكة مع الأمم المتحدة، ونحن نعمل بجد لبناء مستقبل أفضل لأجيالنا القادمة، ونتطلع إلى استمرار الشراكة مع المجتمع الدولي لتحقيق ذلك. إن اختيار العراق لرئاسة مجموعة 77 والصين لعام 2025 يعد انتصاراً للدبلوماسية العراقية المنتجة والساعية إلى تحقيق أهداف التنمية وردم الفجوة التكنولوجية بين دول الشمال ودول الجنوب وتحقيق التكامل وإصلاح المنظومة الاقتصادية الدولية. ونتطلع خلال رئاستنا لأكبر مجموعة دولية تنضوي في عضويتها 134 دولة للعمل نحو عالم أكثر استقراراً وعدالة تتفاعل وتتوفر فيه فرص التنمية لشعوب العالم كافة. وفي الختام، أن سياستنا تضع العراق وشعبه وأمنه وسيادته وازدهاره أولاً، ونمضي بكل ثقة في محو آثار الماضي بما فيه من حروب وديكتاتورية وإرهاب، مثلما نمضي في إعمار العراق ووضعه في مكانته الإقليمية والدولية التي يستحقها بجدارة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq. The Assembly will hear an address by Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the sixth occasion on which I have addressed the United Nations General Assembly as Greece's Prime Minister, but it is the first in which I stand before you as the leader of a country which is an incoming member of the United Nations Security Council. Greece is honored to accept that responsibility for the third time, and I'm personally grateful for the trust the broader UN membership has placed in our candidacy for the 2025-2026 term. Three words of Greek origin but of universal meaning will guide Greece's upcoming tenure on the Security Council: dialogue, diplomacy, and democracy. And six core priorities underpin these guiding principles: the peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for international law and the rules and principles of the UN Charter, women, peace and security, climate, peace and security, children in armed conflict, and of course, as a seafaring nation, maritime security. Ladies and gentlemen, addressing you today, 12 months on from last time around in September 2023, I don't think any of us can claim we are somehow better off now than we were back then. If anything, our world grows less secure by the day. Whether it be escalating conflicts, geopolitical division, the climate crisis, mass migration, rising inequality, even the unchecked rise of artificial intelligence, these challenges jeopardize our present and our future. And yet, within these threats lie unique opportunities to transform the way we live, govern, and cooperate on a global scale. We are indeed at an inflection point. What happens next depends to a high degree on international cooperation. It is here in this chamber where we represent the collective voice of the international community that we are called to act for the good of the entire humanity. And to do that effectively, we must reinvigorate and strengthen the multilateral system. Most of us, if not all, have agreed on the need to reform the UN, and especially the Security Council. And since it first sat in 1946, the UN Security Council has not undergone any significant institutional reform. In that sense, it is the relic of a world that no longer exists. Back then, it was fit to address the challenges and opportunities of the post-Second World War world. But today, it is clearly not fit to solve the complex problems of the present or the future. As far as the Security Council reform is concerned, I believe we all agree that it is essential to increase the meaningful participation of underrepresented nations. Nearly a third of UN member states have never sat on the Security Council. In addition, the enlargement of the Security Council must include both non-permanent and permanent members. New permanent members must include leading countries from all continents, and the composition of the Security Council should reflect the geopolitical and economic realities of the third decade of the 21st century, not the fifth decade of the 20th. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Security Council, Greece will do its utmost to act as a stabilizing actor. And that work begins immediately in our immediate neighborhood. After all, as a gateway to Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, Greece sits 900 miles away from both Gaza and Ukraine. A year ago, we did not know that on October 7, a horrific terrorist attack would leave more than 1,200 innocent civilians, men, women, and children massacred. Around 250 people would be taken hostages, and that in the war that ensured, over 41,000 people would perish. The ongoing violence in the Middle East is grave, and civilians' horrendous suffering in Gaza is unfortunately continuing. Escalation threatens to trigger a full-scale war in the region. And Greece calls on all parties, including Iran and those it has influence over, to back away from perpetuating the current destructive cycle of violence, to lower tensions and engage constructively in the pursuit of meaningful de-escalation. A full-scale war in southern Lebanon must be avoided at all costs. People on both sides of the border have a right to live peacefully without the threat of rockets or bombs shattering their lives. Greece fully supports the proposal for an immediate 21-day ceasefire. And in the wake of the October 7th attacks, Greece has always and will always support Israel's legitimate right to defend itself. But how it does so matters. We must see the immediate return of all remaining hostages. There must be an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe there cannot go on. Safe access to food, water, shelter, clothing, and medicines throughout the territory must be ensured, and international humanitarian law must be respected. However remote, however impossible it may seem today, Israelis and Palestinians must be given the chance to live side by side in peace and security, and there is no other way than to make the two-state solution a reality. There's an absolute need to give the Palestinians hope for the future. This is a sine qua non for peace, stability and security in the region, including, let me repeat, including the long-term security of Israel. And building a fully functioning and sovereign Palestinian state will take concerted efforts by all sides involved, the actors in the wider region, but of course, the international community as a whole. But there is no other option to bring about lasting peace in this turbulent part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, we were already in the second year of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. And since February 2022, Russia has brought violence, misery, and destruction back to the European continent. Tens of thousands have been killed. Millions have been displaced from their homes. The impact on civilian infrastructure and people's lives and livelihoods is colossal. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, who are fighting for their freedom and independence, and for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of their country. And respect for the territorial integrity of all states is the fundamental pillar of international law. It is the cornerstone of the UN Charter. In June, at the Summit on Peace in Ukraine, Greece stood shoulder to shoulder with many other UN member states, calling for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, in full respect of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and international integrity within its internationally recognized borders. From the first hours of the Russian aggression, the European Union and its member states rose to the occasion, providing every possible support to the Ukrainians. We're committed to continue to do so. Why? The answer is simple. The war in Ukraine is not simply another local or a regional European conflict. It's a brutal challenge to international stability and to the international rules-based order that the UN stands for. And as such, it concerns the entire global community. Needless to also recall the very concrete impact this war has had on international food security, affecting economies and basic needs of populations around the world, especially in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece has been placed by geography in a complicated neighborhood, and I have repeatedly spoken from this stand on the difficult and at times tense relationship with neighboring Turkey. Over the past year, I have met President Erdogan 6 times, including our recent meeting on the sidelines of this assembly, a couple of days ago. Last December, we signed the Athens Declaration, a document stating our intention to resolve our differences according to the principles of international law and in the spirit of good neighborly relations. And we will continue to explore how to improve bilateral relations with Turkey. There is potential for increased cooperation to tackle common challenges such as climate change and migration. We continue to keep channels of communication open to diffuse any tension that may arise. Greece is willing to work towards resolving the only major outstanding issue we have with our neighbor, the delimitation of the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. We have not been able to effectively address this difference for more than 40 years. But this does not mean that it is destined to remain unresolved. And I was glad to hear President Erdogan say that the limitation of maritime zones, in accordance with international law, is to the common interest of the entire region of the Eastern Mediterranean. And I strongly believe that we have today a window of opportunity, and we should be bold enough and wise enough to seize this chance. But if we are to try, we should both adopt a consistent approach in every aspect of our behavior towards each other. On the other hand, when it comes to Cyprus, where this year marked the 50th anniversary of Turkey's illegal invasion and subsequent occupation of over a third of the territory of the Republic of Cyprus, we unfortunately see no progress in Turkey's position. This invasion was and remains a violation of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter. As Prime Minister of Greece, I reaffirm here today our commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Cyprus and to a solution on the basis of a bizonal bicommunal federation with a single sovereignty, a single citizenship, and a single international personality in accordance with the relevant UN Security Council resolutions. A two-state solution cannot and will not be accepted. It is simply not a solution. President Christodoulidis gave yesterday from this podium an impassionate and sincere address recalling the violence and trauma of the Cyprus invasion 50 years ago. He also expressed his unwavering commitment to engaging in order to find a solution. And I, for one, have absolute trust in this commitment. He's right to argue that international law cannot be applied a la carte and that history cannot be rewritten or erased. Greece fully supports the efforts of the Secretary General for the resumption of negotiations within this framework. And we call upon Turkey and the Turkish Cypriot community to come to the negotiating table, to at least establish mutual trust and to engage in a frank and honest discussion in pursuit of a mutually acceptable, just and viable solution. And can you imagine how powerful a message for the world community it would send to all those seeking peace in seemingly intractable conflicts around the world if we can find a permanent, viable, and just solution to the Cyprus question? Ladies and gentlemen, let me also mention the other side of our neighborhood and its future, the Western Balkans. As the oldest European Union member in the region, Greece has always had a vision for the Western Balkans inside the European Union family. A vision that would reduce tensions and conflict and embed the rule of law and fundamental freedoms, driving development and prosperity for its people. There has been progress, but that progress has not been enough. 21 years after the Thessaloniki Agenda, significant challenges remain. And allow me to be very frank. The countries of the Western Balkans need to take the definitive decision to leave behind the traumatic legacy of the past. And the political leadership of the Western Balkans needs to choose by action, not by words, to embrace a European future. by improving democratic governance, consolidating the rule of law and freedom of expression, pursuing difficult internal reforms, and very, very importantly, committing to good neighborly relations. Reviving nationalist narratives and agendas should have no place today in a region on the cusp of joining the EU. And let's start with the basics. International agreements must be respected and implemented fully and in good faith, whether we're talking about Dayton or Prespa or the Belgrade-Pristina agreements. There are disruptors who would like nothing more than to cause new divisions in this sensitive corner of Europe. And it is time to relegate the famous phrase of Winston Churchill that the Balkans produce more history than they can consume once and for all to the history books. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by addressing briefly two issues critical to our shared future: the advent of artificial intelligence and the adverse effects of digital technology, especially on our children and our teenagers. The power of AI seems limitless, a technology with the potential to change our world in a way that will probably surpass the advent of the personal computer, the launch of the mobile phone, or the birth of the World Wide Web. Like steam or electricity before it, AI, as a general technology, presents huge opportunity to transform for good the way we live, we collaborate, we progress as humankind. And if used correctly, it could very well be driving solutions across science, climate change, R&D, medicine. For our governments, AI has enormous power to enhance productivity, facilitate more effective decision-making, and deliver more efficient and higher impact public services. It is indeed a game changer. However, AI also has the potential to do extraordinary harm. Unchecked and in the hands of malign actors, AI could yet become a weapon of control in an uncertain world order. We're already seeing how generative AI is used to create more and more convincing deep fakes designed to spread misinformation and disinformation. And it is not lost on me standing here in this assembly, created to protect peace and security and promote global dialogue, that our world is being shaped by transnational actors in the form of a few very large technology companies with more economic muscle than most of the countries represented here. And this is leading to an imbalance that we must address. Those driving the technologies that are fundamentally reshaping the societies are essentially not accountable, and that needs to change. They, like us, in the end, have a responsibility towards humanity. And unlike with climate change, where we continue to convene globally to discuss national contributions every year within the context of a global problem, with AI there is no such framework. The European Union is trying to rectify that. But just as with climate, the EU alone cannot address this challenge. And here I would like to praise the final report governing AI for humanity, presented just a few days ago by the high-level advisory body on AI established by the Secretary General. The recommendations of this report can truly contribute to an agile and adaptable regime of global governance of AI that helps showcase the benefits of AI and address its risks. Bluntly, if both a compact for the future and a global digital compact we agreed this week are to have any effect, then we may need to put the regulation and application of AI on a global footing. Eventually, what we may need is a COP for AI, with the participation not just of countries, but also of the global technology companies. And this is an issue of the utmost urgency for one additional reason, and let me conclude with that. We are already witnessing the adverse effect of digital technology and AI-driven algorithm on the mental health of our children and our teenagers. It took over a quarter of a century for campaigners to install seatbelts in cars, despite the fact that all the evidence pointed to belts saving lives. We are in a similar situation today when it comes to children and teenagers and their use of digital and social media platforms. Every day, children around the world are being exposed to content that exasperates feelings of loneliness and unrealistic standards of beauty. Frequently, our teenagers are pulled into extremist echo chambers. Bullying, once contained to the real world, now has its virtual twin. It follows children home from school and materializes on phones and tablets and bedrooms. Social media algorithms are constantly improved by AI to keep children online for the maximum amount of time and away from the real world of unsupervised play, and all for the purpose of making money. Countless studies have shown that heavy use of social media is linked to depression, feelings of isolation, sleep deprivation, and addiction. The brains of our children are being rewired and their development changed at an almost unimaginable scale. Yet we do nothing, or very little. That is why I applaud initiatives, such as the one announced by Australia, for putting an age limit on social media use with age verification technologies that cannot be circumvented. Others should follow suit. Technology companies must come to the table and show that they will take tangible and measurable safety and prioritize safety over profits. If they don't, pragmatic solutions like banning devices in our schools, which Greece has implemented as of this year, will be complemented by harsher regulatory responses. Digital technology is no different than any other industry that needs to operate under health and safety regulations. The overarching principle, the golden standard, is one and the same: do no harm. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a rapidly changing world. We cannot let our differences be an excuse for inaction. And as Greece takes its seat on the Security Council, we do so mindful of the importance of our core principles: dialogue, diplomacy, democracy. And this week's summit of the future demonstrates that it is truly possible when we work together to renew multilateral cooperation through these principles, and reiterating the commitment of all member states to the core values of the UN, we can still galvanize international resolve and forge innovative partnerships to address both the world's current and emerging challenges. And Greece stands ready to help the United Nations do its part in the 2 years ahead. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Keir Starmer, Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I address the General Assembly today as someone with a deep belief in the principles of this body and the value of international cooperation. I remember reading the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a student. It had a profound impact on me. I spent my career as a lawyer working to protect those rights. And the Declaration still inspires me now as Prime Minister, because it speaks about our inherent dignity, the very essence of what it is to be human, of equal and inalienable rights, based on a foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Yet as we meet here today, that can feel like a distant hope. Conflict touches more countries now than at any time in the history of this Assembly. Around the world, more fires are breaking out and burning with ever greater intensity, exacting a terrible toll. In Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine, Sudan, Myanmar, Yemen, and beyond. The vast majority of humanitarian need in the world today is driven by conflict. After 20 years of gains in tackling poverty, disease, and in health, war is one of the main regions that progress has stalled. That is a catastrophe made by human hands. It has weakened the cause of cooperation, sowed political division between North and South, and turned the geopolitical dial away from the rule of law towards brute force and aggression. And this matters to us all. It matters to the British people. My government was elected to change Britain, to deliver national missions on higher growth, safer streets, cleaner energy, more opportunity, and a healthier society. But behind every one of these missions sits another insight, something that used to be unspoken, but now needs to be said, that we recognize that our success in Britain can never be separated from events beyond our shores. Global challenges rebound on us at home, and to grapple only with the effects of war, poverty, climate change, pandemics, or irregular migration when they arrive on our doorstep is to set ourselves up to fail. We must work with others to solve these problems at root, to tackle the causes. Britain is stronger when we do so. So we are changing our approach on the global stage too. My message today is this: we are returning the UK to responsible global leadership, because I think the international system can be better. We need it to be better. People talk about an age of polarization, impunity, instability, an unraveling of the UN Charter. And I fear that a sense of fatalism has taken hold. But our task is to say, no, we won't accept this slide into greater and greater conflict, instability, and injustice. Instead, we will do all we can to change it. This is the moment to reassert fundamental principles and our willingness to defend them, to recommit to the UN, to internationalism, to the rule of law, to work together for peace, progress, and equality. Because it is right, yes, absolutely, but also because it is plainly in our self-interest. So we are ready to step up in a spirit of respect and equal partnership. I don't claim that solving these problems is easy, but there are positive, practical things that we can do together. This starts with addressing the rising tide of conflict and preventing a regional war in the Middle East. I call on Israel and Hezbollah, stop the violence, step back from the brink. We need to see an immediate ceasefire to provide space for a diplomatic settlement. And we are working with all partners to that end, because further escalation serves no one. It offers nothing but more suffering for innocent people on all sides, and the prospect of a wider war that no one can control, and with consequences that none of us can foresee. This is intimately linked with the situation in Gaza, where again we need to see an immediate ceasefire. It shames us all that the suffering in Gaza continues to grow. The answer is diplomacy, the release of all the hostages, and the unfettered flow of aid to those in need. That is the only way to break this devastating cycle of violence and begin the journey towards a political solution for the long term, which delivers the long-promised Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. We must also work together for peace in Sudan and a proper response to the worst humanitarian crisis in the world today. We need to see greater action to deliver aid and to deliver peace. The world cannot look away, and we must stand up for international law. And that's why we are so resolute in our support for Ukraine. They are exercising their right to self-defense as provided for under the UN Charter and recognized by 141 members of this Assembly. We will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, because the alternative would be to confirm the worst claims about this place, that international law is merely a paper tiger, and that aggressors can do what they will. We will never let that happen, because it is our duty to respond to a more dangerous world with strength, to keep our people safe. But alone, that's not enough. That's not the limit of our responsibility. We must also work together to make the world less dangerous. And so we have to face some hard truths. The institutions of peace are struggling, underfunded, under pressure, and over-politicized. The entire framework of arms control and counter-proliferation, painstakingly constructed after decades, has begun to fall away. Iran continues to expand its nuclear activity in violation of its international commitments. Incredible new technologies like AI are being deployed for military use without agreed rules. These are difficult challenges to grip and too urgent to ignore. That's why the new Pact for the Future is so important. We must put new energy and creativity into conflict resolution and conflict prevention, reverse the trend towards ever greater violence, make the institutions of peace fit for purpose, and hold members to their commitments under the UN Charter. But again, reducing conflict is not the limit of our responsibility. Other global challenges impact us too. So we must work to get the SDGs back on track. So, Mr. President, under my leadership, the UK will lead again, tackling climate change at home and internationally, and restoring our commitment to international development. Like many of you, in a few weeks' time, I will be travelling to Samoa for the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, where a generation of children are having to contemplate fleeing their island of their birth for good. The threat of climate change is existential, and it's happening in the here and now. So we have to reset Britain's approach. We have lifted the de facto ban on onshore wind in England, ended new oil and gas licenses, and created Great British Energy as we become the first major economy to transition to clean power by 2030. And I'm pleased to tell you that, yes, we will meet our net zero target, backed up with an ambitious NDC at COP29, consistent with limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. And we'll support others to do the same. I know that finance is at the heart of this, so the UK will continue to be a leading contributor to international climate finance that includes supporting nature and forests, because this is vital for biodiversity and reducing emissions. And it includes funding for climate adaptation, because those who did not cause this crisis should not be left to cope with the consequences. And the UK will also continue to be a leading contributor to development, committed to returning to 0.7% when fiscal circumstances allow. But let's be frank, public finance will never fully meet the needs, so we must use it as a multiplier to unlock much greater levels of private investment, and we have already started this work. I can announce today that we're creating a new facility, the British International Investment, which will work with the City of London to mobilise billions in pension and insurance funds to invest in boosting development and fighting climate change. This is a great British innovation, and if we're going to deliver in each of the areas I've talked about today, with all the benefits that we'll bring, then this is the kind of approach that we need to take, innovating, thinking differently, moving faster, and being ready to change how we do things in three key areas. First, we must change the international financial system to deliver a fairer deal for developing countries. We will use our seat on the boards of the IMF and the World Bank to argue for a bolder approach to tackle unsustainable debt, which is compounding poverty and inequality, depriving the sick of healthcare and children of education. We must tackle the barriers to investment, which choke off the flow of private finance. And we must put a price on the true cost of emissions through a new levy on global shipping, with the proceeds going to tackle climate change and cut emissions even further. Crucially, we need to accelerate reform of the multilateral development banks so that they shoulder more risk, unlocking hundreds of billions more to help the poorest and build a low-carbon global economy. A critical milestone in the fight against poverty is approaching, with the replenishment of the International Development Association. This is the chance for everyone to show greater ambition so the IDA can be a bigger and better, helping more people, especially those in fragile states and conflict zones. On that basis, we will be ambitious too. We will increase our pledge and play our part in seizing the potential of this moment. Second, if we want the system to deliver for the poorest and most vulnerable, then their voices must be heard. We need to make the system more representative and more responsive to those who need it most. So we will make the case, not just for fairer outcomes, but fairer representation in how we reach them. And this also applies to the Security Council. It has to change to become a more representative body, willing to act, not paralyzed by politics. We want to see permanent African representation on the Council. Brazil, India, Japan, and Germany as permanent members, and more seats for elected members as well. Finally, to support this, we will also change how the UK does things, moving from the paternalism of the past towards partnership for the future, listening a lot more, speaking a bit less, offering game-changing British expertise, and working together in the spirit of equal respect. Joining the Paris Pact for People and Planet, pursuing a new global clean power allowance, standing for the new term on the Human Rights Council, and joining forces to tackle the toughest challenges, like antimicrobial resistance, preparedness for the next pandemic, and outbreaks of deadly diseases like Mpox. We are ready to work with all UN members because the scale of the challenges we face demands it, and our prosperity and security depends on it. I say it again, all this matters to Britain. Mr. President, by tackling conflict, making progress in the fight against climate change and poverty, and reforming the international system so that it's fit for the 21st century, we can realize the hope and the promise that shine through the founding documents of this organization. Together, in all our interests, we can change direction from the dangerous, destructive path we find ourselves on and turn instead towards the rule of law, towards cooperation, responsibility, and progress, towards peace. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency K.P. Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here as a humble representative of 30 million proud Nepali people. At the very outset, allow me to extend my sincere congratulations to you, Mr. President, and distinguished members of the Bureau on your well-deserved elections. I would also like to reaffirm Nepal's full support as you undertake the important responsibilities entrusted to you. We extend our deepest appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Denis Francis, and the outgoing president for his commendable leadership in successfully guiding the 78th session of the Assembly. Our highest accolades are due to the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his tireless dedication to reinforcing multilateralism and tackling global challenges. I fondly recall your visit to Nepal last year, Mr. Secretary General, and your message of peace from the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, and the message of climate catastrophe of mountains from the Everest region. Mr. President, the world is at a watershed moment in history. The contrast between rich and poor, harmony and hatred, and economic development and environmental destruction have never been as stark as they are today. Both people and planet stand on the brink of climate catastrophe. Geographical rivalries are resurging. Military expenditures are skyrocketing along with an unabated arms race. The specter of nuclear conflict looms larger than ever, even before. On the one hand, our economy remains frail, still grappling with the lingering effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. On the other, nationalism and protectionism have re-emerged. Even before we have reaped the benefits that liberalism and globalization were meant to deliver. Even after 300 years of industrialization and modernization journey, it is deeply troubling that in our so-called civilized world of 21st century, wealth and prosperity are concentrated mostly at the hand of global north, and the poverty and destitution are heavily concentrated in the global south, particularly in the least developed countries. To overcome these travesties, we must demonstrate our leadership that promotes meaningful cooperation and collaboration. It is only through collective will and unified action that we can turn the tide and usher in an era of enduring peace and shared prosperity for all. In this context, the theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, could not be more timely or relevant. We have reaffirmed our commitment through the Summit of the Future to build a safe, just, and sustainable world for both present and future generations. This pledge is embodied in the three pivotal documents we have adopted: Pact of the Future, Declaration on Future Generation, and the Global Digital Compact. We must demonstrate our determination to implement these documents for the well-being of present and future generations. Mr. President, allow me to underline that the principle of leaving no one behind has long been the cornerstone of Nepal's approach to development across all sectors. This philosophy is enshrined in our constitution, which upholds the values of democracy by guaranteeing inclusivity, equality, justice, proportional representation, human rights, and social protection for the most vulnerable sections of society. I am determined to lead my country with my deep conviction to comprehensive democracy. For me, comprehensive democracy ensures equal rights, equal access to opportunities, social justice, protects the vulnerable communities, and provides the security and dignity for all individuals. Democracy goes far beyond the right of the people to choose their leaders. It is about leading the people towards prosperity and happiness so that they could feel highest level of dignity. At the international level, sovereign equality and mutual respect constitute the backdrop of comprehensive democracy. These principles are essentially for building the frameworks of a just, inclusive, equitable, representative, and accountable global order. Mr. President, as a nation emerging from conflict, Nepal deeply understands the profound value of peace and political stability. Since the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Accord in 2006, Nepal has been firmly focused on completing the peace process at the earliest. Immediately after the formation of my government, Parliament passed a transitional justice bill to settle transitional justice issue once and for all. While we implement the law, we will uphold victims' rights, including truth and justice. We will also use reparations and reconciliation to heal the wounds and scars of conflict period. We appreciate support from international community, including the UN system, in this regard. The present government, formed by the collaboration of our two major political parties, is determined to secure stability while driving economic transformation for the inclusive and equitable prosperity to our people. At this juncture, stability and economic transformation are paramount to us than our periodic competition in elections. We have dedicated ourselves to realizing our national aspiration, prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. Nepal will be graduating from its LDC status by 2026. We are diligently working towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, by 2030 and aspire as become a developed country by 2043, despite facing significant economic headwinds. However, our path to achieving the SDGs remains fraught with difficulties. We are confronted with a substantial financial gap of about 24 billion US dollars to attain the 2030 agenda. In this backdrop, Nepal hosted the IDA 21 replenishment meeting last June, underscoring the crucial need for continued and enhanced support from the International Development Association along with other development partners. In this pursuit, we strongly reiterate our call for enhanced, predictable, and sustained international support. Mr. President, climate change has emerged as the gravest threat to our planet, people, and prosperity. My own country, Nepal, is particularly hard hit. We stand as one of the most vulnerable nations to climate change and are ranked as the 20th most disaster-prone country in the world. Of utmost concern is the alarming rate at which the pristine Himalayas, often referred to as the third pole, are losing their vast snow reserves. This loss threatens water availability for billions of people living downstream, extending far beyond the borders of my country. Nepal has usually been contributing to the health of our planet through its forests, mountains, and rivers. Yet, despite these efforts, we continue to bear the brunt of climate change. In this context, we call for climate justice. Our mountains play a crucial role in regulating the climate and ecosystem of oceans with their snow-fed rivers flowing down to the oceans. Nepal's Himalayas, as a natural climate stabilizer, help maintain a cooling system in a region situated in the hottest zone of the planet between the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Given their significance, it is essential that the mountain agenda should receive the due attention in climate negotiations. Nepal is steadfast in its commitment to the Paris Agreement and aims to achieve net zero target by 2045, 5 years earlier than global target. As climate change is a global challenge, it demands global action and collaborative efforts to address its widespread and cascading impacts. Adequate climate financing, including loss and damage fund, is crucial to support climate resilient measures and infrastructure for adaptation in developing countries, not least in LDCs. Mr. President, Nepal's land is blessed with the wisdom of enlightened great sages from both the Hindu and Buddhist faith, particularly the teachings of Gautam Buddha. This profound legacy has shaped our world view to seek global harmony, peace, and security. The values of love, harmony, tolerance, and empathy, as espoused by Gautam Buddha, hold even greater relevance today than they did over 2,500 years ago. But to our deep dismay, the world is increasingly distressed by division, suspicion, hatred, and enmity. Nepal firmly believes that dialogue and diplomacy are the sole means to resolve conflicts, including in Ukraine and Middle East. It is through love and compassion that hostility and hatred can be overcome, paving the way for lasting peace. On the issue of Israel-Palestine conflict, we continue to support a two-state solution where Israel and Palestine coexist peacefully and securely within internationally recognized borders, in line with relevant United Nations resolutions. We must address the worsening humanitarian crisis in regions like such as Libya, Syria, Sudan, South Sudan, Yemen, and elsewhere. It is vital to uphold the principles of sovereign equality, non-interference as enshrined in the UN Charter, to ensure peace and stability. Consequently, we sternly oppose any form of unilateral intervention or sanctions. Mr. President, disarmament and non-proliferation issues must be prioritized. Nepal strongly advocates for the general and complete disarmament of all weapons of mass destruction. As the host country to the UN Regional Center for Peace and Disarmament in Asia and the Pacific, Nepal firmly believes that regional efforts, including the Kathmandu process, serve to strengthen the global disarmament regime. Technology presents a double-edged sword, especially for the least developed countries. If we harness it, we can make remarkable progress. If we fail, it will leave us further behind. We call for technology transfer to enable us to catch up. Mr. President, Nepal has always adhered to a peaceful, independent, balanced, and non-aligned foreign policy based on the principles of Panchashil, the UN Charter, international law, and norms of world peace. We conduct our foreign policy with profound belief in amity with all, enmity with none. Nepal remains committed to further strengthening its close, cordial, and constructive relations with its immediate neighbors and beyond, rooted in the principles of mutual respect, sovereign equality, territorial integrity, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, and peaceful coexistence. As the largest contributor of troops and police to UN peace operations, Nepal stands ready to further enhance its contribution to global peace and security. Nepal believes it is our rightful call for having commensurate representation in the leadership positions both at the UN headquarters and in the field, reflecting our significant contribution. Mr. President, Nepal firmly advocates for the reform of the UN system to make it more effective, democratic, transparent, and accountable. We firmly believe that stronger multilateralism with the United Nations at its core is the only path forward to tackle the numerous global crises we face. We echo a call for substantial reform of the global financial system as aptly described it by Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres as morally bankrupt. The voice and representation of countries in special situations, including the LDCs, landlocked developing countries, LLDCs, and small island developing states must be ensured. Mr. President, Nepal firmly upholds the belief that all human rights are universal, unalienable, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. It is with this conviction that we have become a party to 24 international human rights related conventions and protocols, including 7 of the 9 core instruments. We are fully committed to promoting gender equality and ensuring equal rights for women. Nepal is making necessary legal arrangements for the full realization of all human rights for women and girls, including their sexual and reproductive health rights. Protection of the rights of migrant workers, including their safety, security, dignity, and well-being, has always remained our priority. We strongly advocate, so far, orderly and regularly migration to ensure that the benefits of migration are shared by all. Finally, Mr. President, the world we inhabit is far from being perfect. Yet, it is not all doom and gloom. We firmly believe that humankind is still capable enough to march ahead without compromising the prosperity and happiness of future generations. None of the global challenges we are facing today have been imposed by alliance. These are our own makings, our own creations. Therefore, it is self evident that by fostering global understanding, trust, and cooperation, we can overcome these problems and challenges. A just, inclusive, and equitable world order, as well as sustained prosperity and attainable when we collaborate effectively. Let me resonate the wisdom of our ancient text, the Maha Upanishad, from around the 6th century BC, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning the whole world is one family. We not only hold this philosophy dearly, but we also act it on our everyday life. With this constant conviction, Nepal is committed to playing its role to secure our shared aspiration of enduring peace, progress, and prosperity while leaving no one behind. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Nepal. I now give the floor to His Excellency Winston Peters, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Minister for Raising of New Zealand.
Mr. President, nearly 80 years ago, nations exhausted from the cataclysmic World War came together in San Francisco to create the United Nations Charter. Forged in the immediate aftermath of that war, then New Zealand Prime Minister Peter Fraser held the greatest hopes for the Charter's success, which he believed would be predicated on, quotes, the sincerity and moral determination of its members. But the beginning is a delicate time, and Fraser was a realist. He understood the Charter was imperfect. From the earliest debates in San Francisco, New Zealand fought against the veto rights bestowed upon the great powers. Fraser warned that, and I quote him, "The veto which can be exercised by one of the great powers, both in regard to itself and other nations, is unfair and indefensible, and may, if retained and exercised, be destructive not only of the main purposes of the international organization, but of the institution itself." Fraser knew that the United Nations Charter could only be secured with the great powers' agreement. And though he considered the Charter imperfect, he thought those imperfections could be overcome if the spirit of San Francisco is carried into the operation of the Charter. The spirit of San Francisco incorporated the hope that the great powers behave prudently, for as Winston Churchill said, the price of greatness is responsibility. But today, the spirit that created the United Nations Charter is sagging under the weight of its own potted history. Power waxes and wanes, so yesterday's great powers, today's permanent members of the Security Council, are challenged by periods of competition or worse, abuse of the veto. This has serious implications for all members and the conduct of our foreign affairs. While some permanent members exercise restraint in their use of the veto, others consistently and frequently abuse this power. When Russia, a permanent member of the Security Council, illegally invaded its neighbour, it did not just violate Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter, it acted in utter contempt of the Charter. Russia then vetoed a draft Security Council resolution condemning its actions and calling for the immediate withdrawal of its forces from Ukraine. Not only does Russia lack the sincerity and moral determination required to make the United Nations work, but its delinquency should be a clarion call for long overdue Security Council reform. As Prime Minister Fraser said back in 1946, when referring to the veto's risks, quotes, "It is very bad if one nation can hold up the advancement of mankind," unquote. The world of 2024 looks very unlike the one of 1945. And so our collective institutions need to evolve and reflect contemporary realities. We need a United Nations Security Council that looks more like today's world. And we need veto reform. Tensions and imbalances between the desire for a rules-based international order that protects small states against aggression and the unjustified exercise of power by certain great powers have only grown these past 8 decades. Yet small states matter now as much as they did then. New Zealand holds the foundational belief that all states are equal and that our voices matter as much as the most powerful states represented here. It is the quality of our arguments and the principles of justice that inform them, not the size of our militaries, that should hold sway here. We smaller nations face many of the same challenges and share the same concerns. As my colleague from Singapore, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, put it at this year's East Asia Summit Foreign Ministers meeting in Laos, the problem for us is that every small state that wants territorial integrity to be respected, that wants its political independence to be guarded, that depends on the UN Charter to plan long-term, must view an invasion of a smaller neighbour by a larger neighbour as full frontal point of anxiety. We agree. We small states need today's superpowers to talk more, seek better understanding between themselves, and develop ways of compromising more, rather than a zero-sum game affecting better relations between today's great powers only enhances global stability, and that is what we, smaller nations, seek. The regional and global challenges we face are stark, the worst the world has faced since World War II. The challenges are complex and daunting. Across the globe, armed conflict is once more on the rise. Hard-fought development gains are being reversed. Human rights challenges and eroded, and geostrategic tensions are threatening global security and stability. Growing distrust and division is making international cooperation more difficult, placing the United Nations under strain and hindering the organization's ability to find effective solutions. The world is facing a myriad of regional and global crises. We see multiple intersecting and mutually reinforcing crises of conflict, climate change, and increasingly a crisis of trust in our institutions. So the challenges we face in the General Assembly are stark, indeed the worst in several generations. They also reinforce the truism that the global geostrategic and security challenges faced in one era do not remain static. The world has changed, and so must we. Indeed, each generation of decision makers confronts new challenges as economics, demographics, technologies and societies evolve, as do the power calculations that accompany disruptive change. Old truths give way to new ones. The trick now, as it was then, is to have one's eyes wide open upon and about the fundamental shifts that are taking place and be nimble enough to adapt to them. The need to adapt to changing historical context is also important and incumbent on the United Nations and its organizations. The rise of many lateral agreements is one sign of countries increasingly working together outside of the United Nations. Another is the cirrhosis around necessary veto reform. In the 10 months since returning for a third time as New Zealand's Foreign Minister, we have spoken widely with colleagues right across the globe. Summing up these discussions in a recent speech in Tokyo, we said that never has it been more apparent just how much diplomacy and the tools of statecraft matter in our troubled world. And since war and instability is everyone's calamity, diplomacy is the business of us all. We observed that at this moment in time, the ability to talk with rather than at each other has never been more needed. Those who share our values and those who do not gain from the understanding each other's position. And when we cannot agree, from understanding comes opportunity, and from diplomacy comes compromise, the building block of better relations between nations. We need more diplomacy, more engagement, and more compromise. As Churchill also said in his later years, quotes, meeting jaw to jaw is better than war, unquotes. Never has it been more apparent just how much political leadership is required to respond to the international challenges we face. Leadership is needed to restore trust in our domestic and international institutions, forge unity, and fill the gaps when the international community, through the United Nations, proves unable to. So, what does that leadership look like? It is leadership that can discern future opportunity while understanding but not being trapped by historical constraints. It is leadership that is underpinned by a leader's strength of character, their courage, their purpose, and a commitment to educate, not dominate their citizens. Given he will turn 100 years in the next few days, we recall with admiration such leadership exhibited by then President Jimmy Carter in 1978, in concert with Egypt's President Anwar Sadat and Israel's Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. They talked for 11 straight days at Camp David, from which emerged the Middle East peace accords between Egypt and Israel. That peace has endured, and New Zealand is proud as a foundational member of the multinational force and observers to have supported that peace since 1982. The accord reveals what is possible when leaders exhibit sincerity and moral determination, imbued by the spirit of San Francisco. We need more of this type of leadership and responsibility. Contrast that leadership with the catastrophic and ruinous path that has been followed in Gaza. This misery was caused by both Hamas' monstrous terrorist attack last year and now the overwhelming nature of Israel's response. We are most concerned about the generational consequences of this level of suffering and violence, with no end in sight, and which sees us on the precipice of an even wider conflict. Where is the sincerity and moral determination of today's leaders at the vortex of this unacceptable violence? New Zealand has sacrificed many of its young men to wars in faraway lands. Fully 10% of the total population of New Zealand fought in the Great War, and we lost a fifth of them. So every year on the 25th of April, we commemorate their loss at Gallipoli, the site of terrible carnage This year, in a dawn address, we recalled that despite the horror of that war on the Gallipoli Peninsula, fraternal bonds were forged between warring nations. Countries who were once enemies became friends. New Zealand never wants to experience the catastrophe of another world war. We must never be at another San Francisco conference picking up the pieces after another descent into global annihilation and human suffering. So we must do more, demand more, and deliver more. We must reject and resist those who seek to conquer and control. We must always seek the path of peace, because the lasting victories of humanity are those of peace, not war. Finally, despite our frustration at the lack of political will required to adapt this organisation to fully meet the challenges of today, New Zealand's support for the United Nations remains unwavering. That commitment is unchanged from when Prime Minister Fraser expressed his great hopes for the Charter 8 decades ago. We believe effective multilateral diplomacy means taking responsibility for our obligations as member states. So to that end, we announced today New Zealand's intention as a voice for smaller states to campaign for a seat on the Security Council for the 2039-40 term. That intention is supported by our enduring hope that the spirit of San Francisco can be reclaimed through the sincerity and moral determination of our diplomatic efforts, and that we can all do better, and that it reinforces our enduring support for the United Nations and the cause of peace. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for Racing of New Zealand. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mbaye Mohammed, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, responsible for the Arab world, diaspora, the Francophonie, and African integration of the Comoros.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, Majesté, Altesse, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. J'ai l'honneur de vous transmettre les chaleureuses salutations de Son Excellence Monsieur Azali Assoumani, Président de l'Union des Comores, ainsi que ce vœu de plein succès et réussite dans la conduite de ces travaux d'importance planétaire. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer aux autorités américaines, au nom de la délégation comorienne, nos sincères remerciements pour l'accueil chaleureux qu'elles nous ont réservé à New York, dans le cadre de notre participation à cette 79e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies. Je voudrais ensuite adresser mes chaleureuses félicitations à Son Excellence M. Philomo Yang pour sa brillante élection à la présidence de la 79e session ordinaire de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies et lui dire combien nous nous sentons honorés en tant qu'Africains par cette présidence. Je rends d'autre part un hommage mérité à Son Excellence M. Denis Francis pour son leadership avisé et son engagement en faveur de la paix et du développement durant la présidence de la 78e session dont il a parfaitement dirigé les travaux. J'adresse enfin, au nom de mon pays, tous mes remerciements à Son Excellence M. Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général de l'ONU, pour son investissement au service de la paix et du développement. Monsieur le Président, ces sessions de l'Assemblée générale de l'ONU s'ouvrent encore une fois un moment particulièrement délicat de la vie de la communauté internationale. Depuis le 22 février 2022, la guerre en Ukraine ne cesse de ravager deux grands pays européens, mettant en danger l'équilibre du monde. Au nom de l'Union des Comores, j'implore les dirigeants russes et ukrainiens à emprunter le chemin du dialogue et de la négociation. Je les sollicite pour leur peuple, pour la marque qu'ils laisseront dans l'histoire, mais aussi parce que le cessez-le-feu d'abord, la paix ensuite, sont les conditions indispensables d'un apaisement économique et social et alimentaire pour le monde entier, et en particulier pour l'Afrique qui souffre tant de ce conflit. Parlant de la Palestine, au vu de réalités vécues au quotidien, nul doute que nous ne sommes pas dans une logique de légitime défense. Cette guerre marquée par une disproportion des forces, ciblant en majorité des innocents, n'était autre que génocide perpétré par les forces israéliennes à Gaza et que nous faut condamner et auquel il est urgent de mettre un terme. Les affres subies par le peuple de Palestine se traduisent à nos jours par la mort de plus de 40 000 personnes, dont des femmes et des enfants innocents, plus de 40 000 blessés, des déplacements forcés, de milliers de personnes dans des conditions inhumaines et une destruction systématique des hôpitaux et des logements sociaux. L'Union des Comores, tout en réitérant son entière solidarité et son soutien sans faille à l'endroit du peuple frère de Palestine, lance un appel pressant à la communauté internationale en vue d'agir pour une cessation immédiate des hostilités et pour une reprise rapide de l'acheminement de l'aide humanitaire. Nous appelons aussi à une solution juste et durable, fondée sur le droit international et les résolutions pertinentes des Nations Unies. Nous exhortons en particulier la communauté internationale à œuvrer rapidement en vue de parvenir à une solution à deux États, un État palestinien souverain avec Jérusalem-Est comme capitale et vivant côte à côte en parfaite sécurité avec Israël. Nous saluons l'admission de l'État de Palestine en tant que membre de plein droit de l'ONU à sa participation aux travaux de l'ONU à compte de la présente session. Je rappelle aussi que la situation est également très grave en Cisjordanie et comme le souligne le cardinal Pizzaballa, patriarche latin de Jérusalem, ce qui se passe est un exemple palpable et concret dont la façon dont la haine, le ressentiment, le mépris ont conduit à des formes de violence de plus en plus extrêmes et de plus en plus difficiles à contenir. La situation au Soudan retient également toute notre attention. Nous appelons les deux parties au conflit à la retenue pour épargner les populations des affres de cette guerre qui, pour des frères, n'a que trop duré. S'agissant du Sahara occidental, l'Union des Comores estime que le plan d'autonomie de ces territoires au sein du royaume charifien, présenté de 2007 par les autorités marocaines, constitue le moyen le plus sûr de parvenir à un règlement durable des conflits anachroniques dont la perpétuation serait contraire aux intérêts même des populations concernées, au développement économique de toute la région. Mon pays appelle donc les parties prenantes à y adhérer et enjoint la communauté internationale de leur apporter son soutien. Je voudrais d'autre part souligner que le droit international et l'ouverture au dialogue doivent prévaloir dans l'appréhension des problèmes et surtout politique. Il en va de même concernant le respect de l'intégrité territoriale des États. Aussi, s'agissant de la question de l'île comorienne de Mayotte, je voudrais rappeler que l'unité comorienne est une réalité fondée sur des données ethno-géographiques, linguistiques, religieuses et économiques, malgré le caractère insulaire du pays. À cela s'ajoute un attachement du pays aux principes sacro-saints du droit international et des résolutions pertinentes des Nations Unies, lesquelles reconnaissent la souveraineté des Comores sur l'île de Mayotte. Ainsi, j'ai saisi l'occasion de ma présence sur cette tribune des Nations Unies, symbole du multilatéralisme par excellence, pour réaffirmer la constance du gouvernement comorien dans sa volonté de respecter le droit et son ouverture au dialogue pour ce différend qui oppose l'Union des Comores à la France, afin de parvenir à une solution juste et durable, capable de préserver les intérêts partagés entre nos deux pays amis. L'Union des Comores réitère son adhésion à la résolution adoptée par le sommet de l'avenir, tenu ce 22 septembre 2024, en marge des travaux de cette Assemblée générale des Nations Unies. Nous plaidons pour une réelle collaboration internationale afin d'établir des lignes directrices permettant d'aboutir à des outils juridiques garantissant le développement et l'utilisation équitable d'une intelligence artificielle propice au développement de la croissance, de la productivité, de la connaissance partout dans le monde. Cette résolution ouvre, entre autres, des perspectives prometteuses dans la prise en compte des problèmes spécifiques des petits États insulaires en développement. Dans ce cadre, la conférence CID 4, qui s'est tenue en mai dernier à Antigua et Barbuda, a marqué elle aussi un nouveau progrès dans cette prise de conscience universelle. C'est aussi parce que nous appelons au strict respect de l'accord de Paris et à un soutien financier et technique conséquent que nous attendons avec beaucoup d'intérêt la prochaine conférence sur le financement du développement prévue en Espagne en 2025. Cette conférence constituera une opportunité pour les États du Sud de plaider pour les réformes des banques et institutions multilatérales de développement et d'obtenir en faveur de nos pays un cadre prévisionnel de ressources durables, accessibles, prévisibles. Pour assurer le succès de cet événement, je souhaite que les pays concernés au premier chef ne tardent pas à se réunir pour travailler ensemble à la formulation de leurs propositions. Monsieur le Président, la paix et la stabilité politique sont les deux piliers essentiels devant soutenir toute action de développement. Aussi, à la suite des élections du 14 janvier 2024, ayant reconduit son Excellence M. Azali Assoumani à la magistrature suprême du pays, celui-ci s'est attelé à poursuivre la noble mission d'accélérer l'émergence des Comores d'ici 2030. L'engagement du chef de l'État pour accélérer l'émergence du pays s'est traduit par la réalisation des projets phares contenus dans le plan Comores émergent et présenté lors de la conférence des partenaires au développement des Comores tenue à Paris en décembre 2019. Le plan Comores émergent dispose également des projets structurants, dont le programme de développement de l'économie bleue, secteur préporteur qui constitue l'un des moteurs de la transformation économique et sociale. Conscient du rôle crucial de l'économie bleue et en tenant à relever la particularité des États insulaires, mon pays a organisé à Moroni, en juin 2023, sous la présidence comorienne de l'Union africaine et avec l'appui de certains partenaires, la conférence des ministres sur l'économie bleue et l'action climatique sous le thème « Les États insulaires à l'avant-garde ». Celle-ci a vu la participation de tous les États insulaires et côtiers d'Afrique. La déclaration de Moroni, adoptée à l'issue de cette conférence, détermine entre autres les éléments de la feuille de route à exécuter en vue de la prise en compte de la particularité et de la vulnérabilité de ces États par la communauté internationale. La prochaine conférence sur les océans nous offrira l'occasion de présenter la déclaration de Moroni, dont les engagements convergent avec les objectifs mondiaux en matière de développement durable. Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement comorien accorde une attention particulière à la jeunesse. Plusieurs initiatives sont en cours pour développer l'entrepreneuriat de jeunes, assurer de meilleures opportunités d'emploi dans les divers secteurs et leur faire jouer un rôle de premier plan dans le développement socio-économique du pays. La promulgation de la loi Un jeune, un emploi traduit cette volonté qui l'anime. L'attachement du chef de l'État de l'Union des Comores à l'épanouissement de la jeunesse, mais aussi la confiance qu'il accorde à cette catégorie de la population pour impulser une dynamique nouvelle en tant que force motrice du pays, l'a conduit à nommer, il y a quelques mois, un gouvernement majoritairement formé de jeunes cadres. Il a ainsi pris le pari d'engager avec la jeunesse la transformation du pays pour le renouveau des Comores. Au-delà de ces domaines clés, le chef de l'État a également retenu le sport, la culture, l'art et le patrimoine dans son agenda quinquennal, marquant ainsi son intérêt pour ce volet social qui contribue à bien façonner et à bien renforcer notre identité nationale. Aussi, pour ce qui est du sport, au nom du président de l'Union des Comores et de son gouvernement, je rends un vibrant hommage à notre équipe nationale, le Sélacan, pour les performances qu'il réalise de plus en plus sur le continent à la grande fierté du peuple comorien. Monsieur le Président, les défis qui se posent au monde d'aujourd'hui sont multiples et appellent à une action conjuguée de nous tous pour y faire face. Chaque session qui a lieu regroupant cette Assemblée est un espoir pour les peuples de voir se pointer des changements de tout ce qui fait leurs angoisses et leurs appréhensions. Au nom de valeurs nobles qui nous unissent, œuvrons pour transformer ces angoisses en apaisement et ces appréhensions en espoir et surtout en réalisation des aspirations de nos peuples respectifs. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, responsible for the Arab world, diaspora, the Francophonie, and African integration of the Comoros. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Dominique Hassler, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein.
Mr. President, the UN is a special meeting place for all countries. This is what our head of state said in his very first speech at the UN General Assembly when Liechtenstein became a member 34 years ago. It is a singular forum where not only countries come together, but peoples. I was very young then, just about to enter high school, but I remember vividly the sense of significance that prevailed among us back in 1990. The wish to safeguard our sovereignty was a key incentive for us, a theme that resonates so strongly among many, many small states today. We have never seen membership as just an end in itself. The United Nations has been a key foreign policy platform for Liechtenstein. We have made a significant political investment, developed our own profile, been an independent voice, and put forward our own initiatives, most recently the Veto Initiative. For us, the people and the government of Liechtenstein, the main purpose of the United Nations remains peace and security, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, in the immortal words of the UN Charter. It saddens me to say that this purpose has lost none of its relevance today. The aggression against Ukraine, planned and perpetrated by those who wield power in the Russian Federation, has not only destroyed the European security architecture, it has undermined the international legal order as such. And it has created a real risk and genuine fear of future illegal war-making, not just in our part of the world. After enjoying long decades of peace, which is much more than the absence of war, our people have been able to live in prosperity and with full respect for human rights. As a small state, without armed forces, the guarantor of our sovereignty is respect for international law, which the UN embodies like no other organization. Our unequivocal stance in support of Ukraine is thereof a commitment to the international order and ultimately to our own security. More than 2 years of brutal war of aggression have brought immeasurable human suffering, economic devastation of immense proportions, and environmental damage for decades to come. Many of these outcomes are, sadly, irreversible. But together, we have the opportunity and the responsibility to bring about a just peace. And indeed, there will be no peace without justice. Peace must therefore be based on the terms we have already set together in this hall. And it must ensure individual criminal accountability for those who have, willfully and unprovoked, initiated this war of aggression. This alone will ensure that there is a prospect for sustainable peace for Ukraine, but also for the region as a whole. This alone will give small states everywhere the confidence and belief that their sovereignty and territorial integrity will be protected and safeguarded here at the United Nations, while demonstrating that we are committed and able to fulfill the purpose that has brought us together in this organization. Mr. President, much of what we have done in recent years here in New York was driven by the belief that we must safeguard the role of the United Nations in maintaining peace and security. We support a strong Security Council, but see little indication that it will be able to come together in the way the current challenges require. Rather than criticizing and lamenting what is a political reality, we have to think about alternative avenues, avenues that do indeed exist. This assembly is the key platform in this respect. It has taken the lead on Ukraine, and it has adopted important decisions on the Gaza war. And under the terms of the veto initiative, which has resonated so strongly in this hall, it is given the option to act whenever the Council is paralyzed by a veto. The Pact of the Future has given us the necessary basis to continue what we have begun and to chart a new path for peace and security. Only in working together we will be able to deliver on this promise. Mr. President, for almost a year now, the situation in the Middle East has absorbed much of our attention. We have witnessed with horror the terrorist attack on the civilian population of Israel on the 7th of October. And we are shocked and appalled by the suffering of the civilian population of Gaza, the many thousands of innocent victims, a very large number of children among them, which is simply unacceptable. The protection of civilians is a key priority on the agenda of the United Nations. However, it seems to be a mere afterthought for those making the decisions on both sides of the conflict, whose actions cause human suffering and threaten stability in the region. We are deeply concerned about the next level of escalation between Israel and Hezbollah and join the call for a 21-day ceasefire in order to prevent a further conflagration in the region. Liechtenstein is a strong supporter of the two-state solution, As such, we prioritize the protection of all civilians affected in our response and in our decision-making. We have contributed humanitarian assistance to the civilian population. We have called for the full respect for international humanitarian law by all, and with that I call, again, for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. We support the efforts by the International Criminal Court to investigate according to its mandate. The two-state solution, which enjoys an overwhelming support among all of us in this hall, was decided by this very assembly many decades ago. There is no other conflict where the United Nations has a clearer and longer-lasting responsibility. The end of the war in Gaza will only be one step in the long and difficult path to a two-state solution that allows Israel and Palestine to live together in peace and security in line with the right of self-determination of all peoples. Knowing that this will take time, it is even more important that all actors stop escalating the conflict further and that the human suffering ends today. The UN and each single member state need to live up to the goal we have set ourselves many years ago and bring this conflict to an end. Mr. President, the sovereign equality of all countries and respect for international law are key for all UN members to thrive, but for smaller ones, even more so. It is no surprise then that in this building, my country is known in particular for our clear and consistent stance in support of the rule of law. We are proud of the work we have done on international law. And it is a commitment we are determined to continue, especially as there is no doubt that international law is under attack from more sides and in more ways than ever before. Today, I call on you. I call on all of us to face this challenge as an opportunity, to come together and unite in a way that brings together all who need international law upheld for their survival and prosperity. All of whose best and sometimes only defense is that the rules governing the contact between states since 1945 are actually enforced. All of us who are willing to stand up for each other, driven by both solidarity and enlightened self-interest. Today, it is a moment for us to realize that we must not take the existence of the United Nations for granted, that this organization's foundation is rooted in international law, but also that it is us in this room that have the power and means necessary if we work together. Doom and gloom are not the hallmark of leadership. We are encouraged by the fact that small states in particular are increasingly standing up for the rule of law and against the rule of might. We are gratified to see that the International Court of Justice and its decisions is looked at for guidance in our decision-making in challenges ranging from the two-state solution to the applicability of the Genocide Convention to climate change. This is a good and, more importantly, a necessary time to be the change that we want to see in the world. Mr. President, we politicians have the privilege, the agency, and a voice that we have to use. This, in my view, comes also with the obligation to speak up for those who do not have a voice. In a shockingly literal sense, the women of Afghanistan do not have a voice at all anymore. I therefore want to speak up for them from this podium. The denial of even their most basic human rights must be completely unacceptable for this organization and its representatives. We will continue to demand that the United Nations lives up to its special obligation and supports action to fight this extreme case of gender persecution. We must also speak up against the brutal oppression of women in Iran. Women across the world have been speaking up as agents of change for many years. We must ensure those voices are amplified at the highest level. As experience has shown, we will get better results for everyone if we entrust leadership positions much more often to women. As many others, I believe that it is a credibility challenge for the United Nations that a woman has yet to lead this organization. After decades of talking about gender equality, the United Nations should shine as an example. Mr. President, we simply need to do what we have promised. On peace, the central mission of this organization, on gender equality, on human rights, on deterring aggression, and on ensuring accountability. The collective action so urgently needed today requires strong leadership, which is often lacking today. Leadership, whether by woman or man, comes with responsibility, accountability, and with the ability and willingness to listen to and work in the interest of those we represent. All of us that have had the privilege to speak from this podium have an obligation to present and future generations to deliver on the great hopes placed in our United Nations. Only then is this organization the singular place that serves the people of the world in their desire for world peace. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Malmer Stenegaard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden.
Mr. President, Excellencies, we are gathered in this assembly while the world and this organization are facing major and existential challenges. We are gathered while we are witnessing an unprecedented number of armed conflicts, from Ukraine to Sudan, the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, and Gaza. We are gathered while we are failing at our collective goal of maintaining international peace and security, of saving future generations from the horrors of war and from the disastrous consequences of underdevelopment and climate change. Mr. President, the UN Charter, the sovereign equality of all states, the peaceful settlement of disputes, the prohibition of the threat or use of force against any state is being challenged. We must stand by the Charter. Sweden's strong defense of international law, including the UN Charter, is based on the understanding that both our own security and that of other countries depends on it. Ensuring respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of all states, both large and small, is in our common interest. At its core lies the need for a global system that is open, predictable, and applies equally to all. In too many places around the world, including in Sweden's immediate neighborhood, we are witnessing the consequences of violations of the rules and principles we have all agreed to. Since the start of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2014, and with a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Russia has brutally invaded the territory of another UN member state. This Assembly has strongly and repeatedly condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine as a blatant violation of international law, including the UN Charter. If a member of the Security Council is allowed to reap the fruits of aggression, the harmful impact will not stop with Ukraine. Russia's leadership will continue its attempts to impose its rule on neighboring countries. The territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states must serve as a basis for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. This was confirmed at the Peace Summit in Switzerland in June, which gathered some 100 delegations from all continents. Ukraine has made clear from the start that it wants a peaceful settlement based on the UN Charter. As President Zelensky rightfully said in his speech before this assembly yesterday, there can be no just peace without Ukraine. Sweden's steadfast support for Ukraine's efforts to restore its sovereignty and territorial integrity will continue for as long as it takes. As a direct response to Russia's full-scale invasion, Sweden and Finland chose to join NATO. For Sweden's part, this represents a truly historic change, ending 200 years of military non-alignment. This was our decision to make because it is the right of each state to choose its own security policy path. Sweden's NATO membership gives us a new, crucial platform to defend the fundamental values of our foreign and security policy. We will apply the same principled approach in NATO as we do in the UN, the EU, the OSCE, and the Council of Europe. In other words, we will continue to defend international law, democracy, individual freedoms, human rights, and gender equality. Mr. President, Sweden has always defended the universal principles of sovereignty and the right to self-determination. In fact, Sweden has consistently supported countries struggling for liberty, independence, and democracy, not least in Africa. And we continue to be an engaged partner of African countries. To take just one example, I am deeply concerned about the situation in Sudan. More than 10 million people have been displaced, which roughly corresponds to the entire population of my own country. Safe, rapid, and unhindered humanitarian access, an immediate ceasefire, and negotiations ensuring a return to civilian rule are urgently required. Therefore, Sudan is among the countries receiving the most humanitarian support from Sweden this year. Sweden remains a key partner and donor of UN humanitarian assistance, as well as of peacekeeping and peace-building efforts. Similarly, Sweden supports the ongoing peace efforts by the United Nations in Yemen, where we will continue to work with our partners for a principled and inclusive humanitarian response. The people of Yemen are looking to the international community for hope, for a way out of humanitarian despair. We must answer that call. Mr. President, we are also faced with the threat of a regional war, the consequences of which no one can predict. My country's long-standing commitment to peace efforts in the Middle East dates back to 1948 and the efforts of UN mediator Folke Bernadotte. Today, Sweden is one of the largest core donors to UN agencies and other organizations working to mitigate the immense suffering of the civilian population of Gaza. At the same time, Sweden stands up for Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international law, and we demand that the hostages be released. Israel is being threatened by Iran and its allies simultaneously on several fronts. Hezbollah's repeated attacks since October 8th have led to a dangerous military escalation. Sweden fully supports the efforts by the United States, France, and others to reach a diplomatic solution. A ceasefire would provide space for reaching a diplomatic settlement consistent with UN Security Council Resolution 1701, as well as the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 2735 on a ceasefire in Gaza. In the longer term, Sweden, like the EU and the United States, believe in the idea of a two-state solution in which Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, freedom, and democracy. Mr. President, in order to address global challenges, we need to ensure that our aid helps to mobilize additional resources, not least private capital. Development assistance alone is not enough to build long-term wealth and welfare. It must go hand in hand with democracy, the rule of law, market development, trade, investments, and technology transfer. We see that clearly in the countries now leaving poverty behind. We must also redouble our efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda. Sweden is one of the world's most generous donors of development assistance. Through our development assistance, we are accelerating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. To achieve this, strong national ownership in partner countries and a broader approach to development cooperation among donors is needed. We must also step up the fight against corruption so that economic growth benefits the whole of society, not just a few. Mr. President, I can only note that women have been underrepresented as speakers this week at the general debate. Women make up 50% of the world's population, yet only 10% of speakers this week are women. There is, one could say, a lot of room for improvement in this regard. And I agree with the Secretary General that global opposition to gender equality is on the rise. That is why gender equality is a core value in Sweden's foreign policy. So let me say this, countries that stand up for women's and girls' rights are not only champions of freedom and human rights, they also benefit from broad labor market participation and economic growth. Respect for human rights, providing sexual and reproductive health and rights services, and empowering young women and girls are tangible contributions to advancing gender equality. This is what I want for the future of my daughter, Kaisa, and for the daughters of others too. Simply put, our free society must stand up against those who wish to exploit our freedom to restrict the freedom of others. Everyone must be able to live safely and freely, regardless of religious beliefs or personal convictions, regardless of skin color, and regardless of whom they love. To my government, this is of such importance that we have begun work on an action plan for equal rights and opportunities for LGBTQI people. Mr. President, the green and digital transition offers vast opportunities in terms of new jobs, increased growth, and improved livelihoods. Sweden aims to become climate neutral by 2045 at the latest. As early movers, we want to show that it's possible to reduce emissions while maintaining economic growth. At the same time, global ambitions on climate action and climate financing must be raised. Here as well, we are increasing our support even further and enhancing its effect, advancing innovative financial models to mobilize more private capital. Mr. President, the many crises in our world today have shed a harsh light on the need for reforms of our multilateral system. We need global governance structures that can withstand the challenges of our time and that are resilient against malevolent attempts to undermine the UN Charter. Action, implementation, and follow-up must be our approach as we look forward and take stock of the Summit of the Future and the pact adopted there. The UN Security Council, the body entrusted with the ultimate responsibility to maintain international peace and security, must be effective, transparent, and accountable. Sweden supports a balanced expansion of the Security Council to better reflect current global political and economical realities. This can be achieved by such means as adding new permanent and non-permanent seats, including for African countries. Sweden also supports the ongoing reform processes in multilateral development banks to increase the effectiveness and scale of financing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and implement the Paris Agreement. Another area where strengthened global governance is essential is outer space. Modern societies are becoming more and more dependent on space services, and the space environment is becoming increasingly congested and contested. Sweden is strongly committed to preventing an arms race in outer space and safeguarding the use of space for peaceful purposes. This includes all states' full compliance with existing international law, including the Outer Space Treaty. We will continue to promote the development of norms and rules for responsible behavior in space. Together with Zambia, Sweden is proud to have co-facilitated the Global Digital Compact. Through this framework, all member states have committed to strengthen international cooperation to close digital divides between and within countries and to establish the governance required for a sustainable digital future, including on artificial intelligence. Rest assured, Sweden will continue to fulfill its responsibility and be an active, engaged, and constructive multilateral actor. We will continue to be a close and demanding partner to the UN. We will constructively demand more efficiency, more coherence, more impact, more innovation. This is how we will achieve our shared ambitions for the future together. Mr. President, this is a moment of major existential challenges, but we must not allow anything to stop us from defending the fundamental principles that form the foundation of this organization. It is true that there are areas where international law needs to be developed to meet new challenges. However, it is equally true that hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty based on the norms, the purposes, and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Global health and well-being have reached unprecedented levels. People across the globe are enjoying justice, peace, freedom, and prosperity at levels unimaginable to previous generations. It is a legacy to be proud of, one that we must do everything that we can to uphold. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Maria Malmer Sternegaard, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. It is now my honor and pleasure to give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, dear Axel, it's actually a rare occasion where the person presiding the General Assembly and the person here at the rostrum are both Austrians. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we met in this hall last year, many, including myself, referred to the challenging times we were facing. A world riddled by uncertainty, growing divisions, and rising insecurity. A backsliding in hard-earned development gains, a backlash against the universality of human rights. Looking back on the past 12 months, we must admit that the sense of being in a permanent state of emergency has actually not decreased. On the contrary, it has even deepened. Russia relentlessly pursues its full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine. A violation of the UN Charter, the most basic rules that we all in this room agreed upon, that still is shocking today. Yes, my country, Austria, is a militarily neutral country. But neutrality doesn't mean and never meant indifference. We know very well that a world in which Russia succeeds in shifting borders with tanks and rockets is a world a lot more dangerous to all of us. After 946 days, I can only repeat that, 946 days of unspeakable human suffering and destruction, it is high time to return to diplomacy. Nobody wants, nobody deserves peace more than the people in Ukraine, but a negotiated peace, not a dictate from Moscow. And my friends, actually I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by the conversations with many partners in this room I had over the last couple of weeks, some of them from far beyond Europe's borders. Encouraged that no matter where we stand, geographically, politically, or as far as ideology is concerned. We can all agree on the most basic principles of international laws, those principles enshrined in the UN Charter. They should be the bedrock of any negotiation leading to a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine. And let me be very clear, there cannot be and there shouldn't be negotiations on Ukraine without Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Middle East, the barbaric terror attack of Hamas against Israel has brought a new dimension of devastation to a region not lacking in violence. Israelis are traumatized by the slaughter, torture, and sexual violence of October the 7th. Hostages are still being kept by the terrorists, including an Austrian father of 2 small children. And Palestinians in Gaza are facing starvation and disease in what can only be described as an humanitarian tragedy. All of this is truly heartbreaking. International humanitarian law, to be very clear, is non-negotiable. It applies everywhere, at all times, for everybody. The protection of civilians has to be and must be paramount. We need a ceasefire. We need a ceasefire to get the hostages out of Gaza and humanitarian aid into Gaza. And we need this ceasefire now. What we definitely don't need is any side adding fuel to the fire. It is wishful thinking to believe that the full-scale escalation between Israel and Hezbollah could be controlled. The result would be a firestorm engulfing the whole region and beyond. And in the end, everybody would lose. I still believe that there are enough reasonable voices and forces in the region wanting to work towards a political solution, a lasting political solution, a solution enabling us to continue with the normalization between Israel and the Arab world, a solution where we can finally realize the 2-state solution. In my eyes, the only feasible and imaginable solution allowing Israelis and Palestinians to live side by side in peace and security. Other crisis hotspots are equally disastrous, but they get too little public attention. In Sudan, famine looms for millions of people, but the generals care more about power than their own people. While in Haiti, stabilization is slow to come after a total collapse of the state. Amidst all of this, humanity itself is facing fundamental questions with accelerating climate change, environmental disasters, and the rise of artificial intelligence. Dear colleagues, there's no sugarcoating it. We are living in times of uncertainty, compounded by rising political, economic, and ideological tensions. We see shifts and cracks, bilaterally, regionally, and on multilateral level. I recently came across a statement that is very simple, but it is true. In the past, we actually believed that we knew our future. Well, my friends, this bubble of wishful thinking has burst once and for all. The pendulum is swinging from global integration towards global fragmentation. Isolation, protectionism, nationalism are on the rise, as zero-sum mentality is spreading, tempting us to divide partners and countries into either you're with me or you're against me, or even into ghosting or canceling others, as if foreign policy worked like social media. And around the globe, there are whole legions of doomsday prophets, forces at the fringes of the political spectrum, capitalizing on people's doubts and fears. The business model is quick fixes and apparent easy answers. Their agenda is sowing discord. And yes, Austria is no exception. Coming Sunday, we will have parliamentary elections in my country. And also in Austria, some political forces are offering tempting but false solutions, even deliberately echoing the narratives of those forces which are trying to weaken our open and pluralistic societies, which are working against a strong and united Europe. To counter this, we need a strong center. We need to keep our nerves. We have to stay on message. We need to make sure that this era of doubt and anxiety doesn't become an era of fear. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that fear is a poor guide, especially in politics. And yes, our global order is changing. And yes, the world has become more complex. Some would even say it has become more frightening. But I'm deeply convinced that we have to stand up and defend the rules-based international system. And we have to defend it with all means at our disposal. We must not be afraid to take a clear stance. It is worth being defended because it is and remains the best, and I would even say the only guarantee for our security, for our stability, and for our prosperity. For countries like Austria, it is paramount. We are dependent on this system, a system that respects the rule of law, a system that respects international law, a system that honors the principle of pacta sunt servanda, a system where might does not make right. And it is an illusion to believe that there's anything to gain from demolishing or undermining the rules-based international system. If we lose it, everybody in this room will lose. I'm not denying that we are in the midst of a systemic rivalry. There are some actors who consider open and democratic societies not only as a challenge, but even as a threat. However, in the face of the turmoil and upheavals of the last few years, societies based on freedom, pluralism, and individual rights have proven themselves stronger, more adaptive, more flexible, and more resilient than most of us even believed ourselves. What we need most now, ladies and gentlemen, in this moment, is trust and confidence. Trust in our own capacities. Trust in our own principles. So my appeal today is very clear. Let us be more confident in our own strength. Yes, Austria will always be ready to defend its own interests, its values, its principles. But at the same time, we will always have the courage to look for the middle ground, to search the compromise. Because we know that defending our multilateral system, defending our rules-based international order, means to reform it. Our system of global governance is simply not delivering anymore. It is not inclusive enough. The Security Council, as it stands now, reflects a world that is long gone. And I believe it's actually unacceptable that we are held hostage so easily by the will of a handful of countries. We, as Austrians, and the Austrian government, we commit ourselves to making the Security Council more effective, more inclusive, and more accountable, including through our candidature for the non-permanent seat at elections in 2026. Austria will continue to champion a sensible and a pragmatic multilateralism based on our genuine will for compromise, for dialogue. Despite the current fragmentations of the global order, our world will simply remain interdependent. We will not be able to raise the drawbridges, to decouple, to cancel, to ghost, as some make us to believe. This is a magical thinking. We need to face the challenges and complexities of our times head-on and together, with a healthy dose of realism and more confidence in our own capacities, principles, and strength. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister for European and International Affairs of Austria, and also for the kind words directed to the Chair. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo André Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Señor Presidente, Excelencias, Costa Rica lo felicita por su elección al frente de esta Asamblea General y le reitera su compromiso de avanzar hacia un mundo más pacífico, justo, sostenible e inclusivo. Acudimos a esta sesión en medio de la reactivación de la carrera armamentística, del aumento de las tensiones geopolíticas, de las violaciones sistemáticas a los derechos humanos y a los principios del derecho internacional. Con ello, la expansión de conflictos violentos desde África hasta Europa y el Medio Oriente. Y en nuestro continente, la creciente presencia del narcotráfico y el crimen organizado internacional. Nos enfrentamos además a la triple crisis planetaria y al aumento de la pobreza, la desigualdad y el ensanchamiento de las brechas y asimetrías dentro de los países y entre las regiones. Mientras tanto, nuestras respuestas colectivas siguen siendo tímidas, tardías e insuficientes. Ninguno de estos desafíos puede ser solucionado por un solo Estado, ni por un grupo reducido de ellos. Solo a través del multilateralismo, como enfoque central para la cooperación, seremos capaces de enfrentarlos y superarlos. Con el multilateralismo como eje, permítame hacer 4 reflexiones. Primero, la democracia, el Estado de Derecho y el respeto a los derechos humanos son pilares para el funcionamiento eficaz del sistema multilateral. La democracia es el sistema político que abraza a todos. En ella cada voz encuentra su eco y cada persona su lugar. Es la expresión natural del Estado de Derecho. Venezuela no puede considerarse una democracia. Una democracia no expulsa a 8 millones de sus ciudadanos, ni provoca una crisis migratoria sin precedentes cuyas repercusiones se sienten en todo el hemisferio occidental. Una democracia tampoco persigue ni intimida, no encarcela ni tortura por razones políticas. Una democracia no niega el acceso al conteo de votos a los representantes de los partidos de oposición, ni se declara sin prueba o evidencia alguna ganador de los comicios. Costa Rica, al igual que la inmensa mayoría de los países de la región, condena la manipulación de los resultados y continúa exigiendo una verificación imparcial, transparente e independiente. Verificación que el régimen venezolano se ha negado a realizar. No hay ninguna duda que Nicolás Maduro no ganó las elecciones. Tampoco hay duda de que piensa mantenerse en el poder a toda costa. No permitamos que, una vez más, se normalice la represión y la dictadura en Venezuela. Esta no es la única violación a los principios democráticos en mi región. Son miles las personas que cruzan día a día nuestra frontera norte huyendo de la represión de una dictadura que lleva casi 3 décadas en Nicaragua. Una dictadura que los ha privado de su libertad, de sus derechos humanos, de sus sueños e incluso de su ciudadanía, convirtiéndolos en apátridas. Siendo Costa Rica el primer país en América Latina en otorgar su nacionalidad a persona apátrida, urgimos a la comunidad internacional a intensificar los esfuerzos para erradicar esta condición de desprotección. Tampoco podemos seguir siendo indiferentes a la situación en Haití. La crisis humanitaria en ese país ha generado una mínima e inmoralmente baja respuesta por parte de la comunidad internacional. Los 674 millones de dólares que requiere el Plan de Necesidades Humanitarias y Respuesta representan tan solo el 0,03% del gasto militar mundial, que en el año 2023 alcanzó los 2,44 miles de millones de dólares, según el Instituto Internacional de Estocolmo de Investigación para la Paz. Permítanme repetirlo, el 0,03% del gasto militar mundial, una minúscula gota de esperanza en un océano de militarización. Señor presidente, la violencia y criminalidad han crecido de manera alarmante en el mundo y en América Latina y el Caribe no son la excepción. Las redes criminales se han consolidado como un fenómeno complejo que trasciende fronteras nacionales. Estas organizaciones que se dedican a actividades ilícitas como el narcotráfico, el tráfico de personas y el contrabando de armas y municiones han encontrado en la región un terreno fértil para su crecimiento, ya sea por la corrupción, la falta de oportunidades de la juventud o por la reducida fuerza policial para contrarrestarlas. La interconexión de estas redes no solo afecta la seguridad y el bienestar de las comunidades locales, sino que también repercute en la estabilidad global, dado que sus operaciones tienden a extenderse a través de los países de tránsito y hacia mercados internacionales. Ante esta realidad, es imperativo que la comunidad internacional adopte un enfoque coordinado y multilateral, promoviendo la cooperación y el intercambio de información y fuertes medidas legales para su combate. Solo a través de un esfuerzo conjunto se podrá desmantelar la estructura de estas organizaciones y, en última instancia, restablecer la paz y la seguridad en la región. Esto me lleva a mi segunda reflexión. En el corazón del multilateralismo reside la paz. No hay paz sin justicia. Sin embargo, sus latidos se debilitan con la escalada de los conflictos en Gaza, Líbano, Ucrania, el Mar Rojo, Sudán, el Sahel, Yemen, Myanmar y Siria. Estas crisis exponen la fragilidad de nuestro sistema de seguridad colectiva y exigen que todas las partes en conflicto asuman sus obligaciones bajo el derecho internacional, en particular el derecho internacional humanitario. Normas y principios que deben respetarse sin excepción, en particular la protección de civiles, los principios de proporcionalidad, limitación, distinción y humanidad. Para todos y cada uno de estos conflictos, Costa Rica reitera su llamado a todos los involucrados al cese al fuego inmediato e incondicional, a garantizar un acceso seguro, ininterrumpido y sin restricciones a la asistencia humanitaria, la liberación de rehenes y detenidos, al retiro de tropas de las zonas afectadas y la desescalada de tensiones. Es también urgente el acatamiento de buena fe de todas las decisiones emanadas de tribunales internacionales y del Consejo de Seguridad, porque sin justicia no habrá paz duradera. Al expresar nuestra profunda preocupación por el debilitamiento de los instrumentos internacionales en materia de desarme humanitario, Costa Rica exhorta a los estados a revertir esta tendencia y a renovar sus esfuerzos para garantizar que los civiles no se conviertan en víctimas del uso de armas con efectos indiscriminados. Urgimos además a evitar el uso de armas explosivas en zonas densamente pobladas o en sus cercanías e invitamos a todos los estados a participar en la próxima conferencia internacional sobre las consecuencias humanitarias del uso de armas explosivas en zonas pobladas que tendrá lugar en julio del próximo año en San José. Pero debemos ir más allá. Costa Rica llama a alcanzar un consenso sobre los marcos de gobernanza de la inteligencia artificial en los ámbitos militar y civil. Estos marcos deben regular los sistemas autónomos con capacidad transformadora que operan sin intervención humana. El Pacto Digital Mundial que recién adoptamos pone al sistema multilateral en marcha para abordar la inteligencia artificial y es clave para su investigación y desarrollo, no solo sus aplicaciones. En tercer lugar, Costa Rica considera que la infraestructura financiera internacional se encuentra en inminente riesgo de quedar obsoleta para enfrentar los desafíos actuales y futuros. Por ello hacemos el más enérgico llamado a contar con un sistema financiero internacional que sea transparente, inclusivo y sostenible. Requerimos de una arquitectura financiera que esté a la altura de las necesidades, que no perpetúe las desigualdades globales y que atienda las perentorias necesidades de acceso al financiamiento. Financiamiento que debe ser suficiente y concesional con mecanismos efectivos de alivio de la deuda para los países en desarrollo. Costa Rica reconoce los esfuerzos de algunas instituciones financieras internacionales para alinear sus procesos con los compromisos de transformación y exhortamos a los estados que conforman las juntas directivas de las mayores instituciones financieras internacionales a priorizar esta reforma inaplazable. Abogamos por la urgente capitalización de los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo y llamamos a aumentar el uso de nuevos e innovadores mecanismos de financiamiento, tales como los bonos verdes y azules, así como el canje de deuda por servicios ecosistémicos. Los países de renta media alta y en transición como Costa Rica, requerimos que el sistema financiero internacional propicie herramientas de financiamiento para el desarrollo que sean adecuadas a nuestras necesidades específicas, flexibles, adaptadas a las circunstancias fiscales y estructurales. Esperamos que la cuarta Conferencia Internacional sobre Financiación para el Desarrollo genere los acuerdos concretos y se demuestre la voluntad política necesaria. En cuarto lugar, y a fin de garantizar el bienestar de nuestras futuras generaciones, el multilateralismo también debe ser azul. Costa Rica ha desarrollado una sólida diplomacia azul que reconoce el crucial papel que tiene el océano en la salud del planeta. Para contar con un mundo habitable necesitamos un océano sano. De él emana el 50% del oxígeno que respiramos, es la mayor fuente de proteínas del mundo, es el mayor sumidero de carbono y regulador del clima, y de su biodiversidad dependen 3.000 millones de personas para su sustento. Por ello es urgente que entre en vigor el nuevo Tratado de Alta Mar o BBNJ, que concluyamos un ambicioso tratado de plásticos y que nos aseguremos que no inicie la minería del fondo del mar hasta que existan garantías de que no tendrá efectos dañinos en el ambiente marino. Por la salud del planeta y para responder a los múltiples retos que enfrenta el océano, los invito a participar en la tercera conferencia de las Naciones Unidas para el Océano, de la que Costa Rica y Francia seremos coanfitriones en junio del 2025 en Niza. Señor Presidente, el sistema multilateral está a prueba y todos lo sabemos. Su renovación dependerá de liderazgos valientes, propuestas innovadoras y de nuestra capacidad colectiva de honrar los principios y normas del derecho internacional sin dobles raseros. Su renovación se concretará cuando empecemos a trasladar recursos desde los féretros de la guerra hacia los cimientos de la paz. El momento es ahora, la oportunidad es única y el llamado urgente. Muchas gracias.
I thank His Excellency Arnoldo Ricardo André Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, We live in a world of quick headlines and even quicker slogans. Take back control. My country first. Us against them. Slogans that paint the world in black and white. Slogans that want to make us believe things are very simple. That there's only one side that matters. Us against them. I come from a country where this logic, us against them, was taken to the worst extremes that humankind has ever seen. A murderous world war that killed millions. And the worst imaginable crime against humanity, the Shoah, the genocide of 6 million Jews. Dehumanized, murdered, just for being Jews. Murdered because of a Nazi ideology that would only accept the humanity of those they defined as Germans. After World War II, this institution here in New York was founded on the understanding that us against them leads to disasters. That the world needs a counter model, our UN Charter. A counter model to a world in which we only accept the humanity of ourselves, but not of others. A counter model that instead grants every country in the world the right to determine its own destiny. That casts a positive vision of our shared future. A vision of an international order that is based on rules, on the equality of every state and every human being, of cooperation instead of divisive nationalism, of a humanity that is indivisible. And these are not simple slogans. These are the principles we try to live up every day. Yet, living up to them is anything but simple. It demands hard work, maybe more than ever before. It needs empathy and solidarity, the opposite of my country first. It demands the will to put ourselves in the shoes of the other. It demands, especially in times of crises, the strength to recognize the other's pain, even if our own pain seems unbearable, and to find common ground despite all the things that divide us. It also means that we have to face the dilemma that the values of the Charter can at times appear to contradict each other, such as the inherent right to self-defense and the responsibility to protect civilians when the civilians are misused as human shields. Resolving this is harder than simply exclaiming either or, us against them. Especially in our days of social media, where simple TikTok truths seem to blur out all complexity and nuance, sometimes even facts, as we see regarding the war in the Middle East. In its ruthless attack of October 7th last year, Hamas maimed and killed some 1,200 men, women, and children. To this day, the terrorists are holding more than 100 people, men, women, children, hostage, including German citizens, including children. At the same time, in Gaza, hungry, traumatized children are wandering the ruins of what used to be their homes, desperately searching for their parents under the rubble. Seeing all this with burning hearts, I guess it might be human that sometimes we are all tempted to fall emotionally for simple slogans, to only see one side when our hearts are burning. In addition, each of us is looking at this conflict from our own perspective and history. We need to respect that. But we must not stop there. Instead, we need to ask ourselves, what if this was me? If these were my children? In competition of pain, there can be no winners. This is how one of the hostage families put it. Humanity is universal. If in the darkest hour of her life, the mother of a murdered hostage finds the strength to see both sides, then we, as leaders of the countries around the world, who have the privilege to speak in this hall, should be capable of doing the same. Not to fall for quick slogans, but to rally around humanity in order to overcome this vicious circle of hate. Universal humanity means the rights of Israelis and Palestinians do not cancel each other out. And this is why my country stands by its commitment to the security of the State of Israel, and why at the same time we are working every day to end the hell for the children of Gaza. Because lasting security for Israelis will only be possible if there's lasting security for Palestinians. And the opposite is also true. Lasting security for Palestinians will only be possible if there's lasting security for Israelis. This is why we are not resting until the hostages are home. This is why we are working so hard for a ceasefire, the Biden plan, which was endorsed by the Security Council. Why at the same time, together with our partners, we are working hard to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza. This is why I've been in the region 11 times since October. Germany alone has provided more than 360 million euro for humanitarian aid for Gaza, for the Palestinian families in Gaza since last October. And this is also why yesterday we came together with a group of countries to call for an immediately 21-day ceasefire along the blue line. Because a broader regional escalation would not bring anyone long-lasting security. And as, frankly speaking, sometimes frustrating the lack of progress is, and hurting, we are not giving up on seeking a political vision for Israelis and Palestinians to be able to live peacefully side by side in two states. For me, resignation is simply not an option, because that would mean that the playbook of terrorism and extremism carries the day. We need to recognize each other's pain, each other's interests, and yes, also listen openly to each other's complaints if we want to move forward. And if we do so, we might sometimes hear things we don't want to hear, our own shortcomings. Frankly, I remember how I called 2.5 years ago so many colleagues here in the room and around the world to ask for your support in standing up against Russia's imperial war in Ukraine. And how one of my colleagues said, "But where were you when we needed you, when we were attacked by the Houthis?" And others said, "You didn't stand with us in our anti-colonial struggle." And yes, that gave me a pause, because they had a point. And I firmly believe critical self-reflection of what we, or generations before us in our countries, have done wrong is actually to our benefit. Because the ability to learn from past mistakes makes societies stronger. And it is the only way to build a better future. That is why my country, Germany, has started to address our colonial past more thoroughly. The restitution of artifacts is a crucial element here. That is also why we are in the midst of an important reconciliation process with Namibia. Because we can't undo mistakes of the past. But we can unite for a better future. And we can choose that every day by our own action. Facing our colonial history, to me, means doing the right thing today. But it also means that we have to stand up to the imperialist atrocities we are witnessing in our days today. Russia does not have a better future in mind for Ukraine. Ukraine is an independent state that gave up its nuclear arsenal in the 1990s because it believed in the principles and guarantees of this charter. And in its bodies, like the Security Council. 3 decades later, it is attacked by a P5 country. One of the countries that bears, as the charter says, the primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. Russia's war against Ukraine has destroying Ukrainian cities, schools, and hospitals for almost 1,000 days now. And it's ravaging the security order of my continent, Europe. Its ripple effects have been felt for so many here around the world. Many of you are feeling in your own countries the consequences in food prices and other things. And that is why I understand that some of you are asking, like in the Security Council 2 days ago, wouldn't the war be over if you Europeans just stopped providing Ukraine with weapons? There's nothing wrong with asking that, because we all wish for peace. But the idea that if there were no defensive weapons, there would be no fighting and no dying in Ukraine is as simple as it is wrong. We have seen that, and we have seen what happened in June, when Ukraine invited Russia to an international peace summit. Instead of stopping his attack and coming to the negotiation table, Putin sent his response by bombing a children's hospital. As long as Putin is not willing to come to the negotiation table, stopping our support for self-defense would simply mean leaving Ukraine's children's hospitals defenseless. It would mean more war crimes, not less. Possibly in other countries too. Time and again within the last months, Putin's Russia has been toying with the invulnerability of the borders of the Baltic states and Poland. 2 weeks ago, it fired a missile against a civilian grain ship in Romanian territorial waters. This is why today I'm also asking your support. Your support in calling out on Putin to cease his attacks and to come to the negotiation table. Not only for our European security, but I think also in your own interest. If a permanent member of the Security Council is allowed to conquer and destroy its smaller neighbor, the very essence of this charter is under attack. If Russia stops attacking, the war is over. If Ukraine stops defending itself, Ukraine is over. And our charter. Sovereign equality, Article 2, Paragraph 1. Peaceful settlement of disputes, Article 2, Paragraph 3. The prohibition of the use of force, Article 2, Paragraph 4. And this is why we will continue to stand firmly with Ukraine and our charter, to achieve a peace that is just and lasting, with security guarantees. A peace that secures Ukraine's existence as a free and independent country. A peace that ensures Ukraine's and Europe's security. And by that, the security of all of us. Obviously, none of this is easy. For almost 1,000 days now, so many countries have been working for Ukrainian children to sleep in their beds again and not in air raid shelters. For almost a year, so many of us have been working to help end the suffering in the Middle East. In countless talks in the region, countless meetings in our UN bodies. And yes, sometimes I too feel like giving in to despair. But throwing up our hands in resignation, again, is not an option. Because then the logic of us against them takes over. And also, and this is important to me, we tend to forget one thing in these times of crisis. There is a lot we can and have already achieved as an international community every day, if we stand together, if we take each other's perspectives. To name only two striking latest examples, think about what we have achieved at the COP in Dubai only a year ago, when we saw what is possible when we overcome the us versus them, the industrial states against G77, the South versus the North. When we listened, instead, first of all, to those most affected by the climate crisis, to our SID partners, who have been telling us for decades that the climate crisis is threatening their very existence and is the biggest security threat in the whole world. When with more than 190 states, we finally agreed to signal the end of the fossil era at COP28. And we set up a loss and damage fund for the most vulnerable, because it's just and fair. And we saw again what we can achieve just earlier this week, when we passed here the Pact of the Future, of our future. It took tough negotiations, hundreds of hours of text works in conference rooms, overnight sessions, last-minute compromises for over 2 years. And many helped and didn't resign. Many helped along with us and partners, and from Namibia and so many others. But in the end, the vast majority of us found the strength to rally around what unites us. Rules instead of brute nationalism. Cooperation instead of division. A humanity that is universal. And it is in this spirit that Germany is running for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for 27-28. We are running as defenders of the Charter, of our shared principles. And that means that we also need to take a critical look at the status quo of multilateral institutions. Because in many ways, our multilateral system still reflects a time when hardly any of us here in the room had been born. When the striking number of 142 states represented in this hall today were not sitting at the table. That needs to change. And that's why we are working for a reform of the Security Council so that it better reflects the world we actually live in, that has a better representation of African countries. And yes, it is also totally unjust that at the two most important international financial institutions, there are only Europeans and Americans at the top. We need our institutions to be accepted by all of us. And for that, they need to represent all of us. And all of us, that is, not just men of the world. The one thing we definitely all have in common is this. Women make up at least 50% of every single country. But in 80 years of this organization, there has never been a female Secretary General. So if this organization calls for equality and justice in the world, it is long overdue for us to show it here in New York. So we probably all should already practice to say the words, Madam Secretary General, the floor is yours. Because the next Secretary General of the United Nations has to be a woman. Obviously, that alone will not immediately end all the remaining inequality for women in our own countries. In this General Assembly, we hail from all regions of the world, but none of us has reached full gender equality. And I think we can only achieve it together, by learning from each other and by speaking up for women's rights, not only in our own countries, but everywhere. Because women's rights are human rights, and nothing northern, western, eastern, or southern. They are universal. And none of us wants to be paid less than her male colleague for the same job. None of us wants to be raped. None of us wants to be arrested for showing our hair. No woman, and I would guess no men either. Because a life is a life. A Palestinian woman's life is a life, an Israeli man's life is a life. A Sudanese girl's life is a life, a Ukrainian boy's life is a life. Almost 80 years ago, the UN was founded for exactly that. On the realization that simple slogans, that us versus them, leads to disaster, that humanity is indivisible. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdallah Bouhabib, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigrants of Lebanon.
سيد الرئيس، بداية أطيب التهاني لكم على انتخابكم رئيسا للدورة 79 للجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة، متمنيا لكم النجاح في مهمتكم، معربا على دعم لبنان الكامل لبرنامجكم الوحدة في التنوع لدفع السلام، التنمية المستدامة والكرامة الإنسانية. سيد الرئيس، يعيش لبنان هذه الأيام أزمة تهدد وجوده ومستقبل شعبه ورفاهيته، وتتطلب تدخلا دوليا عاجلا قبل أن تخرج الأمور عن السيطرة وتتساقط أحجار الدومينو المترابطة ويتحول العجز من احتوائها وإطفائها إلى ثقب أسود يبتلع السلم والأمن والإقليميين والدوليين. فالوضع المتأزم في لبنان ينظر بالأسوأ لكل الشرق الأوسط في حال استمرار الأمور على حالها بوقوف العالم متفرجا. السيد الرئيس، بداية نرحب بالبيان الذي صدر البارحة عن الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وفرنسا والمدعوم من دول صديقة لإتاحة فرصة لإرساء الهدوء الطويل الأمد يعطي استقرارا على الحدود ويعيد النازحين إلى منازلهم، كما نطالب باتخاذ كل الإجراءات اللازمة لوضعه موضع التنفيذ. إن ما نعيشه اليوم في لبنان هو نتيجة لعدم الوصول إلى حلول مستدامة وليست سببا، بل الاحتلال هو السبب، ونقولها بكل وضوح: إنه الاحتلال فهو المسبب لكل ما نعيشه، وغير ذلك مضيعة للوقت. فطالما هناك احتلال هناك عدم استقرار وحروب. لقد حاولنا مرارا وتكرارا بواسطة الأمم المتحدة حل المشاكل الحدودية العالقة مع إسرائيل، لكنها كانت تتهرب أو تتجاهل ذلك. وبالرغم من الظروف القاسية التي نعيشها، فإن لبنان يتمسك أكثر فأكثر بالشرعية الدولية ويحتمي بقراراتها، فهو البلد المشارك في صياغة شرعتها لحقوق الإنسان عبر كبير من أبنائها هيشار المالك. وبقدر ما يؤسفنا عجز الأمم المتحدة لتاريخه عن حمايتنا من العدوان الإسرائيلي، فسنبقى متمسكين بدور المنظمة الأممية كخط دفاع في وجه الاحتلال والبطش والعنف والدمار. فنحن اليوم بأمس الحاجة لدور الأمم المتحدة كملجأ للدول الصغيرة المحبة للسلام والتي تتعرض للاعتداء، ومنها وطني لبنان. ومن رحم المأساة التي نعيشها وواقعنا المرير، فإننا لا نزال نتطلع إلى الحوار البناء بديلا عن لغة السلاح لحل النزاعات. فلقد أثبت لبنان قدرته على أن يكون شريكا موثوقا في بناء التفاهمات، كما حصل في أكتوبر 2022 في ترسيم الحدود البحرية بيننا وإسرائيل. ذلك خير دليل على التزام لبنان بالتفاوض لحل النزاعات بالطرق السلمية. ولقد طرحنا في جلستين لمجلس الأمن، وآخرها انعقدت بتاريخ 17 تموز الماضي حول الحالة في الشرق الأوسط، اقترحنا إطاراً متكاملاً لإرساء هدوء مستدام على حدود لبنان الجنوبية. ونكرر اليوم دعوتنا لوقف إطلاق النار على الجبهات لتكون فرصة ومقدمة باتجاه التطبيق الكامل وغير المنقوص لقرار مجلس الأمن 1701 الذي أثبت قدرته على إرساء استقرار نسبي في الجنوب اللبناني منذ نهاية حرب تموز 2006 ولغاية 7 أكتوبر 2023. كذلك نعول على دعم المجتمع الدولي، خاصة الدول الصديقة، الحكومة اللبنانية لتعزيز انتشار الجيش اللبناني جنوب الرهل الليطاني وتوفير له ما يحتاج من عتاد ومساعدته لزيادة عديده بعد أن باشرت الحكومة بفتح الباب لحملة تجنيد جديدة كالتزام واضح منها بالقرار 1701، بحيث لا يكون سلاح دون موافقة حكومة لبنان، ولا تكون هناك سلطة غير سلطة حكومة لبنان وفقا لما نص عليه القرار المذكور أعلاه. إن مطالبتنا بتوفير الدعم لا تعكس فقط التزامنا الوفاء بتعهداتنا بموجب القرار 1701، وإنما أيضا تأكيدنا على أهمية التعاون والتكاتف مع المجتمع الدولي لمواجهة التحديات الأمنية وتعزيز الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة. نحن جميعا ندرك تماما الأزمة الاقتصادية التي تضرب البلاد، وعلى الرغم من ذلك اتخذت الحكومة قرارا مهما بتطويع 1500 جندي إضافي لنشرهم في الجنوب، وهذا ليس تفصيلا بسيطا بل هي إشارة سياسية للمجتمع الدولي بأن لبنان ملتزم وعازم على تنفيذ القرار 1701 بكامله. وحتى في أصعب الأوقات كالتي نعيشها الآن فإن لبنان لا يقف مكتوف الأيادي، إننا نحشد جهودنا على أعلى المستويات لحماية شعبنا ومؤسساتنا الوطنية وسيادة أرضنا. سيد الرئيس، لعله من أهم بنود القرار 1701 إظهار حدود لبنان المعترف بها دوليا والمرسمة بين لبنان وفلسطين عام 1923 والمؤكد عليها في اتفاقية الهدنة اللبنانية الإسرائيلية الموقعة في جزيرة رودس اليونانية عام 1949 بإشراف ورعاية الأمم المتحدة. يتم ذلك من خلال استكمال عملية الاتفاق على النقاط 13 الحدودية المختلف عليها. بموجب ذلك تنسحب إسرائيل من كافة المناطق اللبنانية التي لا تزال تحتلها إلى الحدود المعترف بها دوليا. كما نؤكد التمسك بأهمية دور قوات حفظ السلام اليونيفيل البناء العاملة في جنوب لبنان التي ساهمت منذ تأسيسها بإرساء الهدوء والاستقرار في المنطقة، حيث لم تحصل لغاية 8 أكتوبر 2023 حوادث خطيرة تهدد السلم والأمن الإقليميين. كما نشكر اليونيفيل على تضحياتها الكبيرة وما تواجهه من تحديات لا سيما خلال الأشهر والأيام الأخيرة. سيد الرئيس، أما على المقلب الآخر فبدل أن تشبع إسرائيل من الحروب المتواصلة والقتال منذ أكثر من 75 عاما فإننا نراها تجنح أكثر فأكثر نحو التطرف. فأخطر التحديات اليوم التي يواجهها لبنان يتمثل في العدوان المتدحرج، حيث اتسعت مؤخرا رقعة الحرب لتشمل عمق المناطق اللبنانية. كما يزيد من قلقنا التدمير الممنهج الذي تتعرض له القرى الحدودية اللبنانية والعقاب الجماعي للسكان وحرق الأراضي الزراعية بالفسفور الأبيض وجعلها غير قابلة للاستثمار لسنوات طويلة. وقد شاهدنا الأيام الماضية نموذج قبيحا ومقززا لكيفية استعمال أجهزة إلكترونية مخصصة للاستخدام المدني إلى قنابل موقوتة تم تفجيرها عمدا وبصورة متزامنة، فحصلت عشرات الأشخاص بينهم أطفال ونساء وإصابة الآلاف الجرحى ومنهم مئات في حالة خطرة، بالإضافة إلى مئات آخرين تعرضوا لتشوهات جسدية أو فقدوا أحد أطرافهم أو بصرهم بالكامل. ومن على هذا المنبر نجدد تحذيرنا من العدوان المتزايد والخفة واللعب بالنار ومحاولة جر الشرق الأوسط برمته إلى الانفجار الكبير. كما نكرر مجددا رفضنا للحرب وحقنا المشروع بالدفاع عن النفس وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة والقانون الدولي، ذلك بالتزامن مع سعينا الدؤوب من خلال اتصالاتنا ولقاءاتنا لتجنب الوقوع في شباك التهور الإسرائيلي الساعي إلى استمرار الحرب وتوسيعها. السيد الرئيس، إن عودة النازحين الإسرائيليين إلى بلداتهم ومستوطناتهم لن تتحقق بالحرب والقصف والقتال وتهجير أوسع للبنانيين، فأقصر الطرق إلى عودتهم هي بالوقف الشامل والفوري لإطلاق النار وفقا للبيان الأمريكي الفرنسي الصادر بالأمس والمدعوم من دول صديقة. إن التطبيق الشامل والكامل للقرار 1701 ضمن سلة متكاملة بضمانات دولية واضحة معلنة وشفافة يتزامن مع وقف نهائي للخروقات الإسرائيلية البرية والبحرية والجوية لسيادة لبنان وحدوده المعترف بها دوليا، وقد تخطت 35,000 خرقا منذ عام 2006 ولتاريخه. السيد الرئيس، ألم تشبع إسرائيل حروبا متواصلة منذ عام 1948؟ متى سيحين الوقت كي تعطي إسرائيل فرصة حقيقية للسلام؟ ألا ترغب بأن تجرب طريق السلام مرة أقله حتى تصل إلى نهايته بدل لغة الحديد والنار والدم والدمار؟ لقد اختار لبنان والدول العربية وبصورة واضحة لا لبس فيها للسلام من خلال مبادرة السلام العربية الصادرة عن القمة العربية في بيروت عام 2002 وموافقتهم على حل الدولتين ومطالبتهم بتطبيق قرارات الأمم المتحدة التي بقيت للأسف حبرا على ورق. والآن على إسرائيل، كل إسرائيل حكومة وشعبا، أن تريد فعلا السلام وتختاره بدلا من الحرب، وأن تتخطى هوجسها الأمنية. إن كسر دوامة العنف في المنطقة ووقف التصعيد واحتمال انفجار الشرق الأوسط برمته يستلزم أيضا العمل الجماعي ضمن إطار زمني ومحدد وبضمانات واضحة للاعتراف بالحقوق المشروعة، وفي مقدمتها حق تقرير المصير وفقا لقرارات الشرعية الدولية ذات الصلة. فلا سلام من دون حل الدولتين مهما طال الزمان. سيد الرئيس، ختاما نجدد دعوتنا لإيجاد حل مستدام وتطبيق كامل متوازن لقرار مجلس الأمن 1701 وإظهار حدودنا البرية المعترف بها دوليا بما يجنب لبنان والمنطقة مزيدا من الحروب والخراب. إننا نمر بفترة صعبة للغاية تتسم بالتصعيد المأساوي للعنف في لبنان، ومن قلب الصراع يشكل قرار مجلس الأمن الدولي رقم 1701 خط الدفاع الأول عن لبنان. وهذا القرار ليس مجرد وثيقة أو إطار عمل، بل يمثل التزاما من المجتمع الدولي بالحفاظ على الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي. ولا يمكن أن نحيد عن هذا المسار، لأنه يشكل الأساس القانوني والدبلوماسي الذي يضمن حماية الأمن اللبناني والإقليمي. إن الالتزام بهذا القرار أمر ضروري ليس فقط للبنان بل لإسرائيل أيضا والمنطقة برمتها. إنها أفضل أداة لدى المجتمع الدولي لإيقاف دوامة العنف لكي تسود الدبلوماسية مهما كانت الطريق إليها صعبة. إن تكلفة الفشل الدبلوماسي مرتفعة للغاية، وعلينا ألا ننسى إن مع كل جولة عنف معاناة لا يمكن تصورها، وخاصة بالنسبة للمدنيين. إن مقتل أي مدني مأساة لا يمكن القبول بها، ومن المستحيل تبريرها. عندما يتم استهداف المناطق المدنية بشكل ممنهج كما هو حاصل اليوم في لبنان، فإننا نتحدث عن أعمال ترقي إلى جرائم الحرب، ولا شيء يمكن أن يبرر القتل العشوائي للأبرياء. ولكن بينما نحن نتحدث عن الموت والدمار، يجب علينا أيضا أن نركز على إيجاد الحلول. إن الوقت ينفذ، من الأهمية بمكان أن نجد مسارا سياسيا دبلوماسيا للخروج من هذه الأزمة المتفاقمة، والسبيل الوحيد للمضي قدما هو التوصل إلى حل سياسي. يجب علينا أن نفكر معا حول كيفية الخروج سياسيا من هذه الأزمة، بدلا من الغرق أكثر في عسكرة الصراع وتعميقه وإطالته. الدبلوماسية ليست دائما سهلة، ولكنها الطريق الوحيدة لإنقاذ الأرواح والأبرياء والأوطان، ولبنان مصمم على السير على هذه الطريق. إن لبنان يرى في المبادرة الأمريكية الفرنسية بدعم دول صديقة أخرى فرصة لالتقاط الأنفاس وفتح ثغرة في قوة هذه الأزمة، لعل إسرائيل تلتقطها. على الدبلوماسية أن تنجح، لا خيار آخر لدينا. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
Muchísimas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores y Emigrantes del Líbano. Doy ahora la palabra al excelentísimo señor Elmer Schaller Salcedo, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú.
Señor presidente de la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas, distinguidas delegadas y delegados de las naciones del mundo, tengo el privilegio de dirigirme a esta Asamblea General trayendo el saludo especial y respetuoso de la señora Presidenta Constitucional de la República, doctora Dina Boluarte Segarra, quien hubiera querido estar con ustedes y poder dirigirse a esta magna Asamblea General. Me honra hacer llegar la voz de mis compatriotas peruanas y peruanos que, con su esfuerzo diario, aspiran a una vida digna y a legar un futuro promisorio para sus hijas e hijos. El Perú, como el resto del mundo, se ha esforzado denodadamente en mitigar los efectos nocivos de la inestabilidad política y de la crisis económica derivada de la pandemia de la COVID-19, que generaron un costo inestimable en la sociedad peruana, en particular sobre los sectores más vulnerables. Por ello, el gobierno de la presidenta Boluarte se encuentra trabajando intensamente con el objetivo de recuperar el ritmo de crecimiento económico, buscando destrabar proyectos paralizados y atrayendo inversión extranjera para desarrollar grandes obras de infraestructura con capacidad de generar empleo digno y de calidad, y de esta manera contribuir directamente al desarrollo nacional. Hoy podemos decir que se están viendo los primeros resultados de estos esfuerzos y que el Perú ha recuperado la ruta del crecimiento y la estabilidad. Nos queda un largo camino por recorrer. El Perú y todos los países del mundo nos enfrentamos a una serie de desafíos compartidos que solo podremos superar mediante la cooperación internacional y la armonización de nuestros esfuerzos. Por ello, el Perú reitera su apego al multilateralismo por ser la mejor herramienta que tenemos para lograr de mutuo acuerdo las condiciones necesarias para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible. La primera de estas condiciones es sin duda alguna la paz. Los países que creamos esta organización al término de la Segunda Guerra Mundial lo hicimos para, y abro comillas, preservar las generaciones venideras del flagelo de la guerra, cierro comillas. La realidad actual nos muestra que estamos fallando en este propósito fundamental. El Perú condena todo uso de la fuerza en las relaciones internacionales. La agresión y la adquisición de territorios por la fuerza es contraria a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y al derecho internacional, a la vez que socava la legitimidad y efectividad de nuestro sistema de seguridad colectiva. La paralización del Consejo de Seguridad ante algunos conflictos y la aplicación de sesgos y dobles estándares en otros nos recuerda la necesidad de reformar dicho órgano y revisar las prerrogativas de sus miembros permanentes, principalmente el derecho de veto, el cual a veces responde a motivaciones políticas antes que atender cuestiones humanitarias. Señor presidente, desde esta Asamblea General, el Perú seguirá realizando acciones concretas en favor de la paz. Continuaremos respaldando los regímenes e iniciativas de desarme, control de armamentos y de no proliferación nuclear. Seguiremos apoyando la eliminación total de las armas nucleares al tiempo que rechazamos los ensayos, el empleo y cualquier tipo de amenaza de su uso. Si bien esperamos que el desarme nuclear sea internacionalmente verificable, hacemos un llamado a los principales poseedores de armas nucleares a reiniciar sus compromisos bilaterales de reducción de sus respectivos arsenales, tales como el Tratado New START. En el terreno, el Perú continuará contribuyendo con las operaciones de paz de la ONU, como lo hace desde 1958, contribuyendo con más de 10.000 efectivos. Actualmente, más de 250 miembros de nuestras Fuerzas Armadas y Policía Nacional se encuentran desplegados bajo los colores de las Naciones Unidas, cumpliendo sus funciones con profesionalismo, valor y dedicación. Asimismo, hemos puesto a disposición una fuerza de reacción rápida, compuesta por 200 efectivos con la capacidad inmediata para ser desplegada cuando y donde la ONU lo requiera. El Perú reconoce el importante rol que juegan las mujeres en la agenda de paz y seguridad. Por ello, es grato anunciar que hemos superado ampliamente las metas establecidas en la Estrategia de Paridad de Género para el personal uniformado de las Naciones Unidas 2018-2028 y que seguiremos aumentando el porcentaje de militares peruanas desplegadas en operaciones de paz. Señor presidente, la segunda condición para el desarrollo es un medio ambiente limpio y saludable. El cambio climático, la pérdida de biodiversidad y la contaminación constituyen amenazas interconectadas que comprometen la supervivencia de generaciones presentes y futuras. La alta vulnerabilidad del Perú a los efectos adversos del cambio climático motiva que ésta sea un tema prioritario para nuestra política exterior. Por ello, junto a otros países, hemos solicitado a la Corte Internacional de Justicia que se pronuncie sobre las obligaciones internacionales de los Estados en materia de cambio climático. El año pasado, mi país se vio afectado por el ciclón Yaku y el fenómeno de El Niño, los que causaron pérdidas humanas y cuantiosos daños materiales. Al respecto, quiero expresar mi agradecimiento al sistema de Naciones Unidas por apoyar las acciones de mi gobierno para asistir a la población afectada. Conscientes del incremento de la frecuencia e impacto de estos fenómenos debido a la crisis climática, mi gobierno, el gobierno de la presidenta Boluarte, ha impulsado la adopción de un enfoque preventivo en materia de gestión de riesgo de desastres en línea con la iniciativa Alertas Tempranas para Todos del secretario general y el marco de Sendai. Asimismo, conscientes de la necesidad de desarrollar una economía baja en carbono y promover un cambio de matriz energética que privilegie las energías limpias y renovables, el gobierno del Perú viene actualizando la Estrategia Nacional de Cambio Climático a fin de alcanzar la neutralidad de carbono para el año 2050. Sin embargo, estos esfuerzos nacionales no son suficientes. Resulta indispensable incrementar la cooperación internacional, siempre atendiendo al principio de responsabilidades compartidas, pero diferenciadas en la acción climática. Los países desarrollados deben adoptar metas más ambiciosas de reducción de emisiones y honrar sus compromisos en materia de financiamiento climático, lo que incluye movilizar como mínimo 100.000 millones de dólares anuales a los países en desarrollo e implementar el Fondo para Pérdidas y Daños acordado en la COP27 de la Convención sobre el Cambio Climático. Asimismo, urge garantizar el financiamiento del Fondo Verde para el Clima, el cual nos ha permitido avanzar en nuestras labores de adaptación y mitigación. Señor presidente, nuestro principal reto es garantizar el desarrollo para nuestros pueblos y contamos con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible para guiar nuestros trabajos. Lamentablemente, el último informe del secretario general sobre los progresos hacia el logro de los ODS revelan que no vamos por buen camino. El Perú está comprometido con la Agenda 2030. Por ello, hemos aumentado en más de 10% los recursos asignados al cumplimiento de los ODS. Al respecto, quisiera destacar las acciones que venimos desarrollando en 3 ejes prioritarios para el Perú: la salud, la educación y la protección social. Salud. Frente a la más grande epidemia de dengue que ha enfrentado América Latina, en el Perú se han adoptado acciones rápidas que permitieron disminuir su letalidad a la mitad en comparación con la epidemia anterior, y actualmente venimos actualizando nuestras estrategias de prevención y control del dengue conforme a las directivas de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Educación. En la búsqueda de brindar una educación de calidad, hemos puesto énfasis en la capacitación docente y estamos fortaleciendo la formación técnica en los niveles secundario y superior, con el objetivo de asegurar la inserción laboral de nuestros jóvenes. Además, hemos puesto en marcha un ambicioso programa de inversiones para cerrar las brechas de infraestructura educativa. Protección social. El tercer eje prioritario es la protección social para el desarrollo. Conscientes de la necesidad de robustecer nuestra seguridad alimentaria y reducir la incidencia del déficit calórico, hemos incrementado el presupuesto del programa de complementación alimentaria, que apoya a los más vulnerables mediante comedores populares y albergues, en coordinación con gobiernos locales y el sector privado y la sociedad civil. Desde el lado de la oferta productiva, hemos ejecutado acciones para incrementar la productividad y la sostenibilidad agrícola, principalmente fomentando la agricultura familiar. Contamos con una serie de programas sociales para luchar contra la pobreza y la exclusión social. También contamos con diversas políticas públicas para el empoderamiento de las mujeres y las niñas, así como para protegerlas de la violencia machista, incluyendo programas de autonomía económica. La protección social que se implementa en el Perú contempla la lucha contra la discriminación y el racismo y garantiza los derechos colectivos de los pueblos indígenas y las personas afroperuanas, así como la prestación de servicios con un enfoque intercultural, dada nuestra condición de país multicultural, pluriétnico y multilingüe. Sin embargo, como ya he señalado, los esfuerzos a nivel nacional no bastan. Se requiere que los países desarrollados cumplan con sus promesas de asistencia y financiamiento a efectos de reducir la brecha presupuestal para hacer frente a las múltiples necesidades. Debemos avanzar hacia una reforma urgente de la arquitectura financiera internacional a fin de contar con un sistema más inclusivo y más equitativo. Para ello resulta fundamental revisar la forma en que medimos el progreso, dejando de lado como único elemento a considerar las frías cifras del Producto Bruto Interno, el cual, como bien sabemos, no mide la desigualdad, ni el bienestar, ni la sostenibilidad ambiental de los países. Saludamos por ello la inclusión en el Pacto del Futuro de una iniciativa para desarrollar nuevos indicadores multidimensionales del progreso, a efecto de canalizar de manera más eficiente e inclusiva la cooperación internacional, incluyendo en dichos flujos a los países de renta media como el Perú, en los que persisten bolsones de pobreza y de exclusión. Señor presidente, la lucha contra la pobreza en todas sus formas y dimensiones, incluida la pobreza extrema, sigue siendo el mayor desafío mundial y debe ser la máxima prioridad para todos nuestros países. Como he señalado, en mi país se vienen ejecutando diversos programas como Juntos o Pensión 65 y Contigo, con el objetivo de reducir la pobreza monetaria y la pobreza extrema generada por la pandemia del COVID-19, así como brindar servicios básicos de inclusión social en favor de los sectores menos beneficiados. Quisiera anunciar que el Perú presentará ante esta Asamblea General, como cada 2 años, un proyecto de resolución titulado Los derechos humanos y la extrema pobreza, en el que alentamos a los Estados miembros a adoptar políticas de protección social más ambiciosas por considerar que la extrema pobreza y la exclusión vulneran la dignidad humana. Señor presidente, nos enfrentamos también a nuevos desafíos derivados del avance de las nuevas tecnologías, cuyas potencialidades y beneficios vienen acompañados de múltiples peligros, así como desafíos éticos y morales sin precedentes. Las redes sociales, que nos han permitido estar más comunicados, también son utilizadas para propagar desinformación y discursos de odio, para ejercer violencia y acoso, particularmente contra las mujeres. Las compañías tecnológicas almacenan información personal de millones de personas, lo que nos lleva a debates sobre el derecho a la privacidad y los riesgos de vigilancia masiva por parte de los gobiernos. La inteligencia artificial, que se presenta como un elemento positivo para nuestra vida diaria, facilita también la propagación de campañas de desinformación que tienen como propósito manipular la opinión pública, especialmente en periodos electorales, desestabilizando así a nuestras democracias. Tenemos la responsabilidad colectiva de garantizar que las nuevas tecnologías se desarrollen y utilicen con pleno respeto a la dignidad, a la libertad y los derechos de todas las personas. Por ello, es necesario definir principios y marcos reguladores claros para la gobernanza digital. Saludamos en ese sentido el Pacto Digital Mundial adoptado en la Cumbre del Futuro. Señor presidente, el compromiso del Perú con los derechos humanos y la democracia es inquebrantable. Estos son los valores fundamentales que sustentan a la sociedad peruana y orientan a nuestra política exterior. El Perú cuenta con una larga tradición de respeto y promoción de los derechos humanos, la cual se traduce en nuestra participación en innumerables tratados e instrumentos internacionales sobre la materia y en la estrecha colaboración con las Naciones Unidas y otras organizaciones internacionales, quien han visitado nuestro país y a las que siempre se les ha brindado todas las facilidades. La fuerte convicción democrática del pueblo peruano guía nuestra firme política exterior en defensa de la democracia representativa en el continente americano y en contra de cualquier intento de desconocer la voluntad popular. La falta de libertad y métodos democráticos de participación política, sumado a la represión y falta de oportunidades, generan masivos flujos migratorios y de refugiados que generan presiones y tensiones sociales en los países de acogida, principalmente si estos no cuentan con la capacidad económica de absorber a estas personas. Por ello, renovamos nuestro compromiso con el proceso tendiente a alcanzar un instrumento global, vinculante, que facilite una migración segura, ordenada y regular, que cuente con un enfoque de derechos humanos centrado en las personas, que brinde predictibilidad y proteja a los migrantes de las organizaciones de crimen transnacional dedicados al tráfico y a la trata de personas. Los pilares de la política exterior del Perú que acabo de escribir sustentan la grave preocupación por la situación en Venezuela, en especial desde el proceso electoral que se produjo el pasado 28 de julio en ese país. Los resultados programados oficialmente no han cumplido con la obligación legal venezolana de mostrar con transparencia e imparcialidad las actas originales del escrutinio y, por tanto, no reflejan legítimamente la voluntad popular de la ciudadanía venezolana. El Perú no reconoce tales resultados oficiales. Señor presidente, a lo largo de su historia, el Perú ha mantenido una política exterior comprometida firmemente con el multilateralismo, la defensa del derecho internacional y la promoción de la solución pacífica de las controversias, principios fundamentales de la Carta de esta organización. Esta tradición diplomática explica nuestro histórico compromiso con las Naciones Unidas. Recordamos las contribuciones realizadas por personajes de la talla de Víctor Andrés Belaúnde, quien presidió esta asamblea, de José Luis Bustamante Rivero, presidente de la Corte Internacional de Justicia, y por supuesto de Javier Pérez de Cuéllar, quinto secretario general de esta organización y quien representa una inspiración para todos los miembros de nuestro servicio exterior. En una época marcada por las críticas a los alcances del multilateralismo, ese legado nos compromete a mantenernos activos en la promoción de un multilateralismo eficaz que nos permita responder de manera conjunta a los enormes desafíos que demandan nuestra acción colectiva en ámbitos tan diversos como garantizar la paz y la seguridad internacionales, proteger el medio ambiente y mitigar el cambio climático, asegurar los medios de implementación para alcanzar el desarrollo sostenible y propiciar una regulación de las nuevas tecnologías. Puede usted contar, señor presidente, con el decidido apoyo del Perú para alcanzar los consensos necesarios que nos permitan avanzar en esta tarea de alcance global. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias al ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú. Hemos escuchado la última intervención en el debate general de esta sesión. Continuaremos el debate general mañana a las 9 horas en este mismo salón. Se levanta la sesión.